What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to the final edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, January 30th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of sports conversation. The Texas Longhorns hosting another transfer wide receiver yesterday. Could Steve Sarkisian be adding more to Texas's portal class? Plus, pretty exciting news regarding a 2026 signee for the Longhorn football program. Talk some Texas basketball. Nice win for the ladies last night. Big game for the men this weekend. A little Super Bowl 60 conversation, a little tennis talk, and come on, our final day on TSU, Buck.
Oh, there's got to be video.
About the top 5 airplane/airport videos in Texas Sports Unfiltered history. Come on.
No better way.
We had to do it. We'll spend like 20 to 30 minutes on that.
Gosh.
Spend some time cutting things up and getting things ready. That'll happen at the end of our program today. But hey, we appreciate y'all starting your Fridays with us. Happy Friday to each and every one of you out there. How you doing this morning, my man?
I'm doing great. It's going to be another beautiful day, it looks like. Yesterday, oh my God, I thought it was summertime yesterday all of a sudden. I mean, it reached like 72, somebody said 75 degrees yesterday.
I didn't get that.
Hey, feels like. Maybe feels like
it was toasty.
Yeah, it was nice. That was nice. And I did my final. I hope I will go out this morning and there will be zero ice. As my wife says, hey, looks like the Titanic was coming through here. Look at the size of this iceberg here. Yesterday, when I get ready to leave, there's still ice by the garage where the sun don't shine. You know what I'm saying? And that stuff just sits there. And so I'm digging it out, big chunks. It looked like the map, such as, and whatever, pieces I was bringing up. Well, those trees around my garden won't need any water for a while because they've got ice that can just sit there and melt for the next 3 weeks. That'll be great. A lot of times you have your sprinkler system that comes on with your shrubs. No need to put it on now.
Why? Okay, let me ask you a question about your driveway here, because I've been to your place before. I know what your driveway
is. It's a weird deal.
Why don't you just park your car just inside of the gate? Like, you don't need to go all the way into your garage. Why don't you just park it at the bottom of the driveway so you don't have to be breaking and shoveling ice this week?
Because that's why I have a garage, is to pull my car and protect my car for a couple days out of winter weather, yes.
But the weather, it's not winter weather anymore. Like yesterday, it was 60 degrees, 70 degrees, and you're still shoveling snow.
But overnight lows are still. I don't want my car in it. It's just a thing from being back east where I've never had really a garage. I used to put it out on the street and have to shovel it out in the mornings of snowstorms, or the plow would come by the street and get you snowed in with your car, and you spend hours upon hours of shoveling your car out every day, and you get a spot, and then somebody come and take your spot. So now that I have a garage, I want my car in the garage. I don't want it in the driveway.
I get wanting to put your car in the garage, but the last couple of days, you could have saved yourself a lot of time and headache by literally just keeping it in the driveway. Nothing would have happened to it.
Yeah, but me, I'm in and out, and I got to have, that driveway, it can hold 2 cars sideways, but the angles of it better be right, and I don't want my wife to drive off the side because I'll never hear the end of it. Or if I come too close, even when I was backing out of the driveway yesterday, I was getting, oh, you're coming too close to my car. Oh, no, you're going to hit. No, I'm not going to hit your car.
Again, all of these problems sound like they could be avoided if you just park your car further down the driveway.
Yes. But remember, getting out for me is the dog, the gate. The gate cannot, remember that gate, that big ass gate opens up. I've already had my car hit by that gate.
Okay, well, I guess that problem cannot be avoided by you.
You know what I learned? I learned how to use that camera and work it now that I don't have to turn my head. Me, I'd have to turn all the way around. But now I'm just using the camera that I have. I line it up, and I'm fine. I've gone out of there 3 times now backwards.
You've had that for a while, right?
What, the camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have never I've never worked it. I never had to work it. I mean, I pull into spaces. I don't back into spaces. Like I said, I'm not in the Army. I'm not an emergency worker. I don't have to go forward. I'm not running from anybody. So I pull in, and, my baggers, I like it with the tail out so that when they come and put the bags in,
Right.
and I accidentally bump them and they fall into the trunk
Right.
with the cedar chips, then,
Right.
I don't have to go around to the back and all that other stuff because I backed up. There's reasons for that.
Oh, man,
I'm
you
good,
are one
but the
interesting cat.
but the ice is it's crazy there. It's just like I said, it's there's some shadows there, and the sun just no matter where it rises and sets, it just doesn't get in that corner. So I've had to dig them out. I mean, I've had pieces like this. I mean, monster pieces that I had to pick up and then throw into the garden there. But it's okay. I mean, it's exercise.
Sure.
It's not like back home going through 24 inches of snow, and then your heart rate is up to 1,000,000 and you're feeling like you're about to have a heart attack. This is fine. Just good exercise.
Well, it
The
gives you a
the
little
only part
taste.
is slipping. The only part is I get yelled at because get off the ice, get off. I mean, dude, remember, I get yelled at for coming down the steps
Right.
without
Yeah. It
holding the
sounds
grip.
like you're going to get yelled at if you don't shovel the ice, and you are going to get yelled at if you do shovel the ice.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I mean, it's just to what degree it's going to be. You know, I mean,
uh,
and it's fine. I'm used to it. I've been 10 years of it. Once in a while, you'll get to that point someday, and it will happen that your ears will open to certain things, and then the other things that they like close. I don't know how it does that.
mhm.
I don't actually put my hands over my ears, but my ears like they shut off like
Yeah.
to certain words. I don't like how
So
the hell does that
selective
happen?
hearing. I think everybody has selective hearing in this life. Hear what you want to hear. Don't hear what you don't want to hear.
But I can make it so I don't even hear the voice. It's like I don't
Right.
know how that's kind of cool when
You've
you can
got 7 decades of experience. You've been around a long time. You know how to do it.
shut the faucet off. It's like turning the faucet off. It just you don't even hear it. It's like they're talking, but you don't hear the sound of it anymore. But that's okay. It's all for my benefit. I always think in my mind when it's all said and done, it's all for protecting me, and that's fine. And that really is fine. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do. EMS workers, police officers, emergency folks out there. Thank you so much. And for you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Well, thanks to everybody for starting your weekends off with us. We made part of our big announcement during yesterday's program. This is the final day of Bucky and BK on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but this is not the final day of Bucky and BK. Our show will continue on Monday. You won't have to wait very long to catch us again. We'll be at a new time, 9 to 11, moving things back a little bit, getting some beauty rest. We've got some other changes coming to the show. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. We're going to be taking callers from you people. We're going to have more guests on. And again, the other half of our big announcement we will be making on Monday at 9 o'clock. So we hope you all follow us. And we've been saying it all week. We hope you all follow and support everybody on Texas Sports Unfiltered, because
Absolutely.
our entire team has great things planned for the future. Some guys have already made announcements this week. Some guys will be making some announcements throughout the shows today. Definitely follow all of us on social media so you know exactly what's going on with everyone. But yes, the two of us will be back just at a new time. The same channels, the same way you're tuned into us right now. You don't have to download anything new. You don't have to pay for anything now. You'll be able to catch this show again, 9 to 11 a.m. starting on Monday, February 2nd.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it too, folks. Really
Yes.
am. Sometimes things come full circle. So life is like that at times. Someone asked me, do I have a manual gate? No, I've got a solar gate. So, and for the first 3 years, the thing was off and on. Sometimes it would open up by itself. The dog would get out. And now we've got a shock collar on the crazy dog. So when he comes near the gate, he very seldom comes near the gate. But every once in a while, he thinks as you go out, he can slide out with you. And so if I stop the car where the gate gets ready to close, the gate hits my car. And this is not like a little gate. It's not a little cattle gate. This thing is huge. And when it hits the car, man, it goes boom. And I go absolutely out of my mind. So I've got to time it up where, even if I'm backing up, that dog's not around. And I have some ways to screw around with the dog's head. Like if I hit the one garage door and it opens, he will run all the way around the house. I mean, he's a goof. He will run all the way around, disappear. That's when I get out. And that's how I kind of get in. He thinks the one garage is his, so he gets excited, so he runs around, and I sneak in.
I could be off on this. I think when Shelby asked if you have a manual, she meant if you had a manual on how to tune out your significant other when they're talking.
Oh, that manual. Oh no, there's nothing. It's just experience. It's sort of like Arch Manning getting the experience he got last year.
Yeah.
It just comes with time and more games and more adventures in your life with that person.
I could be way off. I mean, you might have been right. She might have been asking about your gait, but I think she was asking for some help on how to selective listen.
Yeah, well, and my wife has that hearing problem, so I come down the stairs talking to my wife. But I do that. I talk from places in the house where people could be in the other part of the house, and I know they know I'm talking to them, but they don't really hear what I'm saying to them. It's my wife thinks I talk too low, and I said, well, I've been on the radio and I'm trying to get my words correctly, but to her, it all sounds like mumbling. It just sounds that way. So when I'm coming down the stairs, she doesn't hear a word, and and for people that I've told you folks before, I've never had a hearing problem. I can hear in a restaurant tables away, people having discussions and what they're saying. So that's kind of cool. But to her, if she's in a restaurant, it's all muffled and it drives her kind of loony. So if I come down the stairs and I'm mumbling, well, what she calls mumbling, and I'm just saying, Joyce, how you doing? Or whatever. She's like, I can't. I mean, she gets offended. I mean, she doesn't get mad. She gets offended because it's like she's not in on conversations with people because a lot of people don't know. She doesn't wear like these hearing aid things. She has a something that does it, but you can't even see it. So when she's with her friends that don't know about her hearing, she gets hurt. It's like she makes it like she's not a part of the group, So I don't know what that's like. And for you folks out there that have hearing problems, I'm starting to understand. It's still taking me, I still talk in my regular voice, but I mean, actually, if I really wanted to say something, I have to go down the steps into the same room with her and talk in a loud voice.
Can't just yell down the stairs.
No, it doesn't work. Because that's when I get yelled at, and then she's mad for the whole day. So I'm like, nah. But I don't know how she doesn't have to actually tune me out because she can't hear anyway.
Right. That's
so
true.
She's used to tuning me out.
That's kind of a benefit for her. I'm sure
yes.
At times that sucks, but I'm sure at times it's great not having to hear some of what you have to say.
No doubt. So yeah, basically she doesn't even want to hear most of it.
Right. That's what happens.
And then my buddies are the same. My buddy, the golfers, Steve and Paul and those guys have hearing problems.
Sure.
And they're always like yelling, you can't just say something across to them, even if you're 20 yards away, you just can't say, hey, hit the ball, you jerk.
I don't know. Those guys can hear me fine. I think they are choosing to tune you out. I think they're just faking it. Yeah.
Because they know that I'm about to talk some shit to them. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to deal with any of that. Trying to get in their head out there on the course, taking some money from my buddies.
Yeah, they seem to hear the whispering just before they putt when I go, you suck. Yeah. They hear that every time. Or miss it.
You hit them with the jackass like in Happy Gilmore.
Yeah. Some of those dudes went and played Lions yesterday. I know that had to be messy.
You got to ask them. I don't know anything about that.
Oh my God, there's barely any grass on that place as it is.
Right. Yeah.
It's got to be just ice turned to mud.
A lot of courses have not been open all week because of the ice storm that we just had.
I need the ball to run, so I can't hit it, let it hit, and then get stuck in the mud.
Yeah, that we do know. We all need that. All right, so we got some sports conversation to get into this morning. Again, we'll be having some fun, and we'll take some trips down memory lane. And don't forget the top 5 airplane/airport videos in TSU history coming up in the last 30 minutes of today's program.
So I don't know what I'm going to do for Super Bowl. You're right. my FUBU.
I
I'm
didn't
like,
even say I didn't say anything about the Super Bowl. What do you mean I'm right?
you did yesterday. Yesterday you said something about what are you going to do for Super Bowl? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, oh my God, that's right. These clowns. It's on NBC, and these clowns, after months, have not got together again.
Oh.
They got to do it. They're going to do it. They've got to do it next week, right?
Yeah.
It's got to happen.
I would have a plan in place to make sure you can watch the biggest television event of the year, not just the biggest sporting event, but literally the biggest thing that will be on TV is the Super Bowl. You need to watch that.
Where would somebody
anywhere besides your house?
Yeah, I'm not a Super Bowl partier. I mean, do people go to taverns and place? And I know I'd be the only one there. Me and a couple other people that have FUBU. I mean, I don't want to be I like to watch the Super Bowl. I don't like to talk about it. That's why I don't go to parties, because I don't care about the social event or the halftime. I don't care about, Funny Bunny or Horny Bunny or whatever's happening. I could care less about this one, because this one's not going to be that great anyway, because I'm not 14 years old. But there's got to be a place that has a good seating area. I don't care if it's a bar. I'm not going to drink anyway.
Bad Bunny taking some shots this morning. My gosh. Dude, literally anywhere with a TV except for your house will have the game on.
Right.
So just think of any restaurant that that has a TV, and it's going to have the Super Bowl on because it's the Super Bowl. Any friends' house, you can hit up one of your friends and just be like, can I go watch it at your place? I can't watch it at home. So you don't even want to be out in public. Just do that.
Most of the people I know, there's a gathering. Like
right.
my son-in-law, my wife's daughter, they've got like 80 people coming to their house. They do a Super Bowl party because they'll be hitting me up for those silly ass squares I just give money to. Might as well be giving it to St. Jude's Children's Hospital instead of just doing that. But I never win. I never even get close. I get the numbers that it's impossible to happen. So I'm thinking maybe Jack Allen's. They have their outside bar.
Sure.
Maybe sitting right in a corner right by the TV and watch it that way.
Yeah, I can't wait to make my donation to whoever is running the Squares game, because they always win. Or if it's not them, my wife. What are the odds? My wife won.
Oh my God, my little sister just won it.
She don't know anything about football, and she won. This is so crazy. Wow.
How does she do this every year?
Oh my goodness. Oh my God, my daughter. I got my daughter a square this year. She won.
I bought it.
But like, she paid all of her allowance to get this square, and what are the odds?
Don't you hate that? I mean,
look at that. I crossed the initials out on that square. I erased it a little bit. Like, she won the square. Amazing. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and I hate to hear that. They always give me that. Oh my God, my little sister just won. I played this she's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
She sent me the money. I'm like, yeah, okay.
By the way, speaking of the Super Bowl and speaking of betting on the Super Bowl, I saw this story yesterday. The American Gambling Association expects $1.76 billion to be bet on Super Bowl 60, which would be the record by a mile. Like, that would be a 27% increase over Super Bowl 59 last year. That's how big sports betting has got. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's how big sports betting is now. And
I should be getting a couple phone calls to saying, hey, Buck, what do you think I should do? Yeah, that's got to happen.
That's just insane. I think sports betting is legalized in 39 of the 50 states plus the District of Columbia. Obviously, we're in one of the 11 states where it is not. But yeah, I mean, we all know sports betting is insane, and we know this is the most bet on sporting event of the year every year. And some of these projections are ridiculous, Buck.
Wow.
Almost $2 billion on one game in this country alone.
Yeah, they're going to get to the point where if you're not making $100 or a $500 bet, you won't be allowed to bet at play. I'm sorry, you can't come. How much are you coming here to gamble? $100. Sorry.
We're going to start unit shaming people.
Oh yeah, they're going to start unit. They're going to say, you can't come in here. You got to have you're going to have to bet at least $500 to come in our place. We're not giving you free drink. No more freebies.
I don't know, man. I think these places are always going to be willing to take your money.
Yeah, because they want the less fortunate like myself to come in there and put some cash down, because they know that some of those people that they get in, they lose their mind, they lose their house, they lose their car. They don't care. You
They
think
get it.
Vegas care? You think
No.
Vegas cares you lost your car?
They get to keep the car. Why would they care?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's look, they'd rather have $500 at a time, but they'll take $5 at a time if you're going to be willing to give it to them.
Oh, Vegas is. That's why Vegas is Vegas. They'll
Well,
take your $2 bill.
well, plus, I mean, in states where gambleized is legally, where gambling is legalized, you can bet right there on your phone. So you don't have to go to a sports book or a casino. It's literally you open up some sort of app and it's like, here it is.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing it every day on these commercials. And then I keep seeing these. It's free to bet, and you can win $5,000. I'm like, nope. I have a hard enough time working my phone, and I don't want to be smashing my phone against the wall, because if I'm doing that on my phone, dude, and I lose, that thing's going through the window, out the window of the car. I mean, soon we'll have people, there's don't text and drive, don't bet and drive. You'll be, looking up at your phone. Well, eventually they'll have it on your car when it rolls up,
Yeah, just on the screen.
On your screen, your slot machine will be on your car.
Yeah. Well, hang on. If we can get a Buffalo machine in the whip, then we're on to something.
Yeah, you watch. They'll have that. That'll be right there. One of the features of your your car. It'll be right there.
God, that's scary to think about, and it's even scarier that there's a chance that actually does happen.
Oh shit! Your damn kids will be sitting out of your car at midnight with the car on.
Just gambling. Just
oh.
gambling. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. I'm just drinking. Oh, that's fine. You're drinking. That's okay. As long as you're not gambling away all of our money.
Hey, yeah, you got my car engine on, and you're gambling away.
No, you're smoking. No, we don't care about that anymore. Just don't throw away all of our money, please. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, I do the ponies. I used to have a cousin, but in the races and stuff. I do races. I go to casino once a year. When I go to Pennsylvania, I hit the casino. But I'm not somebody that, I talk about it, but I don't take flights, red eyes to Vegas. I don't do that. I've been to Vegas 3 times in my life. That's been it. Now I'd like to go again sometime, but I can't. I need what I got. You know what I'm saying? I always have a certain amount that this is it. This is as far as I can go. And I'm not headed back to the ATM machine. I've been very good at that in my life, of knowing how to have my maximum bets, my minimum bets, and what my total bet of my entire stay will be. If not, I'll see you by the pool.
Yeah. There you go. Well, we'll get you out to Vegas one of these days. TSU took a trip to Vegas a couple years ago and you bailed on it.
I know.
So that was a chance for you. You didn't want to do it.
Yeah, but I got a favorite machine. Oh, and the deal, and the guy now on this little handheld deal says, slot machines, it's not luck. They're all,
it's all skill.
Yeah, he said there's no such thing as a lucky machine. And I beg to differ, you idiot. I have one.
Oh, it's in what, Pennsylvania somewhere?
It's in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I have one. And when I go there, I want those people off of it.
Get out of here. It's my machine, not yours.
Remember last year, $3,000 on a $1.50 push.
Oh man. How about Texas Rocks? I got married in Vegas. Biggest gambling loss of my life.
Getting married there, saying yes.
I talked to a friend. I can't remember who I was talking to. It was Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered. I'm sure he's cool with me putting this out there because it's not him. He's going to a wedding in Vegas on a Tuesday in a couple weeks. I'm like, dude, there's nothing that screams divorce in the near future more than a Tuesday wedding in Vegas. I guess it's not shotgun. It's not like, hey, I met you today. We're getting married today. So I guess this is planned. So that's a good thing. But I'm like, damn, what are we doing here?
On a Tuesday?
Tuesday in Vegas?
Man.
That's a scary recipe.
Maybe a good traveling day. Good price on the airline.
Yeah, good for him. He gets to hang out in Vegas for a little bit. So
yeah, I think like I said, I will once a year to a casino. I don't, casinos are just, like I said, I do slot machines. I used to play blackjack. I don't even play blackjack anymore. I don't sit at the tables. Once I learned how to play craps, I quit playing blackjack
Mm.
because I think I'm the king of craps. You know what I mean? And I'm the worst shooter you've ever seen. When the dice are in my hand, I tell everybody to get back, and I actually tell them, get out. Don't think your number ain't coming up. So only
Yeah.
thing coming up here is 7.
7, 7, 7, 7.
Yeah, I'm about to crap out. I just don't. I pass. A lot of times I'll pass it on.
Oh, man. Yeah, if they let you pass it on, you should pass it on.
Oh yeah, I do. I do. A lot of times they go, no, you go ahead. You've been here. You've been at this table since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. You go ahead and roll. Not
That's so
me.
good. That is so good. Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, be safe, be smart. We usually
Yes,
talk about that when it comes to drinking, but now probably talk about that when it comes to your sports gambling
no doubt
as
about it,
well.
man.
That's
Hey,
dangerous.
addiction is addiction.
Yeah, for sure. For sure it is. All right, we got some Texas football news to get into. The Longhorns potentially not done in the transfer portal. Talk about this in a moment, plus a couple of other Texas football storylines to get into. But before we dive into that, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout
Let
outs?
us say hello to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. This weekend on Saturday, it's going to hit maybe 28 degrees. So be ready for the heater to come jacking back on again after these wonderful afternoons that we've had and some cool nights, but not really, really cold nights. It's about to happen to us. I think it's Saturday and Sunday. And then all of a sudden, Monday and Tuesday, it sounds like it's going to be 70 degrees again. So be aware that the possibilities of your heater blasting on is there. And if you got any problems with it, if you had some problems over the last cold front, you're wondering why my temperature hasn't risen to where it's supposed to be, call on our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. They are fantastic when it comes to heating. They're also great when it comes to air conditioning because that time is just around the corner. We always talk about how the winter, it's just winter days for us, but summer months are just around the corner. And you damn sure want to make sure that your air conditioning is working. We know what that's like around here. If that goes on the kaputs. So make sure you call them, talk to them about getting a contract with them. They'll have technicians come out twice a year, make sure your heating and your air conditioning is working properly. But folks, Woods Comfort Systems also does plumbing now. Trust them to your plumbing. If you have any problems with your toilets, your sinks, indoor or outdoor, call on the folks that have been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. That's Woods Comfort Systems, and nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. Love Woods Comfort Systems. Also love our friends at centextickets.com.
Oh, yeah.
How about Texas OU women's basketball this Sunday? If you want to be at the mood, that's a top 10 matchup, by the way. If you want to be blessing the mood with your presence for that one, Centex Tickets has you covered. Plenty of seats available online right now. Any women's game, any men's game. Of course, Texas softball gets going next weekend. Texas baseball gets going in 2 weeks. You got the alumni game tomorrow, but that's free. You just show up to that one. You don't need tickets there. But any concert, any sporting event, any comedy show, any big time event coming to Central Texas, if you want to be there, Centex Tickets is the only place you need to go to find your tickets. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, and you will get 10% off of any ticket purchase instantly from our friends at centextickets.com.
Agreed.
Yes, indeed. And also some love to McCall Custom Homes as well. Shout out to Mike and his family. They do great work, and they are great people as well. If you're looking to upgrade your home, remodel a kitchen, renovate a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space, maybe you've got a growing family and you want to add on to your home, McCall Custom Homes can do all of that for you. Plus, they're custom home builders. So if you want to start from scratch, they got you covered there as well. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out their 5-star reviews. They're A+ rated by the BBB. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, where you can reach out to Mike directly, 512-633-9580.
Sweet. Yeah. Oh, thanks for mentioning Javier yesterday because he then called me yesterday, blowing up my phone because the weather was warm.
Did he hear us talking about him?
You talk about him, and next thing I know, my phone's ringing right after the show and about 4 more times during the course of the day. Yeah. He's looking for a gig right now. Fabulous guy, fabulous worker. Nobody works harder when they got a gig, man. He can do it. He can get it going.
Fabulous worker. I thought he was a friend.
Well, he is a friend, but he's a good worker too. I mean, you can be a friend and a worker too.
Okay.
I mean, somebody has to do air conditioning, plumbing, heating, We need workers like that. Used to
Yeah.
have that at high school. People, you'd see the guys going to shop class. Well, not in your high school because they were going to computer class probably. But back in my day, they were going to shop class and learn how to weld and do stuff like that. Those guys went on to work and make pretty good livings doing that. I wasn't going to do that because I wasn't going to burn down the house or have somebody's house explode or whatever. I was not, remember, I can't even change my own oil. So much
Right.
less can I do the propane at your house? Would you like me to weld all that stuff together for you? Probably not.
Yeah. Greatest
Yep.
generation, my ass.
that was not a part of my gig. I did work in the Bethlehem Steel though, so let's not say I was not a grunt worker. I worked in the steel mills.
Didn't you just
So
watch a machine and make sure no
no,
one pushed a button?
no, dude, I worked in the beam yards. I was beaming up tons of steel and walking it over to piles and piling it, and being in little shanty huts when it was 20 degrees. No, I worked. That's why I never went back to working there again. Nice money, no thank you.
All right.
I'd rather yell at the kids and scream at the kids.
There you go, old man radio here. I feel like
There
we
you
got
go.
Monty on with us this morning.
Monty.
Hey, Texas football, Buck. The Longhorns might not be done in the transfer portal.
Well, they won't be done next week. Remember, there's a big day next week.
Right. You're worried about high school recruiting. And we talked about the class of 2026 defensive lineman Elijah Ali that the Longhorns will be hosting for a visit this weekend.
There you go.
But, the transfer portal's the talk of the town. That's all the craze these days. That's all the fans care about.
Yeah, you tell me they're down to they're down to the bare bones of the portal now.
Who can help me win right now? 2-3 years down the road, we don't care about that stuff. Give me somebody who's going to help Texas win in 2026. And the Longhorns hosted a wide receiver out of the transfer portal yesterday. A guy by the name of Sterling Burkhalter was here. 6'3", just over 200 pounds. He had 30 catches, 416 yards, and 2 touchdowns this past season at Wake Forest. Of course, the Longhorns have already added one Demon Deacon this year with the tackle Melvin Siani, who's already signed. Potentially, they could be adding another Demon Deacon with a wide receiver who just got a 6th year of eligibility approved.
Oh, boy.
NCAA. Yeah. So that came down earlier this week, where that approval got approved. That waiver got approved. And Texas quickly bringing Sterling Burkhalter in for a visit. What say you?
Never hurts to have another wideout. Never, like I said, never hurts to have another body if you can afford that body. If that body's not going to cost you anything, well, it's going to cost you something, but if it's not going to break your bank, which is hard to break Texas Bank, they figure out if they got it, get them. And if you can afford to it, you need to bring in another wide receiver, so be it. I wish it was another offensive lineman or defensive back, but I don't know. I don't think it's saturating that room. I think it's the more competition, the better it is for a lot of guys. And as I said, you have to have people that go down there and give your defensive backs that are going to need good looks. You got to give them some players to go down. But that kid's not coming in here. If he's been a starter and been playing for Wake Forest, he's going to expect he's going to get some playing time. But that's not that easy coming in here and thinking you're getting playing time. They have a system here at times,
Right. Yeah, like Sterling Burkhalter wouldn't replace Cam Coleman, Ryan Wingo, or Emmett Mosley on the depth chart.
Right.
At best, he would be wide receiver 4 at Texas, and be him competing with guys like Khalil Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon and some of the incoming freshmen that the Longhorns just signed at wide receiver. So this would not be a starting piece. Texas is good with their starters at wide out. This would just be, like you said, experience depth. And I think Texas is looking to add as much experience depth as they could find. Like if it makes sense, if there's somebody out there who can help add some experience to their team. We've talked about it a lot. You're going from 85 to 105 scholarships, so you don't have to worry about, oh no, we have too much invested in this one room already, and we got to make sure we have enough scholarships available for these other rooms. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Like this, I could see Texas going after a couple of guys like this over these next few weeks if they can.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between having those guys that are competitive and going to be malcontents and be like, this sucks. I got a room full of this. I'm going to be a pain in the ass more than I'm going to be, you don't need guys that are going to be a hindrance. You need guys that are going to help you out. And the more you have, it's great to have all that competition, but boy, you can create some problems for yourself. And there's got to be a fit, to what you're trying to do. It's not just bring people in. You don't bring people into your organization because you just need another body. You need another salesperson. If they mess up the organization because the fit's not good, I think you have to be very, very, very careful how many you do and how many you bring in.
Well, maybe there's some risk involved with going after another wide receiver here.
Because
again, I don't think Coleman, Wingo, and Mosley are not threatened by this at all. Those guys have nothing to worry about here. But what about Khalil Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon?
They'll be thinking about it. I mean, is the kid here for just a year? He only has a year of eligibility left?
Yes.
Yeah, well, those guys already know from where they are anyway. Their playing time, even as sophomores, are limited with the three guys that you talked about. It's already limited. This guy I don't know. If he's good enough, he'll play. But for those young guys, if they're good enough, if they're good enough, they're young enough, it doesn't matter. They'll find a way into the rotation. Only thing is, if the dude had another year afterwards, that's when you start losing guys. You lost one or two wide receivers.
You lost 4 to the portal.
Yeah, well, that could happen to you again if there was somebody in this group that had another year or two to play. That could be possible. Yeah. Then you're recruiting, and then your great 5-star recruiting class becomes none of them are around anymore.
That's interesting, right? I mean, we've talked about Texas looking for another wide receiver, and I think this is like they've been keeping their eye on a couple of guys out there. But yeah, I mean, it's like it's bittersweet, right? It's a double-edged sword here because I really think Khalil Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon have some game, and I would really like to see what those guys can do. And you look around college football, Buck, you see a lot of freshman wide receivers making an impact. You see even more sophomore wide receivers making an impact, and those guys are both about to be sophomores. So if you bring in Sterling Burkhalter, and again, he hasn't committed, he hasn't signed, he was just here on a visit, but you wouldn't invite him for a visit if you weren't at least a little interested in getting him to do those other things.
Yeah, this time of the year, if you invite a guy to come this late, you want that guy. You're not playing around with him.
Right. So you're talking about Lockett and McCutcheon being your 5th and 6th wide receivers. You just brought it up. This team does not rotate its wide receivers very much.
No.
So I'm just wondering, when are those guys going to get to play? Like, are they just misses by Texas? Or
I think it looks like this group is having a system when it comes to wide receivers, and that's the transfer portal. You can get 2 guys in recruiting, but you're going to go out and get 3 more guys in the transfer portal every year. That looks like, Sark is going to get grown men to play that position now. He's not waiting unless you're a superstar freshman. We've seen him. We've seen him at Ohio State. We were supposed to see it with the wide receiver here. We see it like you said, it's all over the place. Freshmen come in and they're just sensational wide receivers. They're big, they're physical, or they're faster than lightning. The kid from Miami is just so talented. You can't keep him off the field. You couldn't keep that kid off the field at any program. Right. But here it's more of a portal thing. So you can go out and say, well, we got the best wide receiver class. We got 4 or 5 stars and never even hit the field the way you're doing things in the portal, because that's what you believe in at a certain position. And I think that's what they do here. They believe, because one of those other guys, except for practice, you won't be able to see them in games because they only play like 3 of them. It's like you said, it's a double-edged sword. Double-edged blade. It's screwed up.
If it works, it's not screwed up.
It's working. It's been working.
Well, yeah, I don't know. The wide receiver play at times last year left some things to be desired, I would argue.
Well, it's that was just some fundamental stuff, and the quarterback get me and Young and everything else. And one guy couldn't catch, but the wide receivers were okay. There are a lot of people who would love to have had that group of wide receivers.
It was far from the biggest problem on Texas's 2025 team. There's no doubt there. But I just don't know. Look, Sark has played freshman wide receivers. Like Xavier Worthy played a ton as a freshman.
Sure.
Ryan Wingo played a ton as a freshman. So he's shown that he will put you out
there.
You're
good enough, you're old enough, for sure. Right. There's no doubt.
But you're right. If Sterling Burkhalter does come, or if Texas just brings another receiver out of the portal, then 3 of the top 4, Cam Coleman, Emmett Mosley, Sterling Burkhalter, those guys would all be transfers, and Ryan Wingo would be your only high school signee that you've developed.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I can see that because I think they have a pattern now when it comes to that. I get a little scared, but I think they have enough quality defensive linemen in the state of Texas and in young recruiting that they want to continue what they're doing there. They're still bringing in portal guys that are grown men, but they're also got some young guys that they can develop. Running backs for me yeah, it's nice to go to the portal, get an older guy. I don't need to get 3 or 4 of those guys. I need to find the great ones in the state of Texas because there's always great running backs in this state,
sure.
or here or Florida. You can go do that. But I think they believe that their wide receiver gathering for the next couple of years is going to come in the portal. They want grown-ups there.
Yeah.
Unless somebody just jumps out. A freshman can jump out, but we haven't seen any of these guys jump out.
All right. Well, they're still going to sign a lot of receivers every year. They signed 3 at a high school this year. Like that's not going to change. But look, again, the double-edged sword is, okay, everybody outside of the top 3, you look at Lockett, you look at McCutcheon, you look at the incoming freshmen, those guys all combined have 12 career catches total.
Sure.
So that's what this coaching staff is thinking about. It's like, man, it's a long season. We're hoping to play 14, 15, or 16 games, preferably 2026. Texas also had some injuries at wide receiver this past year. I mean, Wingo was banged up at times. Benedict Livingston was banged up at times. Mosley missed the first few games of the season with an injury. So, look, it's an insurance policy. That's what it is. It's an insurance policy.
That's why you can take 100 guys now. Right. So, yeah,
which is not a bad thing. But I just wonder, like, I hope nobody gets hurt. Maybe that's ridiculous, and it's football. Guys are going to get hurt. But I just wonder, like, okay, if Texas does stay healthy in the wide receiver room, knock on wood, because I hope it happens, are we going to see Khalil Lockett or Dalen McCutcheon play at all?
Oh, you're going to see them sparingly. The announcer will say their names. They're in the game. This is, they're a sophomore. They're getting their opportunity here. They'll play for a half a series, and then they'll be gone. You won't see them for the rest of the game. Then you won't see them for 2 games after that. I mean, you're going to see that kind of thing. I mean, there are truly talented players, whether it's recruiting or portal or whatever, that have gone to places that don't play for the first 2 years. The recruits, these highly recruited guys don't play. They go to colleges. They don't play their freshman year. They may get in a game or 2, a blowout in their sophomore year, but they don't really come in until their junior year. I know you like for those days to be over with, and so would coaches, but it just happens that way. Guys develop at a different speed, and that right now I think this coaching staff wants guys at wide receiver, and I know they go out and look at these talented guys, BK, but when you go to the portal and guys have played 14, 15 games, they have 400, 500 yards of offense, in their years at someplace else, you look to them first.
Yeah,
I don't like it for my running backs. I as a running back coach, I want not only to bring in talented young guys, but I want to be able to develop them into what I think a running back should look like as a running back coach. I just do. It's not that I wouldn't take an established guy like the dude from Florida. The dude's a man. That dude's an NFL man. That guy you don't need to develop him. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing about that. But I'd rather have 2 or 3 young guys that came out of high school that I've watched grow up in high school, that I've seen do things on a weekly basis. I've gone to their games. I know their families. I know what I can talk. I can know how to talk to them and coach them. Those are the kind of things. But this group here, they've had success in the portal with wide receivers. They just have. So why wouldn't you feel like, okay, maybe I'll find another one?
They're trying that with running back too right now.
Right now they don't have any choice. They obviously haven't found the good ones that they wanted to in the state. They're either going elsewhere or it's just not happening for them. And you're at the stage of it's win now. It's not like, okay, let this running back develop, and then by his sophomore, junior year, we'll be a really good team on the offense, defensive line. We'll have good wide receivers. The quarterback will be it's not like that at Texas.
Yeah, they're going all in on 2026. I mean, they have made that very clear.
Right.
And
so
they're still looking to add.
And I understand it.
It's interesting. I mean, there's different levels of experience, right? You could say anybody who's played 1 or 2 years of college football has experience. Sterling Burkhalter, Buck, I mentioned he just got his 6th year of eligibility approved by the NC2A.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually 7 years removed from high school.
Wow.
When he left high school, he didn't like the offers that he had, so he did prep school for a year.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I know the prep school line.
And then has played 5 years of college ball. He started at North Carolina A&T.
Greensboro, North Carolina. That's where my father went to school. The
2 years
Aggies
there.
Yes.
He's been an Aggie at 2 years where your father went. Then 2 years at Cincinnati.
Wow.
And then this past season at Wake Forest. But, Buck, this guy, Sterling Burkhalter, is 23. He's going to turn 24 in May.
That should be 2 years, almost 3 years in the NFL.
I'm glad you brought that up. For context, Sterling Burkhalter was originally in the same high school recruiting class as Bijan Robinson.
Oh my God, seems like Bijan's been gone for 4 years.
Yeah, because he has.
Oh, okay.
Also, Bryce Young, Will Anderson Jr., a lot of guys in the NFL that you've been watching for multiple seasons now in the league. Same high school recruiting class as this guy that Texas just hosted on a visit yesterday.
Yeah, well, you'll have a crowded room, but if I'm a 5-star freshman high school wide receiver and Texas has offered me, I'm not letting that dude that's been in all those places beat me out. Sorry. I mean, we can battle on the field. I'm just going to prove to you I'm a 5-star wide receiver coming out of high school, and that guy is not taking my reps from me. I don't care where they went to get him. I don't care how many years. He's played at North Carolina A&T. He's been a Cincy. He's not coming to the University of Texas and beating me out in my sophomore year. Sorry. I don't care what they've offered him to come here. I got numbers from high school that I may not have numbers from college, but once you see me in my sophomore year or my junior year at Texas, you're not having portal guys coming here from anywhere else unless they're Cam Coleman-like guys. You know what I'm saying? That's
Bijan
unless
Robinson,
they're first or second round guys.
Bijan Robinson has been a Pro Bowler twice. He's already spent 3 years in the NFL. He's rushed for nearly 4,000 yards and 25 touchdowns. And this guy that Texas is hosting on a visit is his same age. That's crazy.
And I'm not knocking him, but if you're some of these other guys we talk about that Texas went out and recruited as 5-star, the great recruiting class of wide receivers, you're looking at that guy and going, no, he's not taking my snaps. He's not taking my reps. When he comes here in the spring, all the stuff that I showed this group when I came out of high school is about to be unfold right in front of their eyes.
Yeah.
That guy's not taking my reps.
Sure. Well, competition breeds excellence.
And you can miss, by the way, you can miss in the portal too.
Of course. Well, that's the thing. Like I wonder what Sterling Burkhalter is thinking. I would think that guy doesn't believe he's an NFL player, but considering, he's still playing college football and going for another year of eligibility and not going to get a job in the real world, then maybe he believes he's got a chance. But is he willing to be wide receiver 4 or 5 or 6 at Texas? Or is he like, I'd rather go somewhere where I can actually play? Somewhere not as good.
Then I would think why would you come here then? I think you would go somewhere where you have an opportunity to play the game of football,
That's my question.
Yeah, stay at Wake Forest.
Right. Well, I don't know if he already hit the portal. I think he's leaving Wake Forest.
But I'm just saying, in my mind, I would have said, if I'm going to try this, I'm going to stay where I am, like the guys from Michigan. I'm going to stay here. I'm comfortable here. Why am I going to run off to a place like Texas with all these great athletes unless they're telling me something? I mean, sometimes it's just too many. But once again, if the guy's coming here, you don't have to pay very much for him, and it's just competition, and you got a bunch of young guys that understand. That's up to the young guys to get better. By the way, it's up to them to get better, right?
For sure. You still need to develop. That's still very important. And I don't want that part to be completely lost. We're all still infatuated with the portal these days, but you still have to.
It puts a lot of pressure on the coach that coaches the position. You've got to be able to handle personalities now.
Yeah. Texas just re-upped Chris Jackson's contract, the wide receivers coach. So he's going to be here for another few years. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Again, Sterling Burkhalter in for a visit. 23 going on 24. And See if the Longhorns make an offer and if he ends up coming to Texas. Obviously for him, play at Texas, have a chance to compete for a national championship, maybe get a degree from the University of Texas, make a little bit of cash in your last year playing football. There's plenty of perks, plenty of reasons why it could make sense for Sterling Burkhalter. But yeah, I mean, that adds another body to the wide receiver room. In Texas, look, they lost 4 to the portal, Buck. To this point, they've only brought in 1. Now, the one that they added should count as 2 or 3 because he's so freaking good. But just in terms of sheer bodies, then they could use another one.
Yeah, I mean, and kids are so different when they go, and they're still, I know they're grown-ups at 23 and all that stuff, but they've been treated differently. And, I mean, if a guy's coming to take my place from someplace and I was recruited to Texas, boy, you're going to have a hard time getting my spot because I'm going to make sure my ass has developed over the course of a year. If I was a 5-star coming out of high school, by the time I'm a sophomore getting ready, maybe be a junior in college, it's going to be hard to take my job.
Sure.
I'm going to work my ass off that it's going to be hard. I'm not just because you just got paid to come from the portal and the numbers that you're showing I'm looking at them going, what have you done? You've been to Wake Forest and Cincy and North Carolina A&T. You're going to have a hard time getting my 5-star job. So it's just got to be manageable. It's got to be manageable. But some kids are expecting, no, this is what's given. This is given to you. You're a 5-star. By the time you're a sophomore, you should be playing. We're going to be playing you. No, nothing's given. But a lot of guys don't see it that way.
Yeah. And now there's only one portal window, so you don't have to worry about anybody getting ticked off about this and leaving, which is good news for Texas.
That's why you don't need to be signing in December when you have February 4th. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. Matter of fact, I do know I don't agree with that. But Burkhalter last year, 30 catches, 416 yards, 2 touchdowns. Okay. Dalen McCutcheon had 7 catches. Khalil Lockett had 5 catches this past season. So Burkhalter with more skins on the wall helps that he's going to be 24 for next season, while those 2 Longhorns are like 19 right now. But we'll see. Again, we will see what happens. Texas not done in the portal. They obviously went and signed Lawrence Seymour, the offensive lineman, earlier in the week. Still awaiting word on whether or not he's going to be granted an extra year of eligibility. That's a big one, obviously.
And I like what they've done in the linebacker room, BK, when they've gone on guys like from Pitt. I mean, I'm fine with them doing that in the secondary too.
They've
but then again, I've been an offensive coach forever, so that's how I think.
Right. Well, they went and got Bo Masco out of the secondary. You want more secondary pieces? Yeah,
if they were in the portal, guys that have experience back there, they've been through some fires, no matter where they've been. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I don't know how many plug and play starters there are still available, but there's more than 1,000 players still out there in the portal. So, teams like Texas, they can do their due diligence now and see if they can find some diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, there you go. The diamonds in the rough. Once again, that can happen. That can happen. Guys can take to coaching a different way. And as I said, it's those things can that can happen.
Finding a diamond in the rough, what can happen?
Yeah, it can happen. There's certain things that one guy does that another guy that you may have here for 2 years can't do, but this guy is very dependable on doing this certain route. You need a first down. Hey, I know where I'm going because I know this guy's going to be right where he's supposed to be every time, and he's going to catch it or he's going to run and get me that 2 yards. Even if this thing gets plugged up, he's going to find a way to get his body lean and take advantage of a one-on-one tackle and get me a first. It doesn't seem like big things, but it's things that get you first downs and get you wins. And plus it helps you at practice and stuff. But what you don't want is you don't want a room full of problems.
You don't want a room full of problems.
And because it's hard enough. Remember, you're paying guys now. It's already guys getting pissed that guy made that much. He's got what kind of deal going on? And my agent hasn't got me a deal here yet with this part, and this university hasn't done this or that. They're now paying you. So there's some guy. Not everybody's happy.
Well, the good news is wide receivers are generally pretty calm and reserved, and they don't get upset about anything. Wow. So you don't have to worry about that happening.
Goodness, that group and the cornerbacks and stuff. Wow.
Yeah. Well, hey, this year is all about helping out Arch Manning. At least it should be, right?
Yeah, this is about winning and playing in a championship game and winning a national championship. Do what you have to do. Here's your wide receiver coach. You're just getting paid some extra bucks. You're going to be here another year. You go ahead and fix this. Hey, by the way, the head coach is not calling defenses anymore. That's on him to keep some of these rooms content with what's going on, to make them compete without, trying to cut each other's throat. That's his job. He's got more time to be the coach, the arm around the guy coach.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. So there you go. There's the latest for Texas football in the portal. Again, to this point, 17 players have signed. There could be an 18th coming with Sterling Burkhalter. Was on campus yesterday for a visit. Have not heard yet if there's been an official offer extended. I have not heard yet if Burkhalter has any more visits planned to other schools. But the Longhorns clearly interested in adding more experienced depth to their 2026
What about eligibility, dude? He's here too, right?
We're still waiting to get approval. I mean, no, Lawrence Seymour's not here. Like, Lawrence Seymour is finishing up his final semester of his undergraduate degree at Western Kentucky.
He's been on this campus for a visit, right? Oh, no, the one. Is he the one who hasn't ever visited?
Hasn't visited, but
he just wants to come. He just wants to be in Austin.
He wants to be in Austin. And again, both sides feel good about him being able to play in 2026, but nothing official on that. It is the NC2A. It's impossible to predict what they're thinking, and they will drag their feet on this. That is one thing you do know. So I don't know when we're going to get an answer on that, but it'd be nice to know soon. I mean, for the staff, so they could try to find another offensive lineman if this one can't play. And also, I'd really like some good news here, because I feel like this dude could be your starter at left guard, and you need a left guard after what we saw there last season.
Yeah, these guys need to be good. I mean, we can't have a room full of scrubs. This place has been this is a different brand of football right now, and just because the numbers have gone up, that don't mean you need to bring in the scrubs. You need to keep your money. You need to keep the people that you have, making sure that they don't go anywhere after the year's over with, or people aren't in their ear. So there's a lot. This is now a true corporation where you got to keep your employees. How about this? You got to keep your employees who really are your employees. You got to keep them happy too, that they don't bail on you either. And they don't poison the well. The well can't get poisoned. So you have to be careful. It's tough, boy. It's a tough business now.
It is. It is indeed. And I mean, Lawrence Seymour.
But everybody's dealing with it. That's
of course
the thing. But some have, there are the haves and the have-nots still.
But these aren't just scrubs that, Texas is looking at adding right now. Again, Lawrence Seymour, that was a second-team All-American in 2025, and Sterling Burkhalter had 30 catches and 400-plus yards for a Power 4 team in 2025. So these guys do have some skins on the wall. And again, Texas looking for experienced depth, or I think they, try to find some young talent too, right? Some of the guys that they've signed out of the portal, a guy like Zion Williams, the defensive lineman from LSU, Jonte Newman, the offensive lineman from Texas A&M. Those are like stash guys, right? Like, so if there's young talent out there that they feel like, all right, we can develop, they'll take a flyer on that. And again, on the opposite end of the spectrum.
And I agree. If you're doing that in the portal, you should. If you got guys that are young like that you think that have a future, that's a better guess than it is than getting a high schooler.
Well, I mean, it's cheaper to get them now than to get them after they develop.
Yes, absolutely.
It's always cheaper to retain than to go get out of the portal.
I agree.
So if you get, again, a guy who hasn't done anything in his college career, then, okay, you make it work out. You develop him. You turn him into a starter. Of course, you have to pay him more to keep him around, but it's not as much as it would cost to go to the portal and bring him in. So that's why you take your chances on guys like Jonte Newman and Zion Williams.
Yeah, I mean, at certain positions, the more the merrier. Offensive line, defensive line, but in those prima donna rooms, look out.
Yeah.
Better have it together, coach, because there's going to be.
Are you worried about that? You keep bringing that up. Are you worried about that?
Yeah, I will always worry. I mean, that was always, well, I had separators. I had guys that I would just tell guys, just keep on working hard, because in your mind, you really don't think you're better than that dude right there, do you? I see you every day. I've seen you in high school. I saw that guy on one reel of a couple plays. You're not that guy. You can keep working, and you keep working hard over the next 2 years. You may be able to go in and replace him and do some things, but as of now, keep working, because don't look at me and say, hey, when am I going to get playing time? Because I'm going to look at you. I'm like, should I take that guy right there off the field and bring you in the game? Because if they say yes, I said, you're out of your mind.
That's
You
just
know,
coaching right there, though. That
yeah.
doesn't bother me or worry me if that happens.
No, but as I said, that some of that stuff can get to be poison, you know?
Uh-huh. Look, Texas, we saw it with Jonte Cook a couple years ago. They
yes.
kicked Jonte Cook off the team in the middle of a
Yeah.
season. That was a
And dude,
former
I guarantee you
five-star.
that had to do with why am I not playing? I'm better, I'm
Yes.
faster, I can do it. Yes.
So that's and that was in a playoff season. So it didn't derail the year. That was 2024, midway through the year, Longhorns' first season in the SEC. Jonte Cook was not happy. He was being a problem in the locker room. And Texas and the Longhorns were very nice in the way they released the news to the public saying, oh, he's just leaving the program.
Right.
They told that dude to get packing. So
Yeah, and
if
I
it
think
comes to that,
believe,
that's the good. Like, if it gets to that, they have already shown that now we don't care that you're a five-star. If you're going to be a total hindrance to what we are trying to build here, then, hey, guess what? There's 135 other FBS teams that may want you. You can't stay here.
I think it's what you've always said, about, about these young guys. I mean, you can't, coaches are problem solvers. You always say that, coaches, and that's what their job is. Your job is to solve those type of problems. I just bring that up to the lay people that have never been in the coach. I mean, they just watch football and why is this happening? How is this happening in the room? Why are these things? I just bring it up because I've been around it and seen what can start to happen if you're not that kind of coach and you're not a problem solver. Because not everybody's, like you said coaches are not all of them are problem solvers. They have their faults too, and what they can't do and what they're good at and what they're not good at, even in their own positions. So, but you're right. The most of them are problem solvers. That's how they got into coaching, and that's how they stayed in the coaching. So
Sure.
you figure those things out. I'll tell you this: I'd rather have a room of 15 running backs than just 2 running backs. I know that. I can solve the problems with 15. If I got 2 and somebody gets hurt, I'm like, oh my God, that's a problem.
Right. Oh, they're adding for that reason. And again, I don't think Sterling Burkhalter, again, they haven't added him yet, so I shouldn't be talking like that, but they're going to kick the tires on a number of other players. Not just for the sake of adding, but if they feel like there's someone who can provide some value to that team, to that locker room, they are going to do it. You don't have to worry about numbers anymore with the 105 scholarship rule. So this won't be the end of Texas's portal pursuits. They're going to be hosting a few more kids in the coming weeks or months. Now, I think at this point, these guys wouldn't get here until after the spring. But obviously they'd be here for the summer. They'd be here for fall camp. And most importantly, they'd be here for the 2026 season.
No, and once again, please, just because I'm saying these things, folks, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm like, no, don't take that kid. Don't bring that kid in. No, hell no. That guy may be able to do some special things. Bring him.
Right. And look, I think that's something Sark has openly talked about, and I don't think it's just lip service. Like he does want to get to know these guys. He does want to get to know their families and make sure that, okay, not only are they good players, that obviously matters, but are they a good culture fit?
Yes.
Are they going to fit in with what we are trying to do and build here? And I mean, it's already pretty built with Texas. I'd say the culture here is in a really, really good spot now, 5 years into the Steve Sarkisian era. So does he fit with what we already have going in this locker room, or is he going to be a detractor who's rowing the boat in a different direction?
Yeah, and he knows that, and he'll know that over the weekend after, those kids are around each other and stuff. It'll be bye. It'll just be no. They'll let him down lightly, but they'll say it just doesn't fit.
Yeah, I don't have to offer. Like that 2026 high schooler, Elijah Ali, we showed his picture yesterday, Buck.
The guy's a stud, folks.
They haven't offered him yet. They don't have to offer. Here it is, by the way, if you missed the California defensive lineman in this 26 high school class.
That's massive. Look at that. Look, he takes up the whole square.
That is the picture on his recruiting profile on 24/7 Sports. Pretty amazing. All right. Good stuff. Good Longhorn football conversation there. We'll keep you posted if anything breaks throughout the course of the day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We will reset things in a moment. We'll let y'all know about our futures and the futures of some of the other TSU hosts here in a second. Some other Longhorn football stories to get into, including a tremendous honor for a class of 2026 signee. for Texas. We've got some basketball to get into, and don't forget later in hour 2, the top 5 airplane/airport videos in TSU history.
Chilling.
A lot to get into. But before we dive into any of that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at St. Patrick, of course, celebrating their 50th year of unbelievable service and giving you all that great quality of Longhorn gear. They've got all the apparel there, the collectibles, the accessories. They got books, all kinds of Texas-themed items, gifts, books, as I said, and a whole variety of men's and women's clothing. And ladies, if you're looking for those winter dresses and winter skirts and pants, you can get them right now at St. Patrick. They have everything. And guys, if you're looking for a jacket or you're looking for a hoodie, light hoodie, heavy hoodies, leather jackets with hoods to them, they have them over at 5222 Burnett Road. They've got everything that you're looking for at St. Patrick, even luggage. And my jelly cats, of course. New style of jelly cat is in there, or should I say jelly cats? Yeah, because they have numerous cats that are available for you at 5222 Burnett Road. And if you have, they offer free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Jay and the guys would love to see you come on over and say hello to the folks over there. For more information, once again, celebrating 50 years of great service and great men's and women's apparel at St. Patrick. Go to stpatrick.com for more information.
Yeah, definitely follow their Facebook page too. They've got some great sales going on.
Oh, yes.
Part of that 50-year anniversary. So take advantage at St. Patrick right now. Also take advantage of Tom McKay. Yeah, I'm going to stop right
Please
there.
do take advantage of that, dude.
Take advantage of that guy.
Yes.
Phrasing, huh?
Yeah, take advantage of him.
Hey, he will hook you up with the home TV setup of your dreams. Super Bowl 1 week from Sunday. Texas softball back next weekend. Texas baseball back in 2 weeks. March Madness will be here before you know it. The Stanley Cup playoff. Oh, the Olympics start next week. Did I forget about that? Come on.
Wow.
Make the call. AV Consultations. They will get you the TVs that you need. Don't buy a TV. Oh, I can get a great deal. Look how cheap that is. No, they get the deals better because they buy in bulk. They will hook you up from start to finish. TVs, surround sound, speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance systems to keep you and your loved ones safe. They can install a golf simulator in your home. The new Foresight technology. They can do that as well. Seriously, anything to elevate your home into another level in 2026. AV Consultations can hook you up. Why? Well, they've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988, coming up on 4 decades, providing the very best work, the best equipment, the best people, the best service, the best everything, plus some great conversation anytime you call Tom McKay. You know, we're adding callers to this show starting next week, Buck.
Oh, boy.
We're going to be talking to Tom McKay probably 2 or 3 times a week on this deal. So
that's exciting.
Buckle up for that. But, hey, you could give him a call. He'll hook you up, 512-255-8678. You can find him online, avconsultations.com.
Now, folks, if you had a fall over the course of these couple of days and you've hit something, that knee or that elbow or those ankles, please call on the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Contact them, please. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Now, my wife has been to Dr. Danny before for her shoulder a couple of years ago. And Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton there. They're dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back in the good quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. So, like I said, if you had a fall or that knee is just starting to give out on you, and you had to have that, you were thinking about getting a knee replacement, call those dudes. Call Texas Orthopedics. They have great folks over there. Once again, surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care. And they are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more info, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. I apologize if I'm a little all over the place this morning. I am locked in on this Australian Open semifinal.
How's Sinners doing? Has he rallied back?
We're in a 5th set.
Oh my God, this thing's taking hours, isn't it? These guys have been there since midnight.
Well, we had a 5.5-hour match between Carlos Alcaraz and Sasha Zverev that Alcaraz was able to win. And now we're in the 5th set, Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic, and it's 3-3 deuce. Novak actually just won that point, so he's got a break here to go up 4-3 in the winner-take-all 5th set. And I am pulling for Djokovic because he's nearing the end of his career. I don't know how many opportunities the GOAT is going to have to win.
Yeah, Sinner's pretty young guy.
Any more Grand Slams. So I would love to see Novak get this one done. Obviously, if he does win, he'll have to beat Carlos Alcaraz, who's ridiculous.
Which will be a great match, which will be a fun match because those
guys. Either
they'll be
way.
animated like nobody's business, those two.
Oh my God. Alcaraz was like throwing up during his match overnight. He was cramping. He was getting worked on. It's hot down there in Australia. And these guys are warriors, man. Such unbelievable athletes and some spectacular tennis overnight. I'm mad at myself. I was trying to stay up for most of the Alcaraz match, and I mean, it was like 12:30 in the morning, and I just crashed. It's a break for Djokovic, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
You are into it.
I'm into it, man. I love tennis, and I don't care who knows. All right. Hey, I
love figure skating, and I definitely don't care who knows.
No, that is well documented. And you will be doing that. I don't know the time zone difference between us and Italy, where the Winter Olympics are, but you will be standing up, cheering, pumping your fist, watching figure skating when the Olympics get rolling next weekend.
They're not little girls; they're grown women skating. So I'm not there to see them do double loops, triple sow cows, and all that because they're women. They're athletes. This is an athletic event. I know what some of you people are thinking. Why watch figure skating? I watch men's also, and they're little tights. I just want to get that out of the way. Hey, I want to get that out of the way before the Olympics started, okay?
Well, let me ask you a question here. What do you think the people are thinking when you say something like that?
That they're thinking that I like women's figure skating because I like to see when they're doing little single leg splits, and things like that, and little whirly birds. No, I'm not thinking that. I'm looking at their athleticism.
Oh, you think people would be criticizing you if you were watching the women because they were attractive?
I think they would be a little bit more critical if they thought that's the reason why I watched it. Hey, there's some ugly ones that skate too, by the way, that are very athletic. So I'll let you know that too. They're not all pretty.
What about the men? Do you watch the men because you think they are attractive?
No, I watch the athleticism of those dudes, the leaps that they do, and how they land on a freaking blade. Then again, I was a figure skater myself. I used to get out there single blader with figure skates on. Actually, I dabbled in some hockey with figure skates on. Nothing like getting hit in the skate foot wearing figure skates with a hockey puck.
Hey, ice skating at the shopping mall one time does not make you a figure skater, sir.
No, we played. I mean, they froze the hockey rink in my town and in my neighborhood where it used to be the Rose Garden. They would fill that thing up, and dude, it was. Can you imagine the gear of a bunch of steel mill workers' kids playing with? The fake pads. Nobody could afford. Well, some had hockey skates, but not many of them. Most of them were figure skate guys with figure skates to skate on because that's where you met the girls at the rink was your figure skates.
I don't know if you were picking up chicks if you were figure skating. You might have been picking up some dudes.
Oh no! People, it'd just be like a roller skating rink. Back in the day, you'd just be going around, and you'd meet your girl there. You'd meet your 7th grade, 6th grade girlfriend. And see at the figure skating place, and you just go around in a circle for hours.
Yeah, I don't know. That's I'm glad I
every once in a while, warm up the ice a little bit. Time out. Got to hit the ground here. Oh, let me help you up, honey. No, let's just stay down for a while.
Oh yeah, that worked. And then some other kid would fall right on top of y'all. That's fun. Oh man, well, congrats.
Well, even you at some time in your life met girls at the pool. I would think. Now, did you ever go to public? You probably had your own pool anyway. You probably had your at house at your house No, you didn't have a pool. You were like a beach guy. You had to go to the beach to meet the girls.
Had a pool later in my childhood, which was great. Oh my God, awesome. But the Jewish Community Center pool, I got some run at the community pool growing up.
And so that means you had to run at some neighborhood females at the communities, right?
I thought girls had cooties until like 19 years old, so I don't know if I did.
I'm not buying that. Nobody's even buying that one. 19.
No, you're right. No, you're definitely right.
There you go.
Yeah, of course, some run-ins. Not so much at the ice rink because I didn't go ice skating much.
No.
Most people don't go ice skating much in Texas, but
No.
the pool, summertime.
Summertime pool, yeah.
Oh yeah. All right.
You play a little Marco Polo, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I've done that. I've absolutely done that. Hey, congrats are in order to Jermaine Bishop Jr., one of Texas's signees in the class of 2026. Yesterday, Buck, he was named Mr. Texas Football by Dave Campbell's Texas Football, which is obviously a massive deal, an honor that's only bestowed on one football player every year in the entire state.
Sweet. So we'll be hearing that throughout his career.
Hey,
he
fine
was
with
Mr.
me.
Football.
Mr. Football in the state of Texas. And some of the numbers he put up at Willis High School, ridiculous. 4 seasons on the varsity team, 4,921 receiving yards and 55 receiving touchdowns.
Wow.
He also had 17 rushing touchdowns. He also had 17 career interceptions in his college career on defense. He also was an elite punt and kickoff returner. And he punted it 12 times in his career with an average of 41 yards per punt. So not only is he like the best offensive and defensive player, but he was like an emergency specialist too if you needed him.
Who does he think he is? Ryan Niblett?
No, he's better than Ryan Niblett.
Wait, no, he's not better.
Well, at least his high school numbers were better than Ryan
his high school numbers.
We haven't seen Jermaine Bishop at college yet, but it's a 5-star, one of the top athletes in the country, one of the top players in the nation in this class of 2026.
That's awesome. That's great news.
Just insane stats for this dude over the course of his entire high school career, but especially his senior season. And we'll see. I mean, Sark has not really announced what position he's going to play. Sounds like they're going to try him at both, see how it works, and see where he's better.
New Michael Terry on the block.
Yeah, but I feel like no, they weren't doing that with Michael Terry. Like they planned Michael Terry to be at wide receiver when he got here.
Okay. Before he got here, they had a position for him.
Right. Yeah, they had something in mind. With Jermaine Bishop, it's like, I don't know. I mean, look, the head coach, you would think the head coach is always going to win out. And because he's an offensive coach, feel like wide receivers got the leg up there. But either way, I mean, I don't know if they're going to Travis Hunter this thing to where he's going to play like a ton on both sides of the ball. But it seems like this is a guy who would have been a highly regarded recruit as a wide receiver or a defensive back.
Yeah, the offensive head coach generally wins that battle.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's 155 pounds too.
Well, definitely going to win that battle. Now that you just said that, yeah, the offensive coach is going to win that battle because there's not many places on the other side of the ball for that dude to go play.
Right. He's small. I mean, look, Xavier Worthy wasn't much bigger than that, and we saw the type of impact that he could make and is still making now in the NFL. Look, Bishop, I mean, he's tough. He's a willing blocker. He runs over the middle of the field. He was willing to tackle.
His height again. What's his height?
Let me double check the height. I think he's 5'11".
Which means he's 5'9".
Yeah, I don't know. 5'11", 155 is what he's listed at. So I don't know. They play that game in high school?
Of course they play that game. They play the weight game. Yeah, they do the height game.
Yeah. They're playing the weight game and they made him 155. So what is he, like 140? Is he you?
No, I'm going to believe he's in the 150s. I'm going to keep him in the 150s at least, with the ability to eventually be in the 160s.
Huh.
But the 5'11", you know what that is? That ain't 5'11".
I don't know. I mean, I've never seen the kid. I know you always make up your height, so you take it out on other people.
I do not.
This is what people do. It's like you cast stones from a glass house. Don't pay attention to me. I'm doing the exact same thing, but no, I don't. It's everybody else who does it. I know that's what you do. I get it.
I've never changed from 5'9". I will always say it. I've never said the word 5'8". I was 5'8" when I was in like.
Yeah, you're not 5'9" is the point. Like that's my point. Is you've been lying about your height for you're consistent. I give you credit for that, but there's no way you're 5'9".
5'9". Yes.
I don't buy it. Just don't buy it.
I'm going to get. That's it. When I go to see my doctor next time, I'm getting a little deal out, and we're doing it. Can I wear my shoes though?
No.
Okay.
And what are you wearing? Platform shoes? Is that how you've been 5'9" all these years?
Sneakers. regular sneakers because they weigh me now with my clothes on. Nobody asks you to take your shoes off anymore. I think that's a deal where people don't want you just sitting around the doctor's office. It used to be, take your shoes off, please. Take your glasses off, take your hoodie off when they weigh you. They don't even care. You go into a doctor's office now, they go stand on the scale. Okay, this is what you weigh. Okay, we don't give a shit. Here, go sit down. Yeah, they don't do that anymore. I used to go into those things now, and I've been in enough of them lately. I'm like, what happened to the take your shoes off or take your jacket off? They don't care. Weigh yourselves. Stand on that scale over there. I said, shoes on? Yeah.
I feel like I've always taken off the shoes, but I haven't gone to as many doctors as you have lately.
Yeah. Or maybe they don't care. When you get to a certain age, who cares how much you weigh? This is not going to put enough weight on you anyway. For the things that are wrong with you, nobody cares.
I know it's going to take you 5 minutes to put your shoes back on after you take them off.
That's what I said. They don't want you waiting around there.
Let's just get this thing rolling here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Well, congrats to Jermaine Bishop Jr. One of the most
awesome.
accomplished, dude. You put his stats up against anybody who's ever played high school football in the Lone Star State. And, he can hold a candle to pretty much anybody. Just ridiculous production. Again, 4-year varsity player at Willis High School, 6A school. And, yeah, man, I just can't wait to see what he does on the 40 acres. He's already here. He's an early enrollee, so he's moved in. He's on campus. He's getting some work in. But he's one of those guys that I think can make an instant impact in his true freshman season.
That's awesome.
I'm excited to see
what he football does in this state. That's crazy.
Yeah, getting that in any state. I don't care if you're that in Alaska. Like, that's a big deal. But obviously getting it in this one is pretty next level. So awesome stuff. And he's been, and you're probably not supposed to pick favorites here, but he's been like my favorite of the Texas signees in 2026 for a while now. Just makes him more of a favorite.
Yeah, I'll pick mine out from that February 4th group.
Okay. Well, you might have one person to choose from. You might have 0, by the way. So we'll see what happens.
No, don't say that. Something's happening.
Man, I don't know.
All the party stuff that I've got, the streamers and everything for that Tuesday. Are you trying to tell me nothing?
Where are you going to have this party?
Like on our show, I'm gonna have the streamers ready to go off when you tell me the guy has signed the letter intent is in. We're gonna blow those off in the house if we have to.
Yeah. Well, you might have to because there's gonna be no one showing up to that party. But I hope you do. That'd be a great bit if you literally just put up a bunch of streamers and have balloons going for next Wednesday.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited.
You don't have to spend much. You don't have to take much time. Just put it behind you on that little small.
That's
camera.
right. You're right. It's going to be good. I'm excited. I told my wife. My wife keeps saying, "What is this? You keep talking about February 4th." She goes, "My birthday is coming up in February." I'm like, "Yeah, I know that too." I said, "Yeah, that's a big day too."
And don't give a crap about that.
I said, "We're talking about February 4th. We're talking about National Signing Day here."
Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a very, very big deal. 5 years ago, it was a big deal. Texas basketball, Buck. Congrats to the ladies. Nice win last night at Florida, 88-68. Madison Booker, 24 points. Aaliyah Crump, 14. Good to have her back. She missed 15 games with an injury. Talks about her maybe taking a medical redshirt year. She's back in the lineup, and she adds a 3-point presence that Texas has not had. That's the biggest weakness for Texas basketball, and it kind of has been the last couple of years under Vic Schaefer. They don't make a lot of threes. They still won a bunch of games, so it hasn't hurt them too much. But obviously, it's nice when you can knock down some 3-pointers, and Aaliyah Crump helps there. It's a nice win for the ladies. They've got 5 straight games coming up against ranked opponents. It starts on Sunday with OU coming to town.
Here's the gauntlet. OU's got a big young lady in the middle. I know that. I've seen her.
Yeah,
she takes up a lot of space.
Madison Beers.
Yeah, she is. I'm just going to say she's big. That's all. She takes up a lot of room. She's tall. She's wide. When she gets in the middle, there needs to be space for her feet.
Madison Beer is the supermodel dating Justin Herbert. Reagan Beers is the lady that you are referencing.
Yes,
sir. They brought in Aaliyah Chavez too, the #1 recruit in the country that Texas really wanted. Texas Tech really wanted her too. She's at Oklahoma, so the Longhorns will get to see her on Sunday.
Or maybe my thinking is Chavez is the one who's in the middle. She's been playing, right?
No, No, Beers is the one.
Is the one, I mean, just big body.
Unless you're thinking about Audie Crooks at Iowa State.
No, I'm thinking of one from Oklahoma.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's Beers who you're talking about. So the men's team, speaking of Oklahoma, Texas at OU on the men's side tomorrow at 1:00.
Got to have that one.
Sooners are not good. I mean, they suck. They always suck because it's OU. But like this basketball team, they're 1-7 in the SEC, which is tied for dead last in the conference. They started 1-0 in the league. They've lost 7 in a row. Don't lose this game, Coach. I have been defending you a lot.
Yes.
Losing to the Land Thieves would not be easy for me to defend.
Well, not since when you lost the Aggies too, right?
Right. You're right. Yeah, you don't want to lose to your rivals. I mean, A&M at least is, A&M's first in the SEC right now. So that one's a little more palatable. By my tongue as I say
that Bucky ball is working for the Aggies, huh?
Yeah, so far so good. They still haven't beaten a ranked team. I don't think they've played a ranked team yet this year.
I think you were saying they haven't. There's none hardly on the schedule,
which is crazy. So that will change. They'll definitely be battle tested in the latter half.
They do it in football and they do it in basketball.
Pretty amazing how that works. Football, they get to avoid them altogether. Basketball, they at least have to play them. It's just backloaded. But yeah, look, a loss to Oklahoma, a loss to A&M. You don't want to do it. Goes without saying. That doesn't qualify as a bad loss in the eyes of the tournament committee. A loss to Oklahoma, I know it's on the road, but losing to an OU team that should have fired their coach 2 years ago is
right.
Porter Mosier's on a hotter seat than any coach in the country right now. You lose to that guy and that team, that's going to be tough. You got to beat them twice. You get them back at home late in the year. You got to
definitely can't lose that one.
No, I mean, the next 3, you've got at OU, they're really bad. Home South Carolina, they're really bad. Home Ole Miss, they're really bad.
Yes.
Any one of those 3, I think, would qualify as a bad loss. And you don't need those as the calendar turns over to February this weekend.
No. So you need those wins right now. You need those wins.
And Oklahoma, like the thing, Oklahoma's not, it's not like they're getting blown out in these games. They've been close. They had Mizzou beaten on the road.
They do Oklahoma things.
I mean, they got the Mizzou game, Oklahoma, Missouri. Hopefully y'all were doing something better than watching this. OU was up by 3 in the final seconds. Missouri hits a 3 at the buzzer to force overtime.
Oh.
OU's up by 2 in the final seconds. Mizzou hits a 3 at the buzzer in overtime to win the game. Crazy. So
yeah, that's OU like things.
I know. They almost had Arkansas over the weekend at home, or excuse me, on Tuesday at home, and they barely lost that game. So like it's going to be a close game. I don't think Texas is going to blow them out. Just find a way to win because everybody else has been doing it, and you should too.
Right. Well, don't give them more than 15 free throws.
Yeah.
See if you can do that.
I'll take like 20 to 25. I mean,
oh my God.
They gave up 25 to Georgia and won by 20. So
oh my God.
You could get up to 25. It's when we're getting into the mid to upper 30s where it's going to kill you. 35 to Kentucky and 39.
Yeah, well, Oklahoma's probably a bad free throw shooting group anyway, so you can give up to 35 probably.
If you can't defend this team, then the defense is just never going to get fixed.
We fouled the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. We fouled the shit out of them.
And we knew before we came that we were going to have to be able to defend without fouling. And we really have a way of fouling. There's no doubt about that.
I love it. We have a way of fouling.
We really have a way of fouling. I mean, he also talked about like, what's the metaphor? He used another metaphor. I think I have it right here. We didn't play this after the Auburn game, but Sean Miller, like talking about his defensive problems and his team struggling to defend without foul.
We're a better offensive team than defensive team, but I've been doing this enough to at least know this, that when you get deep into a conference season and you're fighting good teams, good coaches, you have to be able to defend and play offense. You're not going to be able to say, hey, tonight's our hot night and we're going to go get one. There's too many good players on the other team. There's too many good teams and coaches in this league. So, our defense, it has to get better individually, collectively, and we're going to stay at it and keep hitting that rock. They say it breaks. It's not breaking right now for us. We're just keep hitting it.
It doesn't even have a crack in it. It's just all we're doing is slamming that rock and nothing's happening to it. The structure of the rock stays the same.
Keep hitting that rock is what they're doing.
He says, yeah, we just can't play offense, and play no defense and just let them score. We have to work for our offense. And when the opposing team doesn't have to do anything, they just go down and make a bucket because we can't defend them, or we foul the shit out of them. They go to the free throw line. That's great.
Top 10 offense in the country, and they are flushing it down the toilet because of how bad they are on defense.
Man.
Oh, man. All right, so Texas.
I know it's as good as he's as excited as he is about being here. He would love for this year to be starting in the year number 2. I got to believe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, this year's not done. They got a chance to make a tournament. You get in the dance, you give yourself a chance. So hopefully they can at least get there. That'd be nice. But yeah, I hope. I felt about Sark in year 1. It's kind of how I feel about Schloss in year 1, but it's tough because they won the SEC. Like I want year 1 to be the worst year that every coach at Texas has, right? And it makes sense. Like it takes time to build a culture. You're usually taking over for a guy who got fired because he wasn't good enough. There's a bunch of roster turnover that always happens when you have a coaching change. So it's tough to get things going in year 1. So my hope is like year 1 is the worst and everything gets better after that. So for Sean Miller, again, I hope Texas makes the tournament. That's solid in year 1. And then I hope it's like, okay, we've been dating the bubble for way too long. It's time to break up with the bubble, Buck, and just be a lock to make the tournament every single year.
Yes, I agree.
I'm not, you got to be Duke, you got to be a once. That'd be great. Of course. No, this team needs to be, it's the University of Texas with the facilities. I would like them to invest more money into NIL. They're not doing nearly enough of that, I think. But you know how football and baseball work here. But with there's enough talent in the state, there's enough facilities, there's enough money. It's the University of Texas. They should be a tournament team every single year, minimum.
Yeah, I mean, they should be recruiting that one player, to the Kevin Durant's and what they've been doing lately. One of those guys got to come up every year that wants to come here, and you pay him to come here.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have to be from the state of Texas. He can be from anywhere, but that one person needs to come here. And your team has to be built around whether he's a 1 year, 4 months. But for that time, you can build enough around him that you have enough other role players that this one guy can carry you to where you need to get to.
100%. And look, Texas already has a couple of really, really talented signees for the class of 2027, including Austin Gooseby, Trevor Gooseby's younger brother, 5-star, including Bo Ogden, Chris Ogden's son at Westlake, high 4-star. So that helps having those types of connections here. But, yeah, man, there's a couple of other guys that Texas is in the mix for. Obviously, the portal is going to be used again because Texas is going to lose a lot from this year's squad. So, yeah, I mean, that's, again, I hope this is the worst year. I hope this is the last time for a long time we're talking about, like, boy, Texas better win this game. Otherwise, they might not make the tournament. Right. I don't want to be dealing with that. That ain't fun.
It's you don't want them to lose any games, but it's always better to, if they lose this game, everything's fine. They just had a bad game. They're going to be just fine.
Yeah, that's the hope. Novak Djokovic, by the way, has just defeated Yannick Sinner.
There you go.
That's a pretty massive upset there. Sorry, I had to mention that. I got like chills. I'm such a loser with tennis. Novak Djokovic today, Buck. He was plus 815 to win this match. Yannick Sinner was minus 1200. So I know you hear Djokovic is like, doesn't he always win? Yannick Sinner was minus 1200 and Joker just beat him. So big deal in the world of tennis. Now he gets Carlos Alcaraz on the.
That's how you bet right there.
Yeah, that's big. I wish I did. I didn't see it coming. All right, so we'll take your thoughts. Again, Texas men's against OU tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Texas women's against OU Sunday afternoon. Texas baseball, they've got the alumni game and fan appreciation day at the Dish tomorrow. If you want to go, be a little chilly out there, I believe. But I think doors open at 10 a.m. The game doesn't start till 2, but they're doing autographs. They're doing pictures. Bevo 15 will be there. You get to hang out with the big guy. You could take pictures with the SEC championship trophy. Yeah, sweet. Texas did win the SEC in baseball in year 1. Losers, everybody else. Don't worry about the tournament. We don't need to talk about the tournament. But get out there, man. Should be fun. The Dish. Free event, by the way, for anybody who wants to go.
Looks like there's going to be some sunshine. It's just not going to be as warm, as it's like next week. I see 72, 73 next week.
Let me ask you this real quick before we get to our
sir.
top 5 airplane airport videos in TSU history.
I am here for the asking.
I don't know if you heard that, because this microphone's pretty good. It usually doesn't pick up a ton of ambient noise. Every morning at like 8:30 to 8:40, there is it's clearly a carpool situation, but there is a car out in my apartment complex parking lot that just lays on like 5 loud, long honks of the horn.
Oh, to get somebody to come down from the apartment.
And I just is 8:30 too early for that? I know when school starts, like you gotta get to school by probably 9 in this case, but are we allowed to be honking the horn super loud a bunch of times before 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, you're okay. But that's all right. 8:30, 9 o'clock is okay. Weekends, it's not acceptable.
Okay.
Saturday mornings, even though kids could be at a little league or whatever it is, generally they're up and going. You don't do that to people. It's like the rooster next door to me. It's acceptable for the rooster to start doing his stuff at 5:30. It's not acceptable at 3 o'clock for the rooster to be protecting its area, unless there's a coyote in the house. You know what I'm saying? In the hen house. I can understand that, but
I don't.
I have not done anything. I've never said anything to my neighbors. They're wondering if I'm going to be doing a burn that I'm, as they said that, hey, it's dangerous to burn now. And I as I told the lady, I said, first of all, I don't count on you to tell me when to burn. I go by the county. If the county says I'm allowed to burn and there's enough moisture, I said, I burn then. I've never burned on any other time. I actually told that to my neighbor. She says, it's dangerous to burn now. And I said, I know, but that's not for you to tell me. I'll tell if the county says I'll do it, I'll do it. And then I tell her, I said, it's dangerous to have that pile of shit that's out there in the middle of your field that's like 8 feet tall, just waiting for a spark to hit it. I said, that's dangerous. The one that's been there for 5 years. I said, now that's dangerous.
You should tell her that you're going to put the rooster in there if he doesn't shut the hell up.
Yeah, I don't say stuff like that.
She's trying to tell you what you can and can't do. You should be get that rooster out of here. I
don't tell her about the smell of the goats that are right next to me. I don't go through that bah and all that shit every time I walk outside the house. I don't go through. I don't go. That's why
my whole yard smells like goat crap, and you're worried about this? Give me a break.
Yeah, and I'm a decent neighbor. I've always lived in, and I've not been really close to people. I've always tried to get homes that have some separation, some yardage separation. But when your fences are united and you do see that person who's over there feeding the goats, yeah, you want to be neighborly and say how you doing and stuff. And I've given them, some of the stuff from my veggie garden, either for them or for the chickens and the goats and stuff. But when they start telling me like it's dangerous to burn, I like, well, listen, Smokey Bear, the county says I can, then I got everything that's around me to burn. I can do that. But as you've got 4 or 5 piles in your 5 acres, thinking that you have a real farm out there, that's what's dangerous. So, I mean, I don't like people I don't get in their business. I really don't. I'm a good neighbor that way. I'll say that. I've always been like, I'm not going to tell you, there's ice on your sidewalk. You need to get that out of there before I slip and fall. Then my job is to go around your ice and not be over there. So
yeah,
I try to be a good neighbor. But I don't have neighbor come-overs. You know what I mean? Hey, come over to the house and I'm not that guy.
No, that's fine. You don't need to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, you've lived in apartments for a while, and that's got to be annoying. The banging and the stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with apartments, dude. Like,
have you got to that point?
Yeah, I'm out. I mean, my lease ends in August, so I'm not out yet. But like, I'm going to the house. It's got to happen.
Yeah, the one time when I first got divorced, I lived in the ghettos of Lakeway, and somebody said I lived on
ghettos of Lakeway.
Sailmaster. I lived on those row homes.
Ghettos of Lakeway. What are we talking about here?
I lived on Sailmaster. That's when they used to want to take me to night court because my garbage was out 3 hours longer than it was supposed to be. My empty can was out. They wanted me to come to night court, and I got a lawyer that told them to go shove it. He ain't going to no night court for a couple of hours because he got home late from work or whatever. But that's when my dog, I had that young one Great Pyrenees that ate through the drywall because I had him in the garage. He ate through the drywall into the next door neighbor's drywall. He goes in their garage. He said, your dog's over in my garage. I'm like, oh, did he get out? He goes, here, let me show you. And there's this huge hole where he ate through it with his nails dug through and was sitting in their garage. But man, no, I'm neighborly. You'd want me for a neighbor for sure.
Well, the person honking their car is not. Just call the kid, text the kid. It's 2026. Use your phone, get the kid outside, or call the parent. You don't need to wake up the entire neighborhood with that one.
I mean, like a bunch of them, like bop, 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 like
5 in a row every day. It's 5. It's like, golly. All right, we'll shift gears here. Let's get another round of sponsor shout outs in. We'll reset the announcement, what Buck and I have planned for Monday and beyond. Again, top 5 airplane airport videos in TSU history. But before that, how about some more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, I want to tell you about our friends over at Relax the Back. Zero gravity recliners are available to you there. Tempur-Pedic mattresses, Tempur-Pedic pillows, anything that's going to help your neck, your back, your thoracic, your lumbar, your hip area. They have it at Relax the Back. I needed to find that comfort, and I'm in it right now. I love this chair, not changing this chair. I know they probably got some new chairs over there, some up-to-date chairs, but mine was up-to-date 20 years ago. And if you find something that fits you, please head on over there and get that comfort that your back and your body needs. 2 locations, in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yeah, baby. Love Relax the Back. Also, shout out to the Hecht Law Firm, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to, my go-to, everyone's go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Ryan's been a good buddy of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for more than a decade as well. So if you get hurt in a car accident, 18-wheeler wreck, hurt on the job, a slip and fall, whatever, any kind of personal injury that you suffer, reach out to Hurricane Hecht. You're already dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. You need somebody who's going to be by your side, in your corner throughout it all. That's what Hurricane Hecht is all about. And the best part, you do not pay unless he wins your case. He's so confident in what he does. He should be that confident. No legal fees unless he puts money in your pocket. Call on Hurricane Hecht. Let him blow their case wide open. Let him flood your pockets with cash. 512-938-8929. HechtLawFirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Sweet.
And shout out to Altstadt Beer as well, the best beer that you could find all across the Lone Star State. Y'all have heard me talk about Altstadt for a long
I'll find that at any of the locations where I'll be sitting by myself watching the Super Bowl in the corner at the bar.
You're not allowed to drink it, but it will be there.
But I'm going to tell people this is what you should be drinking. I'm going to say, hey, try this. Try one of these.
There you go.
Let me buy one of these for you.
It's the best in the business, man. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, so you're supporting a local business every time you buy Altstadt. But more importantly, you're supporting your taste buds. You're also supporting your gut a little bit because there are no preservatives, no additives, no filler ingredients in any of the Altstadt family of beers. Some of that other crap you find in other beers. You don't get that with Altstadt, but you do get the fantastic taste. So whatever you have, all of your sports watching coming up this weekend, make sure you're accompanying your good times with Altstadt Beer. And, of course, please be safe. Please be smart. Plan a sober ride home. Drink your Altstadt responsibly. But drink it with me. Altstadt Beer. Home pure.
There you go.
No regrets. Friendly reminder. I think just about all of you know this by now, but we've seen some comments this morning, so just want to reset. Today is the final day of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Can't thank y'all enough for all of your love and support over the last 3 years. We're incredibly proud of what we built and accomplished with TSU. And, none of it would have been possible without each and every one of you out there, our great listeners, our great viewers, our great partners. It's been a ton of fun. And again, we're really proud of what we were able to accomplish here. Everyone on TSU has exciting things ahead. Stay tuned throughout the day. Make sure you follow everybody on social media to know where everybody is going to be moving forward. Bucky and I, we announced it yesterday and announced it earlier today, but we'll say it again. We will continue doing a daily live show. We're moving back a couple of hours. We'll be 9 a.m. starting on Monday right here. You don't have to go anywhere else. You don't have to download anything new. You don't have to pay for anything now. You will be able to catch us same way you're catching us right now. We'll podcast every show, of course. They'll stay on YouTube. So if you can't tune in live, you can still find a way to catch us every single day. So we're excited about that. We've got another big announcement to make during Monday's show. We'll do it right off the bat at 9 o'clock. We won't make anybody wait. But again, as this chapter closes, can't thank y'all enough for your continued love and support. We've had such a great time with Texas Sports Unfiltered, and sad that it's coming to an end. But again, grateful, I think, is the word of the day for everybody, Buck, who has made this
Met
possible.
an awful lot of new people, you know, through my journeys of the media, radio, now, you know, YouTube. It's just the people that I meet, I enjoy meeting them. I love chatting with them. I love throwing out my old man stuff, you know, my stories from back in the past and stories of the future. And I want to continue to do it. And it's good that I'll be doing it with you. I'm excited about what's going to happen and what's going to happen on Monday also.
Yeah. Should be a lot of fun. So we hope you'll join us for this next chapter. And again, not just us, we hope you'll support everybody on TSU.
Absolutely.
We have such an amazing team. I mean, we're all great friends, and these guys are all incredible talents, and they're going to go on to do some incredible things. So again, stay tuned throughout the day. Follow everybody on their socials. You see the handles at the top of the screen. If you're watching, just search anybody's name if you're tuned in on the app. And there will be more announcements to come for the two of us, but also for everybody else as well.
And that announcement will come on Monday.
Yes, the next stage of our announcement, Monday, right at 9 a.m. So we'll be on 9 to 11. You already know that. We can already tell everybody that. But the second half of the announcement, Buck, that we can't tell people just yet,
right,
we'll be able to reveal Monday morning at
awesome.
9. So, Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that dude is, we're going to have a little bit more winter. We're not done.
Who? Piece of shit, Phil?
Hey, don't say that. That guy's a Pennsylvania hero.
That guy is
Oxitani Phil.
Groundhog.
Yes, he's a smelly little
hero.
All fat little round thing that's not a porcupine. It's a porcupine that smells without the quills to it.
Doesn't sound very heroic to me.
Well, he saved people. He saved them. He's almost a weatherer like myself.
Oh yeah, he's full of shit. That's what you're saying?
Possibly.
Oh man, Punxsutawney Phil back at it on Monday, Groundhog Day. All right, Buck, let's get to this, man. Probably didn't leave ourselves enough time, but I got a hunch Double R and Wags are going to want to be a part of the end of this countdown. A huge part of this era of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and some of this will continue on Bucky and BK, but a huge part of this show on this network has been airplane and airport stories.
Yes.
Right? There's all sorts of craziness.
The fabric of the world, not just America, the fabric of the world.
I'm very pro air travel. Air travel is great. It's one of our best inventions as a human race. But it also leads us to some pretty ridiculous stories because folks, they're a little stressed when they travel.
They don't know how to behave.
That's the best way to describe it. People are stressed. People are nervous. People are worried. People are in a hurry. Like the combination of all of those things can lead to some pretty wild actions.
Yes.
And it feels like we've had, 50 plus stories from planes or airports over the last 3 seasons. So I've taken the liberty. I hope I got this right. This was tough.
Okay.
I spent, hours on this yesterday trying to make sure I had the best 5, the top 5 airport/airplane stories.
And I'll let you know if there's one that's missing.
I missed a couple. I didn't do an honorable mention, but there's a couple that aren't on here.
Okay.
But I think I did well here. Now I'm going to say this right off the bat, and I'll say this a few more times just in case people are popping in. NSFW. Okay.
Yes.
You got kids around. You're at the office. Listen to this later. I'm sorry. Because there's some of these are rants where people will drop F-bombs, S-bombs. You know the deal. So here is your fair warning for what you're about to see in some cases and also hear in other cases. So please take the proper precaution here.
Yes.
All right. Number 5. So we go 5 to 1.
Okay.
These are all videos here, by the way, too. This is the only non-airplane clip that we have. This one comes from DFW Airport March of 2025. A woman in Terminal D, well, she was showing her Ds and everything else as she went on a maniacal rant on the concourse. Here it is first with sound. Running around, completely nude, trashing stuff, banging on TV screens at one of the gates, throwing a remote control at the screen, losing her mind.
Oh, y'all just gonna let her do that?
Some guy right there is trying to call security, and she is walking up to him.
Oh, my God. Number 5. All right, I remember that.
Do it without sound. Yeah, a woman completely nude, just yelling, not at anybody in particular, just yelling, running around.
Yelling at the airport.
Yelling at the airport. She's yelling things like, I speak all languages. She's like, F you, F you, F you, F you. She is chopping down barriers. She's destroying screens. I mean, she really wanted it with this gate 4, it looks like. She's losing her mind, just throwing her own cell. I think that's her own phone. She just keeps throwing and completely breaks that TV monitor. And then, yeah, I mean, everybody at DFW Airport, Terminal D, got a nice look at a naked woman.
There's some dudes just keep on walking. I got to get my plane. I ain't got time for this.
That's number 5 right there.
All right, I like it.
Okay, we move on to number 4. This one might be a little underrated, but I think our top 3 is just too good for this one to be any higher. This is a classic, maybe the most well-known airplane video of all time. It feels like this is the one that started it all. Way back in 2023, the great Tiffany Gomez, Dallas resident, by the way. Number 5 was at DFW Airport. Now we have a Dallas resident. This was a flight leaving Dallas. Well, Tiffany Gomez was seeing something on a plane.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
I'm not going to. You can sit on here and die, but I'm not going to. You know what? I would definitely, that would have me laughing so hard. If I was on that plane, I would be falling in the aisle. She wouldn't be able to get out because I'd be in the aisle laughing and crying too hard. Like, and then I'm going to have to get off too because I'm going to buy into her. I'm going to buy into her craziness. I'm getting off.
Really?
She's made me so uncomfortable. I'll take the next flight. I'm like, where's my overhead stuff? I'm getting off of here. I'm coming. I'll get on the next flight. I can't relax enough on this plane for the next 2 hours or whatever hours. I got to get off. We got to do this all over again.
Well, I would like to get off with her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, she's too crazy. She'll do something to your body parts. This
is a very attractive woman here. You know, Tiffany
That
Gomez.
is her?
She wasn't showing that, obviously, on board the aircraft, but these are some other pictures. Dude, she's like famous now for this. She's got almost 200,000 followers on Instagram. Like, she's well known. She's like a successful businesswoman too. Like, she
just had a moment. That's all.
I don't know what she was seeing, but it wasn't real.
She was seeing the mushrooms from the night before take hold of her later on that morning.
I'm playing it one more time. I have to.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Sounds like one of the girls from my high school days talking to the nuns when she lost it. I mean, really. I've had it with you, Sister Margaret. I can't take anymore. I'm getting the F out of this classroom. You can all stay here with Sister Margaret, but I'm getting the F out of here. And there's the Buck. I need to go too.
Shout out to whoever was filming, by the way, because they like panned over when she's like, that MFer is not real. The guy turns the camera and it's like, no, it's like literally just only people on this flight. Like there's nothing weird going on here. Like,
that's a great one.
Gone crazy right now.
That's a great one. That's a classic.
And whoever edited that video, it wasn't me. It's like they bleeped out the first few F words and then they left the last one in at the end, which I thought was pretty good. So that's the OG right there. Tiffany Gomez. Yeah. Like that's I think the first one that we had on this show. And that'll be a classic. That's a Hall of Famer right there. Number 3. Speaking of NSFW, this is very NSFW. I don't think this one got enough love on the internet. June of 2025. Maybe it didn't get the love because it's so mean and it's so loaded with cursing, although I feel like the internet loves both of those things, so I'm a little confused here. A woman on board a flight, she's getting detained at her seat. I don't know exactly what started this, but she is going off on the lady sitting next to her. This is 2 parts, by the way. It's so long, but it's so good. We got to play it. She gets detained and she goes on a rant, and nobody is off limits.
Stay there.
Don't touch her.
No. No, this is where her asshole is.
Do not touch her.
Look at her. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking touch me.
Step back.
Let go.
Não encosta nela. Let go.
Pulling on her hair.
You cannot do that. Let go. Let go of her hair.
I'm not.
Andre,
I'm not even touching your hair, bitch.
Andre, you need to police right now.
You need to let go
You
right
need
now.
those 911.
You need to let go.
911, bro.
You need to let go right now.
Trying to help get the woman off from the other woman.
Fucking fat lady.
Let go.
You need to let go of her hair right
Let go
now.
of her hair.
You guys are already past the point of no return. You're already past the point of no return.
Let go of her hair, miss.
Y'all see me. You know what's going on. It's just retarded. Yeah, put me on the ground. Put me on the ground.
So that's part 1.
Wow.
Here's where it gets even better because she just starts going off on everybody here.
Look at this fat lady. Look at this fat ass bitch. She can't even look. You can't even see her stomach. It's horrible. Look at her outfit. Look at this fat ass bitch. Hilarious. You can't even show your mouth because you're embarrassed. You can't even see it because you're embarrassed. Shut the fuck up.
Who is Alana?
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, ugly ass fucking dude. Who's never gonna lay it again. Okay, I'm sorry, black guy. My boyfriend's black, so shut the fuck up. My boyfriend's fucking a black guy. My boyfriend's a black. My boyfriend's black. My boyfriend's a fucking black guy. You're joking.
Oh my god.
He is spitting at her.
Dude, they had to, this whole thing goes on for 4 minutes. They had to literally like detain her. They tied her up. They covered her mouth. They took her off the plane, obviously, on like a freaking stretcher.
Dude, I'll just say
that was
this.
the only way they could get her. They had to tie her down to a freaking medical stretcher to get her to leave.
If I got spit on by her, I would have to almost leave my never hit a woman because I'm of the nature they can do anything they want to you except for shoot you or stab you. But that spit right there, I would have to pay somebody and say, hey, you want to make a quick 50 or a quick hundy? Punch that girl and knock her out.
Right.
Here's a hundy. I'm not going to hear her, but if you don't mind making a hundy and somebody says, yeah, I'll do it, I'd say, here you go. I would care. I would be a culprit to it, but so what?
I think that would have gotten let go too. Someone punched her in that spot. I think the court of law would have been like, you know what? No, that's fine. She was also pulling that other girl's hair, so she was physically harming somebody. Yeah. So I do think you could have literally knocked her out if you wanted to. But the best part is, dude, I mean, she body shames like you with the slightly overweight woman. So she's pulling a you there. But then the other guy on that row,
hey, black dude.
Like, yeah, she's like, ugly ass dude. You're never getting laid again, ugly ass dude. And then, black guy. Black guy here. And then she's like, my boyfriend's effing a black guy. I'm effing a black. Like, what is she saying?
I know.
We
I was
had
like,
fat
wow.
lady, ugly ass dude, and black guy as the supporting actors for
Oh my God. That's classic too.
that's number 3. Number 2. This is the nastiest video we have.
Yes.
February of 2024. 60-year-old Dulce Huertas from Philly, of course.
Of course.
Take somebody from the city of brotherly shove to do something like this.
Where I
Well,
was born.
she really needed to use the bathroom, and she wasn't thrilled when flight attendants said she couldn't use it.
I'm ready to pee over here.
Oh my.
Sorry, everybody.
Are you serious?
Okay, let me do the bathroom. Let me do the bathroom. I don't give a fuck. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I gotta go pee. I don't give a fuck. You never own this fucking bitch. Let me pass.
You know what? Just take your stuff in your bag, throw it in your seat, and pee in your bag.
Oh my God, dude. I love that. Look, she has the courtesy to apologize right before she strips. Sorry, everybody. And then she pulls her pants down. She gives everyone a warning. Hey, sorry about this.
You know what? Just clean it up. We can't stop. We can't stop this flight. We can't go to the nearest airport. We have to get back to, we got to go to Chicago or wherever my vacation was leading to. Because she peed on the floor doesn't mean we stop at the next airport. We don't stop the flight.
Well, she didn't actually, I don't think she actually started peeing. Like once everyone freaked out,
it probably went back up into her
body.
pants.
I mean, look, you saw her pull her pants back up really quickly. Like,
yes.
And then at the end, she's like, let me through. I'm sure the flight attendant at that point was like, all right, let's get her off this flight. Actually, it's probably what we're doing. We're not just going to let her go to the bathroom and then go back to her seat. Like, yeah, we'll go ahead and let her pass and get closer to the front of the plane because she's about to have to exit the plane.
No, I would have been, if I would have been next to her or whatever, I would have said, no. We need to stop this flight, right? I would have gone, no, she already peed on the flight. Let her sit back in her seat. Let's go. I got another flight I got to take.
Well, I don't think that happened. She got arrested for that. I don't think they let her take off and land and then get arrested. I think they had enough of 60-year-old Dulce Huertas. 60-year-old.
That's where the air marshal, that's why I'm at the airport.
What would you do? Would you punch that girl?
Her?
Yeah.
I would have shot her in her fat ass. I know that.
You can't. Where do you have a gun? What do you mean shot her? It's a plane.
Air marshal. We're equipped. Ask Rodney. Rodney will tell you if you're an air marshal like myself, you can carry on the plane.
That's right. You got to have it. You got to have it. Like a mall security guard. You got to have it.
Yes,
dude. I love in that one. She's like starts cussing out everybody else.
Yeah.
Everyone starts getting mad at this, old hag for stripping.
I got my 7-year-old child looking down the aisle, looking at your ass.
I don't give a F you.
Yeah.
So good. I gotta do it again.
F you.
Yeah. One more time on that one before we get to number 1 here.
I'm ready to pee over here.
Oh my.
Sorry, everybody.
Are you serious?
I'm Bucky. Okay, let me do the bathroom. Let me do the bathroom. I don't give a fuck. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I gotta go pee. I don't give a fuck. You never own this fucking bitch.
Yeah, I'm from that area, so that's not a Mexican lady. That's a Puerto Rican lady.
And there's always that one person in those videos that goes,
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Show me more.
Yeah.
Show me more.
I'm sure people threaten this all the time. Like, I'm about to pee myself. I'm about to pull my pants down. Nobody actually does it except for her. She did it. It's like, oh my God, she actually did it.
Get that airbag. Load up the airbag. Get the scarf bag out.
Yeah, lifted the shirt so everybody in the front got a look first and then pulled down her pants. So everybody in the back got a look. And that's not a look that anybody was hoping to look at.
Well, what's number 1 gonna be?
That's hard to miss.
That's number 1.
Ronnie Millsap.
That's number 2.
Look me up. I'm Instagram famous.
Yes. I mean, you guys are dead on. You already know. It's Buck's all-time favorite. I think it's most of our audience's all-time favorite. Here it is. The number 1 airplane/airport video in Texas Sports Unfiltered.
What's the ratio on this one?
Call me again. Call me a bitch again. Yeah, you did nothing wrong. I said shut up. No, you shut the f*** up. You shut the f*** up in here. Bitch. You shut the, film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut up.
You're famous, you bum. Walking condom lady. She entered the plane wearing a condom, a full-length condom, and she calls somebody a bum.
Did she have nipple piercings?
I don't think
we can watch it again. Take a look.
Let's see it one more time. Let's see it one more time.
We're all a bunch of bums here, according to her. So let's watch this Instagram famous chick one more time.
Call me a again. Call me a again. Yeah, you did nothing wrong. I said shut up. No, you shut the up. You shut the up and you're
Goodbye.
you shut the film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut up.
It's
I
all
mean,
if
they're-
it's piercing or not.
They're insulting her all the way down. I mean, everybody in every row has something to say to her, and she's got something to say back. That's awesome. And I'm sorry, I would have faked elbowed her. I know.
Faked or real?
Oh no, it would have been real. My elbow would have been out there as she went by. I may have got a rib.
What's the ratio on that one?
You don't want to the hot crazy?
Yeah, what's the hot crazy on that one?
Yes.
150%.
You're getting kicked off a plane. For looks, I'll give you 7. Right? You're all plastic. I'll give you 7. You're all plastic.
You're a harsh grader if that's a 7, sir.
That's have you felt plastic boobs before, haven't you?
I have. That doesn't make them a 7.
I don't care. They're not a 9. They're not a 9.
I don't know, man. That chick's pretty hot.
Yeah. Get them out of the wrapping.
She's
You know
made
what,
some
man?
money off of
I
that.
could be, I could be easily convinced. I could be talked into it.
Hey, and she already has built-in protection with the condom she's wearing.
Now,
Yeah,
now
that is unbelievable.
Now we're adding up. Now we're going
got
to
her own
calculus here.
flotation
Okay.
devices.
All right.
She's good.
Yeah, that was a great one.
That
folks.
may be my favorite line uttered by a human being ever. Film me, I'm Instagram famous, you effing bum.
You
I love that
effing
bum part.
That's
bum.
tough when somebody calls you a bum on an airplane, and they're wearing a condom and they're walking around with a onesie on.
So,
I mean,
I've done some research on this over the years. This woman,
Fake
condom
boob?
lady,
Oh,
her name is Morgan Osman. She's been labeled cringe Kardashian by the internet.
okay.
Yeah, that video, by the way, from late 2023. She was on her way to visit her mom, who had just been released from prison.
Oh, no.
Oh, really?
Hard to believe.
Her dad got out the year before.
I don't know.
Far. What's that whole saying? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know how famous she was at the time when she said she's Instagram famous. We might have talked about it on the show when we first played this. I don't remember. This woman currently has 959,000 followers on Instagram. God. She also just had a child.
Ooh.
So she is now a mother of children.
Wow. Took that condom off, did she?
I guess the condom came
Somebody
off.
did.
Look better on the floor.
Somebody
Somebody
cut
did.
a hole in it.
So she is, in fact, Instagram famous, and we are, in fact, a bunch of effing bums.
Oh, my God. The one that I thought missing, BK, that may have made it was that the airlines where the guys were fighting, the security guard. What was that one? The airline.
Oh, it was a Spirit Airlines where a customer.
I've never been on a Spirit plane, never been on a Spirit.
Yeah, that was a good one. Customer and a Spirit Airlines employee fighting, and the Spirit Airlines employee kicking the customer's ass.
Yeah,
that one just missed the cut. We had the naked sister on a plane. She was just like walking up and down yeah, that was one that just missed the cut.
What I didn't see the one where the naked lady was in the airport.
That was number 5.
Oh, okay.
That was number 5. Here you go,
yeah, I missed this one.
Yeah, so this number 5, the only airport. We didn't do the wedding. We played a couple weeks ago. We had the on-board, on-flight wedding ceremony. That just missed the cut. So this was tough.
Bucky's favorite, the little girl.
Oh, the little girl singing. No, that's BK's. That's the one he'll hate. I'm down with that one. That doesn't stop the flight. As long as the flight continues, I'm all good. As long as we get to our destination.
That song's bad enough to take the whole damn plane down.
Oh, yeah. No singing on the plane.
As long as we get to our destination, it's okay. Once again, we all have carry-on. We could take our shirts and our extra stuff and wipe it up. And that stuff's not – it's just crap. It ain't bio anything. It ain't going to hurt anything. The fight must continue, right?
Just keep going.
Yeah.
Gotta go on. Just keep going.
By the way, I was really hoping when I looked this girl up the other day, Morgan Osmond, I was hoping she only had like a few followers. To where it was like, oh my God, I can DM her and get her on the show for this segment. Like what a send off that would be for TSU.
Well,
Again,
she probably got
almost
more followers.
Yeah,
She's got
almost
more
1 million followers.
Yeah.
So it's like she gets DMs from dudes all the time. There's no chance that DM would have gotten responded to at all.
Yeah.
So
no, man, there's crazy all over this world, brother.
Guys, so speaking of send off, and so this is our final crosstalk with you guys, which this is like the best that there has been. Got a voicemail last night that I wanted to play for you guys for our final crosstalk.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? The fuck is that? Yeah. I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. Oh, fuck, I can't see pollen. And let's get the fuck out of this country, motherfucker. I can't even see me.
Dude still has a gig. He still has a gig going strong.
He's better than ever, man.
Better than ever.
Yeah.
Y'all need to get him on. You got to know him, BK. You got to know him from your time over there.
Yeah, Isaiah Carey down in Houston. Yeah, I need to find a way. I don't have direct contact to him, but I definitely have somebody who does.
Yeah, you got a Kevin Bacon 7 degrees of something.
100%.
For sure.
100%. Well,
boys,
guys,
thank you, boys. Love you guys.
Hey, real quick before you all get out of here, for the past 3 years, you guys have been able to give us a home, been able to not just us, but give us a platform to grow and to do a show. And Buck, specifically for you, I've never met shit. I've been here since 2012, and I've known you since I've been here basically, man. Been in radio since I've been here, and you have been a huge staple, not just in my life, but in a big part of everybody's life. This thing would not have happened, would not have been able to breathe without the relationships that you've created and you've established along the way. And I'm very grateful to be a part of that. I'm very grateful to have you in my life.
You guys have all
I love
been,
you very much.
To all of you guys, I'm excited about continuing on with BK doing what we do, and for you and Rodney and the rest of the game. My relationship with you guys is a forever relationship. If you need me for anything, I will be there. I will climb mountains and swim oceans to get to you. So if you just need to talk to somebody, you know that.
I know it.
Give me a holler at any time. I'm available for you. So it's been a lot of fun. I love fun, and I couldn't have had more fun with a bunch of guys that I've had over the last 3 years.
You make an impact on everybody's life, and that's pretty evident. And just in the 10 years that I've known you, and BK, thank you so much for the opportunity, brother. I'm sure I'll see you around too, man. So love y'all, man. Be good.
And y'all please be safe. Be safe. Don't
promise that. Can't promise it.
Yeah, be safe. Always have your head on a swivel, right? You travel a lot.
Yeah.
And obviously, Wags, you're always like me, you want to get in the car and travel 20 hours a day. Please, you guys have your head on a swivel, know your surroundings. People aren't there. There are good people out there, but there's not all good people out there. You know that. Yeah. And at any given time, like we see that it happens on these planes, and BK travels a lot too, and he travels all over the place. All these things that we have fun with on planes, some of that shit is dangerous out there. You guys be protective of yourself and the people around you.
Yeah. So same thing, Buck. I mean, I've been a fan of yours for so long, and you're very much an inspiration to me, and always will be. And there's a little saying here that my wife has for me when I have a decision to make. A lot of times she's like, "What would Bucky do? Maybe you ought to reach out to Buck. Maybe you ought to whatever." When I start drinking a lot, she's like, "Maybe you need to talk to Bucky."
Tips for kids.
So thank you for everything. It's been a real pleasure to get to work with you and BKU for the opportunity, man. I remember the day you called. You said, "Would you be interested?" I didn't even let you finish. So it's been great, man. It's been real, and teaming me up with this dude. It's a lifelong Hollywood Squares thing right here that's been so impactful to a lot of people, and love you guys. And
don't never say never, because you never know what the future holds. You guys got a lot of living to do.
Yeah, we'll be around.
Me, not so much, but you guys got a lot of living to do. So
we will be
you guys
around. Circle
continue to
gets
stay in
square.
touch.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right, boys, I'm off to the races.
We'll be listening.
We'll let y'all do it, guys. Love you guys. Thanks for everything.
Got it.
And Circle gets the square. Lend me some sugar. I am your neighbor. For the last time on Texas Sports Unfiltered, it's Chaos Theory with my host, Rodney Rodriguez, and myself, not the fake wags, on Twitter /BrandX. You can find me on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. And then also my partner in crime is on Instaface at _Rodney R. And then on the Brand X /Twitter at the Rodney R. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Get those crowns. Get those crowns on top of those heads and hit that code of text line up 512-222-9328. My partner in crime for the last time. Where you want to go?
My man, this has been fun, buddy. I got to tell you, this is magical pairing right here. That and thanks to all of our great
magical pairing. I wouldn't go as far as calling it magical pairing, but sometimes diamonds come out of the rough. So
yeah, and I like it right here. I mean, Jake Bayless has it. The Tower of Power, man of the hour. Too sweet to be sour. Talk a little bit of American Dream. Got the roll.
I thought he said Tower of Power. I thought he was talking about doing an Eiffel Tower of Power.
Oh, there you go. No, lots. I guess we'll
sending it off with the mattress actresses, huh?
Yeah.
Where are we going first, buddy? Where are we going first today?
Shoot, where should we start? I mean, today was kind of one of those days where so I got to mention this.
I was gonna say, did you pull up the top 5? You had some homework to do last night.
I got it. That one kind of stays all good to go there. But I got to tell you, so here's something. So you and I don't know if we'll actually meet up at some point before next February, but I think you, Tom,
Natalie,
and
you're the best. We got to meet Natalie a few times with Brock. So
such a sweetheart. Yes. Next February, we got to go to AT&T Stadium, Las Vegas, and the Stars. I want to go to that. Dude.
Well, hit your guy up.
Tom McKay. Let's make it happen. Let's do that. Yeah.
Lee Castle Rock coming out of retirement. Oh, tuck it in your sock, Lee Castle Rock. Tuck it in your sock.
Oh man, and that's been the greatest part about that. I mean, the nicknames and the folks that we have, and thank you all for the great messages on social media and what's next and all that. I mean, there are things in the works. So just kind of stay. It's easier to do this now because there's lots
amazing
of platforms.
What starts to blossom within a week. Just let something breathe for a week and stuff starts to grow. Right? We kind of found out about a week ago what was getting ready to go down. So we put the buzz out there and things are starting to come apart or come up. So where do you want to go first, partner? We had some Caps last night. We had some Stars last night on the ice. I got a little bit of prediction from Tom McKay to give you guys to advise a little bit of our clients if they're going to be dropping some dough on the ice and trying to melt the ice down a little bit. And we also got some we ain't going to be here, so we got to tell you about our Super Bowl predictions. So
drive the hockey, dude, and I'll tell you what I can, and then we'll jump into Super Bowl. And yes, I do have an athlete. I actually have like 3, but we'll give you one before we get out of here at the top of the hour. So let's go to the ice, my brother. It's only fitting. Because there's been fucking ice around here all week. So
basically,
give it to us, brother.
I don't know how much you guys were able to watch the Caps last night, but the Caps were in one hell of a showdown. Matter of fact, it ended up in a shootout last night. Patrick Kane became the highest American scoring hockey player last night with an assist. Highest scoring in points for an American hockey player last night for the Red Wings with an assist last night, but it was too little too late. The Capitals took them to a shootout and were able to get the victory 4-3. Nice, comeback too for the Caps as well, man. Fun little night last night on the ice for the Caps.
Absolutely. And you said the Stars. See, I'm still over here like helping care for my black son that made me bust ass out there. A couple of days ago. So I've kind of been a little distracted taking care of him. So Stars were on last night as well.
Stars were on. They played one hell of a contest against Vegas, a nice little 5-4 matchup there. Look, I know a lot of people think that the Vegas Knights are the top 4 in the West, right? Dallas, Edmonton, Colorado, and you'd like to think that Vegas is going to be there too, right? There's been some surprises, like there's been some teams that are on the come up there. Maybe the Kings got a little bit to deal with. Maybe they got a little bit of an argument there for the West. But basically, we know the top four, right? I'm going to give you my top two. I'm going to give you Tom's top two here in just a second. My top two is probably going to be Edmonton, and I'm probably going to give you Colorado. Dallas, I think Dallas just relies too much on the power play, and rightfully so. Like a lot of people, if you don't get your forecheck going, you don't have if you're not hitting and capitalizing on special teams, you're probably going to falter, right? And usually the the Stars rely on special teams a lot. Most teams do, but Dallas does emphatically. So for me, if Dallas can't get going on the special teams and be able to gear that offense up, it's kind of that's on the ice, honestly. But if you're trying to put up 6.5 one night against the Edmonton Oilers, it's hard to keep up with. But counterpoint to that, Edmonton doesn't have the defense. So.
Well, that's just kind of from the vague knowledge that I've acquired so far this season. It does seem like the West to me is going to be Edmonton. I think that Edmonton will run again. I think it's Edmonton and Dallas. I think ultimately the Stanley Cup's going to come out of the East again, probably Florida again. I mean,
no, Florida is struggling, man. I think Florida's going to make some moves, but they're kind of around this. They're actually a little bit worse than they were around this time last year, but I don't know how many moves that they can make. Honestly, they might. It might be too little, too late for the Panthers. I don't know. I say that though, right? You never count the cats out. Usually they can kind of come back in here. Tampa Bay looks pretty good. Tom likes Tampa Bay out of the Atlantic. I even asked you the other night if Toronto was absolutely out of it too. I think Toronto and Florida out of the Atlantic might be, or Toronto. I think Toronto is probably done. Honestly, Toronto's probably done. But I never really count those teams out, especially in the regular season. You'd like to think that Toronto, finds a way to kind of just steal something away from a true contender, because we all know Toronto is going to fail in the playoff there.
What about Colorado? What about the Avalanche? What about
Avalanche?
Colorado?
Are strong. Avalanche are probably the top. I would say Avalanche are probably top in the West right now. I want to say that they're they might fall a little bit here and allow Dallas, but Dallas, like what Jake just says, right? Dallas allows teams to get back into it. Dallas gets up on top and then just ends up blowing the game and gets lethargic. Allows teams to skate back into it. I would say Colorado is probably the strongest right now. They're skating very well. And then on the other side for the East, it's Carolina, man. Carolina's pretty hot right now. They're melting the ice. But those bunch of jerks usually, they struggle. They go in walls to find scoring and potting goals in the back of the net there. So sometimes it comes and goes with the ebb and flow there for Carolina. One thing's for sure, though, they always hit you. Like, they're a team that's always going to come out every night and make you black and blue. So if you're winning on the hits, you're winning on the faceoffs, and you do little to turn the ball over, you got a strong forecheck, which the Carolina Hurricanes do. That's a pretty good recipe for success.
Absolutely. Dakota text line, of course, you guys, 222-9328. Of course, Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown, #BeNasty. Roxy's on there. Hoop Dog. I mean, all of you guys that may not be able to watch that are continually commenting on there. That's been one of the best parts about this show, is it's like you've got the live comments over here, and then you've got all this that's happening over here where it's just people are just interacting, and that's the best part about it. But obviously, I'm going with Dallas. Again, just getting into this, I want Dallas to win a cup, but I don't know, man. In the limited times that I've seen them, I just don't. I don't think that they're going to get out of the West. I don't think they're going to get out of the West.
I was sitting here wondering if Washington was actually going to be able to get back into the playoff. I mean, I thought they did they were on a lot of house money last year. I didn't even think that, hell, it was supposed to be a rebuilding year for Washington. A very young team, outside of Ovechkin. But to sit here and see, just how consistent it is, and a lot of it's on the goal play, right? Like, if you got a good goaltender, man, you're probably going to be, in the running for at least some playoff contention or playoff hockey here. But if Caps are able to hold strong, a big win last night. Detroit's playing pretty damn well too, man. So Detroit's kind of one of the shocking or surprising teams from the East this year. Who else? Minnesota's another team that kind of surprised. Now, Minnesota's kind of been at the doorstep or been the gatekeeper for the West in terms of playoffs here. But I mean, they've kind of come on strong. I think they're like third or second in the. Hold on, let me pull up the conference here. Let me pull up the standings.
Well,
I'm pretty
and
sure
I'll tell you,
Minnesota's up at the top right now,
Yeah.
or at least close to the top.
Obviously with Dallas, I mean, I want Dallas. I want the Stars to win a Stanley Cup because
Minnesota's second right now.
For the city of Dallas, it's like shit. I mean, that's the closest thing to a franchise that seems to have their shit in order more continually because of Dallas and the Rangers. They've got their World Series. I think it's going to be a while before they get another one. The Mavericks are a mess. Plus, I'm a Spurs fan, but I'm like, Dallas needs some kind of world championship. And nothing better than hockey because that is truly a world championship.
I would say that hockey's the closest thing. I would say hockey's the closest sport for a championship coming home for Dallas.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because you look at all the others. I mean, the Cowboys can't.
It's not happening in basketball. It's not happening in football.
And probably not going to happen in baseball, unfortunately.
I got to ask Lee Castlerock about FC Dallas. MLS is starting up here. I'm tune into the Wagner Wire. We'll be talking a little bit of soccer too. So, yeah, but we'll have some soccer. I mean, mostly focus on the the soccer across the pond. I'm mostly in the Prem or Champions League, but you have to talk about the domestic front here, right? And MLS, if Austin FC, we got our own team here. You'd kind of be remiss if you didn't mention Austin FC.
Yeah, and here's the question. I don't know if you meant to let that come out or not, but. Their time, their date, their location.
Oh, Wagner Wire is always. I got my channel up there. I mean, I'm sure I'll be putting stuff up. I just don't have the schedule right now, too. So, again, things are working out. We're talking with some people. We're getting some funding in, and we're seeing if everything is able to kind of fire off when we want it to. Man, one thing's for sure. We are taking a little bit of a break. All right, my wife and I, we're going to go on a couple of vacations here. We're going to take some time, and then when we come back to it, probably around March Madness or so, we'll look to fire something up.
I bought so a couple of months ago, right around Christmas, I bought a used Peloton because with my travel schedule, I haven't been able to indoor cycle with all my great.
You don't have a bike at all anymore.
Now I have a Peloton.
Besides that, I mean, you don't have a real bike. Like you don't have like a mountain bike that we can go
a paddle bike. No, but I can get one. I have. Here's the deal, Wags. I got about 3 of them. I bet if I really worked hard, I could put them all together and have one. That's how we used to build our race cars. We had like 3 race cars and we'd pull shit off of all of them and we'd have one. So I bet you I could put one together. But I got my Peloton fixed yesterday. The dude came in. So that like Monday morning, I'm going to get up and instead of doing show prep, I'm going to do a ride.
There you go. So I'm looking forward to doing the ride outdoors, right? Like I got my bike all juiced up and sexied again, man. Got tubeless tires. Got that thing going so where I can't get a tire if I take it out on the trail, man. Looking forward to it. Got myself my Trek Fuel X 7.2. Getting ready to ride out there. Full suspension because of my ass, man. You can't be having half suspension out there, man. I'm looking for a partner. I thought you were able to ride, but I guess you don't have a ticket to ride, Paul McCartney.
We could figure out a way. Rob, I will be. Honestly, I am because, with Revved Up, that's always on most weeks. YouTube. I'll send out a YouTube link to where all that content is. But I've got the Dirty Air show that I have that has been racing, but I'm going to transition that into sports and do some different stuff with that. More sports. I kind of, especially with this year, I want to stay on the Texas sports scene.
Yeah, this show allowed us to kind of get out of our niche, right?
Right.
And for those of you that don't know, like, I don't have a degree in communication or radio. My degree is in government. It's in politics, actually, from the University of Texas. I was miserable, right? I was doing my internship down at the Capitol. Absolutely miserable. At the time, I had a Toyota Sequoia that didn't have air conditioning, and the back window didn't go down. And it was some dog days of summer. I'm sitting here in a suit and coming out of the Capitol, just sweating my ass off in Mopac traffic, and I'm listening to the horn. And it's Chad and Kevin and Trey. And I'm just like, man, these guys sound like they're having a lot of fun. And the next day I went down to the horn and I banged on the door and I said, hey man, I'll work for free. I'll be an intern. I didn't get a chance, right? I went down a month later, banged on the door. Christina Killingsworth opened the door.
Right person answered.
Like, hey, I don't have any degree or any background in radio, but I'm willing to learn, and I feel like I'm fun and entertaining, or at least my mom tells me so. And it cracked Christina up, and she let me in the door, and I was just like, hey, I'm willing to do this, and this. And it just blossomed. I got my first gig as a producer, and it just grew from there, man. Then I got my show on the air. My podcast got on the air in 2016, and since then it's been 10 years now, dude. So that's the American dream, man. That's how things happen, dude. I was miserable in politics. Don't be afraid to jump. Don't be afraid to jump. Now I'm doing toy radio, and I don't know, man. I don't think I'll ever quit this. I don't think so.
Got to do it in some form or fashion. And Jason, thank you for that. I mean, because that kind of was, I mean, I was the racing guy, because that's how I got my foot in the door at the Horn, because I was doing other stuff there, and then they wanted a racing show, and that naturally was something that I had done for a long time on my own. But I mean, I'd covered football and basketball and baseball with play-by-play for years before any of that ever happened. So that's where this opportunity has been so great. And I think that's where BK believing in you and I, Wags, to where it's like, okay, you guys this is what you've done, but you guys need to do this.
Right. It's also like you can talk more than racing. I can talk more than just gambling and sport. And like I've always wanted to be able to talk about football as just a general sport, or basketball as just a general sport, to show like, hey man, I've actually played these sports before. I know more than just, looking at a computer screen and adding up the numbers and saying, oh, you're going to get $50 back here if you place some money down on this. But again, like, you get in where you fit in, right? And that's what niche is all about. And that's, I noticed that there wasn't any type of gambling show at the Horn. So I was just like, hey, let me put together a gambling show for you guys. And then all of a sudden it just kind of blossomed into other things, and it led to more opportunities, man. And it led to great conversations and fun family stuff, a fun family environment with you guys. You're crazy, chaotic family asses right there.
Yeah.
And Patrick, I see you in there, man. Hey, I will never turn away a battle buddy. Thank you so much, man. That shit hits hard, bro. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, man.
Absolutely.
I'll never walk alone, man. You'll always be with me, man, for sure.
Yeah. So we'll be around. I mean, that's the bottom line. This really has opened up a lot of opportunities, I think, for Wags and I, because it really was that we were kind of, we were in that niche thing, but that's a lot of times what you have to do to get in this business, because everybody covers football, everybody covers baseball, everybody covers basketball. There's so much of that, whether it's local, regional, national. You got to find something that's going to let people hear you.
I want to do a show on video games. Like, so that's another reason why I'm, with the Wagner Wire, I'm going to do like 30-minute segments. It's not going to be long hour shows or anything like that. It'll be down and dirty. If I see a game on that, I feel compelled to talk about, I'm going to jump on the air and throw some shit out there, man. But yeah, I don't have a set schedule that's up right now. And there's also some other things. I don't know what I can contribute to, right? Or what I can sit there and actually, put down on the schedule yet, because I don't know what my schedule is going to look like. I still have some things that are still getting solidified. So once everything's solid and concrete, then the schedule will be out.
And the thing about it is, for me, it's like with the company that I work for, we have this huge undertaking that we're doing in sports coming up that starts in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, I don't mean this. The timing is kind of good to where there is a little bit of a break in there, to where, because there are some things that I need to focus on for the other opportunity that I have. So but that's the beauty of this, Wags. That I think what this has afforded us to do is like when I'm traveling, we jump on and we do this. I mean, you don't have to be there at your house. I don't have to be here. It's you take the shit with you.
But Tom McKay makes it very easy.
Absolutely.
To like my house. So
absolutely.
Most days I don't want to go. Like BK jokes about being the homebody. Yeah, but I ain't going anywhere. You would not go anywhere either if you lived in Casa de Wagner.
I bring people in here, and they come into this room, into this studio, whatever you want to call it, and they're like, I see why you never leave. I mean, it's like people walk by the front of my house, and there's like all this shit. There's always lights on in here, with TVs. And I've had people stop me on the sidewalk, and they're like, what do you have in there?
No, I mean, but this too, like just thinking of, like, I'm going back. I know that you used to go back and watch your shows too, right? So we could get better. I mean, it's just something that we used to do, right? Just the growth from show one to now to where we're at now.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you don't think that it happens, right? But it absolutely happens. It's just natural that it happens, right? The chemistry, the repartee, gets flown in, and also like you meet the relationships with these knuckleheads in the chat channel here, and that's where the that's where the real conversation starts to develop and starts to grow, right? Like, talking about the memories that we make with you all, man. It's been 3 years of memories, and I appreciate, I'm not perfect. Rodney's not perfect. I don't, sometimes I'll come on here and I won't have all my bells and whistles down, or my I's dotted and T's crossed, and you guys say, actually, Wags, it went down the other way, it didn't happen like that. I appreciate the shit out of that. I appreciate accountability, and I appreciate the good conversation that we had back and forth, man. Again, like, I'm not, I'm no Scott Van Pelt here, but maybe one day. But we get better each and every day with you guys, man. And thank you so much for everybody and the interaction, man. The show only goes so far with Rodney and I, but the interactions with you guys, man, that was the icing on the cake, and I can't thank you guys enough for it.
And I think that's what's been the best part of this, Wags, is that this show is, I mean, with you and I, obviously not perfect, but the thing is, it's like we come out and we kind of step on ourselves and say the wrong shit, but it's real. I mean, we're not sitting here, and then when we talk about hockey, it's like, okay, I'll sit and I'll watch and I try to be whatever, but when I realize that you say something that I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, like, you run. You go, and that's
sometimes sometimes it feels like I'm running too much, though, or like I feel like I'm taking away from you. I don't like doing that, though,
man. I just sit here and look good. I mean, that's the one thing that I learned with the show, is that if I shaved a little more often, I could just sit here and look good, because that's my other job coming out of this is OnlyFans. Don't forget. I
got you. But no, to your all's point, I see your all's chat, like, where you guys want to start a chat group. Hey, look, I know that the Discord for Texas Sports Unfiltered was kind of, in and out and kind of inconsistent.
It's kind of a Discord.
The Wagner Wire Discord is always popping. So if you guys ever want to get into there and give a little chat channel there, or do some chat, and I got everything already segmented and solidified, where you got Texas football, Texas basketball. Your channels are already segregated for you guys, to where you guys can have that chat there. But it's also got video game communications and channels there too. If you want to have like a space where you're doing four of your homies in there playing some Call of Duty or Fortnite, there's some channels in there where you can have some voice channels. Pretty fun stuff, though. But that's the Wagner Wire Discord. What else? I mean, we did have some sports on last night, right? We talked a little bit of hockey. Did you watch any basketball last night?
I didn't, man. I didn't.
Oh, what did you do last night? You had some homework and assignments. Did you do any of them?
Honestly, what I did last night is so one of the girls. I did my homework. I did my homework, but so one of the girls came home last night to spend the night here.
You're already blaming it on your daughter, huh?
Quality time with my kid.
So you're blaming it on your daughter. All right.
She's an educator that works in Round Rock ISD and doesn't make the most money, and she's handling 2 or 3 different jobs right now, and kind of wanted to talk about the struggle is real, and I don't have a lot of money, so that
was 10 minutes. That took 10 minutes. What'd you do with the rest of your night?
10 minutes. You don't know my daughter. She can take 10 minutes and turn that shit into 6 hours.
I'm sure.
That's
I'm still on Twitch, but I'm probably going to be doing a multi-platform stream on Twitch and YouTube as well. I will not be on Facebook. I will not be on Facebook. That is one place I will not be. I will not be on Facebook.
It's a downfall of society. How about some Super Bowl conversation? Because we got about 22 minutes left in this legendary program. So here we are, just over a week out.
We will get into some Super Bowl conversation, but before we do it, we have to get the obligatory conversation, or we have the obligatory mention of our guy, Hurricane Hecht. That storm was in, and now it's out because the Hurricane Hecht was what it was all about. All right. When that storm hits, you got to give Hurricane Hecht a call. He's your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He's a proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans, rocking that burnt orange suit when he comes strolling into the courtroom. A Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire, pride, and passion into the courtroom with that burnt orange suit. And if you're injured in a car accident, you fell on the ice, or you got any type of personal injury at all, you just give our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call.
Twice.
That's 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
I fell on the ice twice. I'm suing my black son. Is that allowed, Hurricane?
No, it's a dog.
Oh, okay. All right. We talked about AV consultations, guys, and I promise you that over the years that when AV consultations has been discussed on whether it's these airwaves or any airwaves, it truly is the best home setup that you're going to get. Whether it's one room or you want to do something downstairs and so forth and so on. Like here, Tom and his crew came up and set my studio. And then they came later and they went and they took care of me downstairs. So they could do that for you since 1988, avconsultations.com. Check out the gallery of projects, all these places that you're going to and spending money to check out all of these multiple screen setups and amazing sound systems. If you're in Central Texas, odds are it was set up by Tom McKay and his group. You got to do this. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. For the last time on Chaos Theory, here's a word from Tom.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Yeah, absolutely. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Covert Bee Cave, another great part of doing this for the last 3 years is, the Covert family of dealerships. If you've been in Central Texas, been in and around Central Texas, even from outside, you know that Covert name. I've told you guys many times, way back when in 1996, I bought my first brand new vehicle, my first brand new truck that I bought on my own from a Covert dealership over in at Covert Bastrop and the Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. I mean, the service after the sale, the service base, everything that they have there. It's just an immaculate place to go find your next new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. As we always say, don't take it from us, take it from these folks.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
It's a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Check them out today online at covertbeecave.com. Mike McCall Custom Homes, my man, that did amazing work right here. Renovated our primary bathroom, and now it is very 2025. 2026 with everything that they've done in there. You can get that free estimate still. And I'm sure that even after today, if you dial up 512-633-9580 or check out McCallCustomHomesATX.com and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, that you're going to get that free estimate. So be sure and do that today. Look, guys, I'm here to tell you, the craftsmanship is unbelievable. The folks that come in and work on your home, they treat your home as if it is theirs, because it is. In the time that they are in there, it is theirs. Look, I'll be real honest with you. While those guys were here working, a lot of stuff was put out in the garage while they were working. My garage was a lot neater with them here than when they left. They left and my garage went all back to shit again. That's how dedicated they are to taking care of you guys. 40 years, family owned and operated, a father-son team doing it for me, doing it for Bucky Godbolt, and lots of Central Texans. Get that call in today. Get the estimate, 512-633-9580, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check them out today. And remember that tagline from my friend Mike, and get that golf advice from him if you can. We build value into your home. Check them out today. APD1 checking in. One of the with texting and calling in to Bucky and Aaron. He's transitioned over with us. Always been APD1 and all over this right here. So that's pretty cool.
I
got to read
back in the day of Bucky and Aaron, guys.
Yeah, I got to read you this, Wags. This is what the show has been all about for us. This is Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown. It says, the past 2 years, I've lost my parents and my Theo, which is his uncle. Y'all brought a smile to me during very difficult situations in my life. And that's
thank you for sharing.
Flattering,
that,
right there, man.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Pretty flattering.
Appreciate that, man.
Yes, sir. Super Bowl 60. Is that where we're going?
What's that?
Super Bowl 60. You got something else?
Yeah, real quick. But before we go to Super Bowl 16, we need to give you a little bit of your Stanley Cup predictions as well. I know the Super Bowl will be here before the Stanley Cup. And you'll probably hear Tom on TWW as well. So make sure you guys, if you have any questions for Tom, keep them loaded, man. But the final four that Tom McKay has from the East, Carolina and Detroit. From the West, Colorado and Las Vegas. In the finals, Colorado versus Carolina for your Stanley Cup matchup. I don't know if people want money, it's Carolina versus Colorado. I don't have a winner that Tom has picked down here on the algorithm. I guess that's a teaser and an invitation to stay tuned for something in the future.
So who's his final?
His final is Carolina and Colorado.
Carolina and Colorado. Okay.
Weren't you paying attention to the dude's story?
No, I'm sorry. I'm over here watching the text line. It's like blowing up. I mean, it's a good thing.
My goodness. All right. Let's get to the Super Bowl, man. Your predictions for this Super Bowl, amigo. Do we have New England or do we have Seattle?
Oh, I thought the Rams were in this. No, I'm just kidding.
God, sometimes you scare it. Sometimes you really scare the shit out of me.
God damn it. I don't dislike New England, but it's one of those things to where it's like the fact that New England is in the middle of this once again and playing for yet another Super Bowl, and it's happened so fast. Of course, this doesn't bother me in the NBA when we talk about the Spurs, but I just think that I think New England wins. I don't even know the line right now, but I think that there's so much right now with New England to where this is going to be the beginning of another magical run that happens. I think they get to the Seattle defense. I think that New England is going to get
right now for Seattle.
1.5.
4.5.
4.5. I'm taking the Patriots as much as I don't want to. Again, I'm not either way. I don't care. I don't dislike. I don't hate either team, but I just think that New England's a better team right now, man. I just think that
what does New England do better, or what do you think New England's so well at that's going to give them the advantage over the Seahawks?
I think that to me, New England, even though that it's a team that's you've got some young blood in there and you got some new dudes in there as well. This is going to be a tight game. This is going to be a tight game because you've got some this isn't going to be one of those 38-9 Super Bowls that we've seen in the past. But I think that New England is better geared with Drake May to drag out the clock, to string the clock out in a 4-quarter ball game, and then win this thing in a tight contest as the clock's about to expire. Because I think that that's what's going to happen in this game. That Seattle's going to jump ahead. They're going to get in the second half, get the Seattle defense on their heels, get them tired, and then win it by just dragging out a drive to go down and punch this thing in. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, I don't know, but I think that's how they win. I don't know if they're wrong team favored.
I think Seattle is. I think they got it right here. I think Seattle wins. I think they beat New England. I don't know if Stevenson's going to be able to play. Ramondre Stevenson got banged up and took a little bit of a knock. Maybe producer Rob can help me out with that one. But I do believe. Hey, Hunter, what's up, brother? Love you too, dude. I'm seeing. I'm wearing black. I'm wearing black for morning.
We're all in black.
We're going off the air, Hunter. We're going off the air. It's our last day. No, but I do think that without Ramondre Stevenson in there or a full bill of health, the Patriots will struggle to kind of crack a little bit of the egg of this mighty Seattle defense there, man. I mean, Murphy being solid up front, it's gonna be a tough, solid 4 to crack, right? But a nice little tandem between Stevenson and Henderson there. What's up? Do you want to let's pull? Hold on, let me make this point, and then we can pull these up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. But yeah, so to me, I think the running game between New England, between those two, I think it's going to be stifled a little bit if Stevenson doesn't have a full bill of health. I also think that just the weapons on the other side of the ball between Walker, I mean, they haven't even needed Shamelet because of how dominant that Walker's been right now. Of course, it wasn't too much of a dominant game last contest, but still he was right around the century mark. Might have had like 80 yards or something, but he's getting sprinkled down and used into the damn passing attack now. What Barner's still a threat inside the hashes, but they haven't even needed him, man, because they're able to pull stuff. 10 receptions the last contest with Jackson Smith and Jigba being able to carve it up for over 100 yards or 150 yards. They just got too many weapons to stick with. And then once you account for them, how do you account for Cooper Kupp? New England's got their hands full, man. I think Seattle's the better team. I do like the late emergence of their passing attack, getting Hunter Henry back and kind of reinvigorating him back into the lineup here. Actually, it's been a really good season for Hunter Henry to be back, almost like a return to form or return to grace, I would say, for Hunter Henry, who was kind of coveted as like one of the top tight ends, and then kind of just went away with the Mac Jones era of New England, and now starting to become a factor again. I think they got some tools. I just don't know that they have enough tools. I think this line's pretty good, 4.5 right now. You probably see it around 3, right? It'll probably shade down a little bit here. It's going to be a close contest, but ultimately I think Seattle pulls it out.
Yeah, the good defenses, and I know a lot of the question is going to be what about Drake May, but I think that the progression that we've seen with Drake May and the way that the maturization process that we've seen with him, for Drake May in this game, to me, it's going to be a matter of to where you don't have to. You don't have to be the MVP, you don't have to be superb, but you can't make mistakes, and that's where the Seattle defense can make you make mistakes, but I do think that they'll be able to lean on the running game and work at the line of scrimmage to where they're not going to put Drake May in the situation to where it's going to be on him to totally win the game. He will have to engineer drives like I'm talking about at the end, but I think that it's going to be a matter of him playing clean and staying clean. And I think that he can do that. I really do think that he can do that. So the quarterback battle, look, a big part of me, look, the emotional part that we've talked about here. Look, man, I would love for Sam Darnold you want to talk about getting that whatever off your shoulder, you can do that right there. Sam Darnold silenced a lot of stuff last week, punching the ticket to the Super Bowl. But if he can engineer a Super Bowl title, that's great. But I just think that just something tells me that New England's going to win a masterful football game and win it closely. Win it closely at the end.
Gonna have to. Producer Rob chimes in. Will Campbell has to step up. Well, dude, he had a pretty fucking good game against Denver. Right?
Yeah, he did.
He did pretty damn good against Denver. I don't even think. No, I don't know this off the top of my head, but I thought I read somewhere last week that he didn't even allow a sack after the game. I could be wrong. Don't hold me on that, but I'm pretty sure I read that last week that he didn't even allow a sack in the game. So I think if he can build off of that and kind of slow that defensive front and that passing attack down, I think he's gonna be okay. I think that offensive line is gonna be in good shape.
Now, I will tell you this, Wags, that while I do think that New England's going to win, if this game comes out of the box and Seattle's all, putting the foot to the floor and doing all these different things and they jump out, I don't think New England is capable of coming back. But I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think that you're going to have a slugfest here going back.
I don't know. I think New England, even I know they don't have like the one tool that can kind of break your secondary. I say that, but they do have Diggs, right? Like Diggs is still there.
Yeah.
I think they have an offense that can get up and down the field. They do, and they definitely have the quarterback that can orchestrate that. I do I agree with you somewhat to where if Seattle gets too much ahead, maybe 2 scores, 17 points or something, that's just too much of a deficit or too much of a hill to climb. I can see that. But ultimately, I see a pretty close game here. I think the line's pretty good. I think the line's pretty true.
Yeah. Well, we'll, I don't know. Well, it's, and how do the teams handle this? And that's where it's so, the Super Bowl is always so interesting because you have that extra week in there where you have that time off and there's all the bullshit that you have to do. I do think it is a one possession game.
Yeah, I think it ends up being a one possession game. I don't think it'll be a blowout. Maybe it'll get out of hand and maybe 10 at one point, but I think ultimately it'll kind of get, reined back in.
But like I'm saying, I think if New England goes down by 14, let's just say 13 or 14, I think if they go down to that deficit, they're in trouble. They're in trouble because that's going to ramp up that defense. That's going to ramp up the Seattle defense, and then that's where it goes to Sam Darnold to where he can go into game control mode and just try to punch a ticket and finish this.
Rodney Smith says that Ohio State back is going to cook in the Super Bowl. I think he's referring to Travion Henderson. Yeah, wouldn't that be some shit? I believe, and I'm going to have to go to Rob here again. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the first touch that New England had this season was a Travion Henderson kickoff return for a touchdown. I believe that was the first touch that New England had this season. Would that not be some shit, some full circle if he's able to pull that shit off in the fucking Super Bowl? And is able, because you need some miracles need to happen in terms of winning a big game. Usually it consists from special teams or it's a defensive pick or a score or something, or something happens to where it's maybe just a block kick or something or a special play, right? But usually there's one point that makes the game more advantageous for the other team than the other. So Henderson got us all. Yes, okay, it was that. All right, my memory does serve me correctly. So yeah, Rodney, that could come full circle. Could come full circle.
Hashtag Be Nasty says it's going to be like the Broncos versus Seattle when they blew them out. I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be, but I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be. But that's just where I say if Seattle jumps out, I don't see the Patriots are going to have to go blow for blow. It's going to have to be a prize fight for them to be in that last position, which I think it will. I do think it will, because the Patriots have taken on the mindset of their head coach, and that's the way that they play football with the way the team is put together. So, any props that you would suggest? I know that for your clients, I know that we're just over a week out, but the props to me are the ones that get the most interesting with this, because you can always lay some scratch down on something.
I mean, I don't have the props pulled up in front of me, and I'm beating myself in the head now. That's something that I should have had pulled up.
Wagner Wire.
I would definitely think that I'd be all over a completion. Probably a completion attempts, or attempted passes for Drake May or for Sam Darnold, right? One of these teams is going to be coming from behind. You could probably straddle and take a prop on that. Look for a prop on for Kupp. I'm sure that the numbers will be more favorable for Kupp because Smith and Jigba, coming off of that game last week, will have crazy odds. So you'll probably have good favorable numbers for Cooper Kupp there. Who else? We were just talking about Travion Henderson, right? What if Ramondre Stevenson isn't able to go, and a lot of the load and payload? I doubt that's going to happen. I'm pretty sure. I don't have the injury update on Ramondre Stevenson, but if there's any inkling of a way that he's going to play, I'm sure he will do it, right? Like if you got to give him 2 shots or whatever, just so he can't feel pain, I'm sure he'll probably play.
And I like
what Jake effective it'll be.
I like what Jake is talking about, because for me, one of the moves for Seattle this year was with Rashid Shaheed coming in.
Yeah,
that was big.
That'll probably. I mean, that's a flyer. That's one hell of a flyer. But this is a guy that he can score on special teams, or he can get a 60-yard bomb. Right? We've seen what he's been able to do when he was at New Orleans. He's been able to bring that same type of electricity and speed over to Seattle. So yeah, that's a great prop. Anytime touchdown for. I wonder what the odds would be for that. I wonder if that's favorable or not. I mean, that's
got to be favorable, right? That
Yeah, because it's a chip, a chair, and a prayer, right? So,
Yeah.
and Shaheed's really not involved in their offense week in and week out. And, the home run happens from time to time, but usually it's Jackson Smith and Jigba, or it's Kenneth Walker that's usually dominating that offense.
I'd like to see
that's a great prop too. Of course, everybody's going to have which color the Gatorade's going to be. How
I'd like to see
the over under for the American the national anthem, the over under for the national anthem. So. Getting ready to call it the American anthem. What the hell's the American anthem? Jesus.
So, Wags, I do have to ask you this one, and this is
What do you
probably
have to ask, Rodney? What do you have to ask?
I'm sure you don't want to go down this road. This is something that maybe you would do somewhere else. I mean, it's up to you. Hell, you can do it whatever you want at this point. So again, from the Coda text line, enjoyed spending time with y'all. Appreciate the energy that we bring. And I will say there are some days that Wags and I are kind of like, but we do try to bring.
Yeah, we're human, man. We're human.
Appreciating your encouragement on mental health. You've helped me with that. I will tell you that, my brother, just from a personal thing. Love to hear Wag's veteran take on U.S. political situation these days. That
well, you ain't gonna hear that on this show. we're gonna need some beer and some smoke for that, man.
Beers and smoke.
Well, I mean, because for that discourse, you just got to have an open conversation. You got to be able to, to let everything out of the bag. You can't just sit there and hold back with that. And I'm not going to get into a political conversation on a sports show. That'll kill it. So
yeah. Well, what's gone?
But I love. Here's my take. I love America. That's my take.
There you go. USA. And again, guys, I will tell you guys this one last time.
I love the Olympics for a reason. All right. I'm pro America.
It's coming. It's coming. You guys with mental health. I mean, seriously, if something's not right, reach out to Wags or I. I mean, you can easily get my phone number. Go on social media. You will find it. You need a buddy to talk to. If something's going on, if something doesn't feel right, if whatever, it's okay to not be okay. It took me a long time to figure that shit out. I was raised
but also like have confidence in yourself, pull your shit up by your bootstraps and get your ass back up, right? Like that, and that's what we're all here for. That we're all here, like on your worst day, on my worst day, we're here to get your ass up by your bootstraps, right?
That's right. You guys want the Michigan lady on? I mean, stay tuned. Maybe she'll show up at some point.
I'll tune in for that one, Double R. I'll tune in for that.
We'll get her back on. Lindsey Vaughn. Yeah, Lindsey Vaughn, speaking of athletes, which there is one coming up, was injured. Yeah, they had to airlift her out. So I don't know how that's going to affect the
this is her last run too, right?
Yeah, that girl, she's had all kinds of injuries, man. She's put together with baling wire and duct tape, man. So hopefully
I actually don't believe in that at all. I believe that we should stay out of each other's business. That's what I believe. I believe that you live your life. I don't have any say in that to tell you what your life is, and you don't have any say to tell me what my life is. All right, because I'm doing just fine, and you're doing just fine. That's what I believe.
Yeah, you know whatever works for me doesn't work.
Stay out of it. That's what I believe. Stay out of it and leave me the hell alone. All right.
It's one of those things. If it works for me, it doesn't work for you.
What do we got to do? So we got an athlete of the week.
Hey, the Royal Rumble's coming up. The best ass in wrestling. It's Liv time.
Who is this? I don't even know who I'm looking at.
Liv Morgan, professional wrestler.
Liv Morgan.
So I figured we'd go ahead and there's her ass. So.
Hell an ass, Rodney. What do you want me to say?
There it is, right there. So there's your Liv Morgan will be our final athlete of the week.
You didn't even build it up. You just threw it out there on the table, huh?
Well,
so what does she do, Rodney? She looks like she's a champion.
She's a championship women's wrestler. So I saw this morning she'll be at the Royal Rumble doing something. I don't know what, but so this girl has been she's been arrested. She was arrested for weed possession. So I think she's a regular girl. Yeah, she likes to partake in fun stuff. Very compact, very great wrestler, very very pretty girl, and a great on the microphone. She says really cool things. So yeah, Liv Morgan. That's her ass. That's athlete right there for
athlete of the week, or I guess athlete of the month. if we will.
Athlete of the
our last athlete, Mr.
Hey,
Cole
look who's checking
Thompson.
in.
I see you, sir. I see you, sir.
There you go.
Appreciate all the conversations with Cole as well. And you guys, if you want SEC knowledge and news, notes, and nuggets, tune in to SEC Unfiltered. I'm sure they will keep you guys apprised.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
A lot of good, man. Appreciate all your all's comments, man. A lot of love. It's again, we'll see you down the line. I'm not going to say bye because you guys know that, we never go away, especially in radio. It's just a circle of revolving life here, man. You stay at the table long enough, you always have a microphone. It's kind of like poker. Chip a chair in a prayer. The lights are always on. And it does. It kind of regurgitates itself. Usually you find when something goes stale or goes awry, you find it, someplace down the road a couple of months later. So
yeah, so this morning my
Cole is athlete of the year.
Yeah. She got it.
Stacy Keebler, Baltimore's own Stacy Keebler. All right. Legs for days. Okay. Give me that one.
It's hard for it to not be those performers that do that. I mean,
they're in very good shape. Their bodies are already, calloused up and toned anyways. And you want to talk about athleticism. They're jumping off of three stories, doing backflips, and are able, sure, some of them catch boots in the face, right? But I mean, and everybody that sits there and says wrestling's fake, it's choreographed, sure, but the moves that you're feeling, the pain that you're feeling is not fake. All right, that is real pain that you're feeling.
It hurts. And I saw somebody mention there Trish Stratus. I saw that she's kind of come back on the scene. She's in her 50s, and that son of a gun looks better than she ever has. I mean, she looks amazing, Trish Stratus. Alexa Bliss.
I got out of the wrestling scene a while. I mean, I've been dipping back into it every now and then. I got to tell you, the narrative, I don't know. There's the storylines just aren't compelling anymore. Not that, hold on, let me walk that back. Not that Vince McMahon's storylines where people were getting raped were compelling. That was not compelling to me at all. I mean, that
crazy.
That was some crazy shit that was going. That's kind of when that wrestling lost me, right? But
yeah,
back in the day with the Warrior. I mean, Macho Man's my favorite wrestler of all time. And matter of fact, Ravishing Rick Rude. For some reason, I always went towards the heels. The heels were just more fun for me. Ric Flair, always the heels.
Wags, what I loved, I mean, I'm a very 80s wrestling guy with the local and regional stuff, but that attitude era that's talked about.
And I didn't realize how big wrestling was down here until I got
dude, it was huge.
Right?
You had two promotions down
basically
here.
It's a minor league circuit for wrestling.
Yeah, we had the Von Erichs down here, for crying out loud. So it was huge, but it was
we had Justin Simmons.
That's right.
Justin Smash Simmons. The Smash comes from his the Smash is the wrestling.
That's right. That dude did do that. But it was because during the time when Steve Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin, was beating the shit out of McMahon, I was in a professional job. Oh, not professional, but I was in a job that I didn't care the most for my boss. So it was on Monday night, I would tune in to watch him beat the shit out of his boss.
Isn't that most corporate bosses though? Whenever you find a guy that cuts 14% of the pay for his staff and gives it to himself, usually don't you have a problem with that guy or that person?
Yeah,
right.
Well, I just didn't.
We all have a problem with corporate.
I just didn't like the guy. He's a dick, which by the way, he's now a friend. But anyway. I don't know if I've ever called him a dick, but you were, by the way. But anyway, Sonny in the WWF. Sonny was a puta, man. Sonny was throwing it down with all of them back in those days.
I can't tell you who my favorite female wrestler is even today. I don't know. I don't know enough of them. Is what I'll say.
Well, the ones now.
Anything else we have to do in closing before we get out of here?
You want to sing Dandy Don Meredith, Turn Out the Lights, Party's Over? I mean, we could sing that in unison, maybe, if we wanted to, I guess. But I don't know.
No, I'm all right.
No, we ain't got to do that.
I'll say this. Wherever you see a cop beating a guy, wherever a newborn baby cries, wherever somebody's struggling to be free, look in their eyes, Ma. You'll see me. You'll see me. You'll see me. You'll see me. A little Rage Against the Machine to take you out there. Tom Jones.
There it is.
Tom Jones.
And I will say this too. I mean, if like the law is doing something out there, I don't care if it's the local police or the DPS or whatever, stay out of their shit. And also if someone's in trouble, don't make a video, help them. Help them.
Get off your phones and help somebody. That's a
shit
nice
down.
little tip for kids there. Hey, look, I've seen all the comments. Appreciate you guys. You guys know where to follow me though. We're not going away. Okay, we're not going away. Probably moving to another time. All right. But look, just hit us up on YouTube. I'm at Wags on, or not the fake Wags on YouTube, and then Twitter. Twitch. I think it's still not the fake Wags or just Wags on there. It might be Plague. I don't even know what my damn video game name is anymore. I think it's Plague, as a matter of fact. But yeah, the Wagner Wire Discord. That's something that you can reach out and touch. And also, like, I'm going to be tuning into some of you guys. Like, a lot of our producers here got some shows that are rocking and rolling too. So I'll be paying attention to see what you guys are putting down as well, man. So you guys, we don't, like I said, we don't say bye. We just, we'll see you. We'll see you around. We'll see you in a little bit.
Next time. Yeah. Before we bring the guys on, I will tell you, all of you guys that have been a part of the show and ladies that have been a part of the show today, it has been a pleasure. I've had a Busch Light in the coffee cup today, having one last show with you guys.
Usually those of you guys that don't know, we'll take you behind the curtain. Usually there's beer in that coffee cup every week. So
it's usually coffee. So it's been a pleasure having a Busch Latte with all you guys one last time here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Maybe
Jen,
two.
How are we doing? Good morning, you beautiful babies. How are you?
Doing fantastic, fellas.
What's up? What's on the slate today, man? I see that Texas just got a wide receiver.
Yeah, he's older than me.
Yeah, I saw that.
This would have been, or I mean, he's only a year older than me, but yeah. Well, pretty old guy. He'll be 24 in March. So.
Oh my God!
Hey, look, Signetti's onto something. All right.
Yeah, he'll be in his sixth year of college.
We're getting some old bones up in this place, man.
He's going to be in his sixth year of college and seventh year removed from high school since he did prep school for a year.
It's crazy.
So,
absolutely crazy.
Yeah. It is funny, though, because some Texas fans are like, man, Indiana, this is horse shit. They got 24 and 25-year-olds out here.
What is this?
They are men. They are
Rabbit's
men.
got the gun. But I don't know. It's also funny because found out they were getting him this morning. And I went and dug up this quote from Sark from like a year and a half ago, where he's like, man, there are things wrong with college football. We got 28, 29, 26-year-olds out here playing. It's like, okay, Mr. Sarkeesian. Okay.
You can't beat them, join them.
Yeah. No, this is the off season of all off seasons. We're saying gotcha to Steve Sarkeesian for past things he said in interviews, like the whole transfer thing. But I don't know. We're having fun. I'm poking fun. I'm not being serious.
It's just weird now to where you look at the way college football has changed and college athletics to where National Signing Day. I mean, I remember that was, so many different things were all centered around all of that now. And it's like, it's going to pass. And it's like, okay, whatever. Yeah. Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
Anything on the slate? I mean, I'm sure you're going to be talking about the wide receiver Super Bowl predictions.
Yeah, probably. Is that this weekend or next weekend?
No, but I don't know if you're going to have an opportunity to talk about it with Nick on Texas Sports Unfiltered again.
Hey, good point. Good point.
I have a topic to bring up right at the start of the show. Is Jordan finally growing a beard after? Turn your head that way.
No.
I think it was just Scruff that he missed.
No, it's Scruff, but I've never grown it out because it's always in the awkward stage, and I'm still in the awkward stage. I'm like, you know what? I won't have to be on camera anymore. I don't got to show up to anything in person for a while. Let's see what it looks like.
Let it breathe, man. Let it grow. I like it. Are you growing the mustache? Are you deliberately shaving the mustache?
He's got AIDS.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I'm just letting it grow for now and clean it up later.
We're gonna come back in like 3 weeks. He's gonna look like Zach Galifianakis.
No, No,
absolutely.
None of that.
All right, boys.
All right, but yeah, we'll get out of your hair, man.
Been a pleasure,
Love
guys.
y'all.
Hey, y'all
It's been
stay in
good,
touch.
man.
Y'all stay in
Hey,
touch.
I'll see you all. I'll see
Love
you
Take
guys.
care, boys.
Love Chaos Theory.
Thank you all. Thank you all. It's been fun.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook for the last and final time. Jordan Scruggs, that's Nick Harris. We will be talking about Sterling Burkhalter. There's also there's a 2026 D lineman currently on campus that I have some thoughts about. And Jermaine Bishop took home Dave Campbell's Mr. Texas football. So we're going to be talking about that. Nick was at the Senior Bowl down in Mobile, Alabama, Green Bowl, Alabama this week. So we'll be talking about the Senior Bowl. Saw Mookie Taft was there. Malik Muhammad went viral because people figured out he actually knows how to press when he did it for 4 years in high school. So a lot of fun stuff. But first, we're going to start off with Sterling Burkhalter. Or real quick before that, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving. But Texas.
I'm not leaving.
I ain't fucking leaving. No, Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're pulling the plug. This is the last day of shows, and it will no longer be a media entity, organization, whatever you want to call it, outlet. So yeah, I'm still with Horns 24/7. We're gonna take a few months off, then might try to do some more podcasting or live shows. I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but you know, around the time of the year to take a break. I've been wanting to take a break, so I'll take a few months off, and then we'll figure it out from there. But in regards to Sterling Burkhalter,
Really quick, Jake
Yeah.
Bayless, you're right. They did fuck up. They let us get to Friday. I just wanted to make sure and point that out.
yeah, oh yeah, where is this? And can you believe it? They fucked up and let us get to Friday.
Can you believe that?
But no, all right. I see some questions in the chat. We're gonna come back to them. We can go as long as we want today, Nick. I don't know what your schedule looks like,
I
but
have to go like right at 11. I apologize, but
that's fine. I can go solo for a while, or Wags, or Rod. If y'all want to hop back in here, BK, I don't care. We got some time. I already got a story out today, and the kid already signed, so we can go as long as we want. But all right. So Sterling Burkhalter, very strange development. I hopped off the show yesterday, realized a agency had followed me on Twitter. You know, to not be or to do this job correctly, you follow those guys back as soon as you can. All right, Wags, that's our text. But you follow them back as soon as you can, and then you either DM them or you wait about 5 minutes, see if they DM you. I waited. He DMs me, goes, "Hey, Sterling Burkhalter's my guy. He's visiting Texas right now. Like, please reach out if you have any questions." And he sent his phone number. I'm like, I didn't even know this kid existed, and I'm looking him up as I'm calling the guy, and I was like, "Hey," he gave me some good info. I'm looking him up on Twitter. I'm like, "Oh shit, I guess I'll break this," because I don't think anyone in the Texas market thought they'd go after another receiver. I certainly didn't. And yeah, kind of posted it without getting it confirmed from another source, but turned out to be right. And Burkhalter, he signed this morning. He's still on campus at Texas. He showed up yesterday late in the morning around noon, sometime around then. But a really interesting addition. He's 6'3". He's 203 pounds. As we said earlier, he's an older guy. He's going to turn 24 in March. It'll be his 6th year of college football this fall and 7th year removed from high school. Originally was a class of 2020 prospect and then did prep school for a year. He's from Cincinnati, Ohio, in that area, and then did prep school for a year in Georgia, then did 2 years in North Carolina A&T, 2 years at Cincinnati, 1 year at Wake Forest, and now he's at Texas. And to put in perspective how old this guy is, he was in the same high school recruiting class as Bijan Robinson, who's going to be in his 4th year in the NFL this fall.
He's going to be in his 4th year already? God almighty. God.
So, and a lot of people are like, well, why would they go after this guy? Well, your 3 starters are Emmett Mosley, Ryan Wingo, and Cam Coleman. After that, Texas doesn't have a single receiver on the roster that has played more than 180 snaps in their career. Jermaine Bishop, Cohen Brown, Chris Stewart, a true freshman. They have not played at all. They just showed up at Texas. Khalid Lockett played like 43 snaps last year. And then Dalen McCutcheon played like 140 or 170, somewhere around there. So obviously the young guys have to play at some point, but there was no experience depth. And to be quite honest with you, there's very little depth to begin with. Chris Stewart and Cohen Brown, they're not guys that are going to make an impact year one. That's just what it is. Khalil Lockett, I think, was going to be ready to contribute this year off the bench. Same with Jermaine Bishop, Dalen McCutcheon. But what happens if, knock on wood, a starter goes down or a depth piece goes down? Yes, Steve Sarkisian rarely rotates these guys, but there's not a veteran presence. And another thing I found pretty interesting, Cam Coleman, Ryan Wingo, and Emmett Mosley are the only receivers on the team north of 200 pounds and really north of 190 pounds. Cohen Brown is listed at 190. I think he's somewhere in the 180s. Everyone else is 190 or below. And then you look at the height of these guys. Cohen Brown or Khalil Lockett, Emmett Mosley, Cam Coleman, Ryan Wingo are the only guys that are 6 foot or taller on this team. Everyone else is sub 6 foot. That's where you insert Burkhalter, who will be 24 in March, who is 6'3" and 203 pounds. He also has more career snaps than anyone on this team at receiver. And he is arriving in Austin with 76 receptions for 1,083 yards and 5 touchdowns on an average of 14.3 yards per catch. He's appeared in 43 games with 23 starts, totaling 1,416 snaps across his 5-year career. By far and away, the most successful season he had was this past year at Wake Forest, his lone year at Wake Forest. He posted 30 receptions, 416 yards, 2 touchdowns on an average of 13.9 yards per catch. With those numbers, he finished third on the Wake Forest team in receptions and receiving yards and tied for second in receiving touchdowns. So a really interesting addition. Again, like this came out of nowhere for me. Obviously, Texas has been working on this for a while. In the other schools in the mix, he chose Texas over Washington, Wisconsin, Virginia Tech, and LSU. He visited LSU in mid-January, but LSU and Texas are the only trips he took. He actually was scheduled to be at Washington this weekend, but he's no longer going since he signed with Texas today. So that's kind of the latest there. I think the easiest thing to call him right now is receiver 4, likely the first receiver off the bench. And I mean, hey, you have 105 scholarships now. Like, does Texas need this guy? No, by no means, but it can help the team. Depth is always valued, especially veteran experience depth, which this guy is. So I like the addition. And also, people on our board were like, well, the young guys have to play at some point. Isn't Khalil Lockett or Jermaine or Dalen McCutcheon, aren't they going to be pissed? Nothing they can do, buddy. The portal window closed. They got to wait until next January to leave this team. So they're kind of trapped. And regards to, could they leave next January? No, they won't. Cam Coleman is leaving. He's a 1-year rental. He's going to the NFL. Say what you want about Ryan Wingo, but he's 6'2", 200-plus pounds, and is really fast. That will always get drafted into the NFL. He will get drafted into the NFL next year, regardless if he has the same season he had as a sophomore, as a junior. It doesn't matter. It's a height, weight, speed league. That's what it is. And based off how his recruitment went, I do think Ryan Wingo is going to leave for the NFL as long as he has a draft grade, regardless of what round it is. So that's 2. And then you have Burkhalter. He's out of eligibility as well. I've always viewed Emmett Mosley as a 4-year player. He'll be in his 4th year in 2027. But that means there's 2 starting receiver spots open.
Yeah.
Khalil Lockett is going to be one of those in year 3 as long as he stays, which I expect him to. And then you can also move Emmett Mosley outside. He's played inside and outside in his career. He'll be a slot this year, but he played some outside this year. Move him out, and then you have Jermaine Bishop starting in the slot year 2. You obviously can also always get a transfer receiver, which Steve Sarkisian has done like 5 years in a row. So a lot of intrigue with this addition, and I mean, I like it a lot. I don't know if you have any thoughts as someone who probably hasn't heard of or looked into this kid until now.
Yeah, I saw that you reported it earlier with the Zenits, and I think Hummer was in on that as well. But yeah, that was you mentioned it, but it's just a product of having the triple-digit scholarships now. And it's fascinating because like this second portal this second portal wave, I should say. Whereas like when the portal closes, there's still a lot of depth guys that are sitting in the portal to go grab. whereas before these scholarship limits were increased, these guys were going and falling to like D2 ranks or FCS ranks because there's just no more spots available. But now a team like Texas can go afford to grab him, put him on scholarship, and it works out as a depth piece, and it works for everybody involved. We've seen it more at the quarterback position, specifically in this cycle with like Nick Evers going to Mizzou and like the Coastal kid. I'm blanking on his name. Is it Morris?
Morris.
Yeah. The Coastal kid landing in Austin. So it's beneficial for everybody involved. And, if you had told Burkhalter like, hey, you probably won't get a big NIL bag, but you're going to go to a team that's going to compete and, you're going to have a role on that team. I think he would have been happy about that. So, I think overall it's worked out.
Yeah. And, for those that are curious, let me hold up a sec. Let me get this on the screen. He filed a waiver with the NCAA, which he got, which is what allows him to play this fall, because he would have been his sixth year of eligibility. Here is kind of a brief snapshot of the career. So he was able to get this 2023 season back. These first 2 years are at North Carolina A&T, 23 and 24 at Cincinnati, 25 at Wake Forest. And he was able to get a sixth year of eligibility because he was dealing with like a nagging back injury or back issue, according to the agent I spoke with. And they were able to prove that there was medical proof that he had that back injury at Cincinnati since he helped out with that. And he only played in 8 snaps that season. The 2 appearances are also like game 2 of the year and game 11 of the year. So he got a medical red shirt for that, and that is how he got his 6th year of eligibility.
That's
which is pretty nuts. But could you imagine if you went and told this kid out of high school he had offers from Liberty and Hampton University? That is it. So he went prep school, and then he chose North Carolina A&T over like a bunch of other SWAC G5 FCS programs out of that prep school. But could you imagine if you told him like, hey, you're going to be catching passes from Arch Manning playing for Steve Sarkisian, Texas in 7 years?
Yeah.
But first, you're going to go to North Carolina A&T, Cincinnati, and Wake Forest.
He's going to be like, who's Arch Manning? Which, speaking of, hilarious incident last night as I was waiting in the New Orleans airport, waiting on my flight to take off from New Orleans to get back here to Dallas. And it just kept getting delayed. I've dealt with about 1 million delays this week because of weather and everything. And it just continues to get delayed, push back. And it's me and Tommy Arsh. I think he's been on the show a few times, friend of the show. And we're waiting on getting back from Mobile. And we look to our right, and who's sitting there? Cooper Manning. We just strike up a conversation, talk to him for legitimately, not even joking, like an hour and a half, just about everything under the sun. And it was a super good conversation. But I'll talk about a couple of details in that conversation. One, he's going to New Zealand to golf with friends. And I was like, man, I would just love that luxury. Like, hey, let's go to New Zealand and just get a round in right quick.
Wait, sorry, time out real quick. Why was he this was the New Orleans airport?
It's the New Orleans airport.
And because he lives there during the year and he was flying out of there to go
I would
to
assume
New Zealand?
so. I would assume so. But he was flying to DFW to meet up with friends, and then they were flying from DFW to New Zealand to golf with friends. But
as one does, go to New Zealand.
As one does, just to get a quick round in and hit it back before dinner. I walked away from that conversation. He kind of remembered me from when I was covering Arch's recruitment, but I mean, he wouldn't have been able to pick me out of a lineup if I hadn't said something. I walked away from that conversation, and I think about my couple of interactions with Peyton and Eli Manning. I think about all my interactions with Arch. This is like one of the best families ever. Like they are truthfully salt of the earth, like not bigger than anybody type people. And I just think
besides the San Diego Chargers.
Yeah. For some reason the Chargers, but I just think it's worth it to note that, like, we were just sitting there shooting the shit for like an hour and a half about everything under the sun, whether it football, not football related, flights, golf, whatever, and good people. The Manning family are good people, and I think the University of Texas should be very grateful that they've even got one more year left of Arch, because it's a fantastic family to be attached to.
Yeah, you should be like, hey, Cooper, what are we thinking about maybe being a Dallas Cowboy?
Yeah. He had said that he knew Brian Schottenheimer really well, that they were good friends. They go back a long time. So I thought that was fascinating. But nah, he's even if the Cowboys' entire season goes to shit in 2026, I don't think they're going to have a chance at drafting him, even if they wanted to, and I don't think they're going to want to.
So he's obviously going to be the number one pick in the draft. I mean, it's clear as day.
And it is physically impossible for the Cowboys to have the number one overall pick next year.
How?
Because they have 2 first-round picks next year, technically, but the Jets get the higher of the two from the Quinnen Williams trade. So it is physically impossible for them to get the number one overall pick.
Damn, that sucks. But what I was going to say, though, I mean, obviously teams are going to be tanking to try to get him.
Yeah.
But, like, could you see the Browns or any franchise being like, we don't care, we're getting Arch Manning, and trading like 3 or 4 first rounders just to draft him?
Absolutely. So
like, how crazy do you think it'll get? How many first rounders do you think it'll require?
Someone's going to get dumb, and someone should get dumb, honestly, because it's not only a quarterback, it's a franchise, and it's a jersey that'll be top 10 in sales year one. There's a lot that'll go into that, no doubt. How crazy it could get, I'm trying to think of, let's see.
What if like
Panthers? This is probably the one I could draw closest to, but it's still not even in the same echelon. The Panthers traded 2 first-round picks to go up and get Bryce Young. Like they passed on knowing Caleb Williams would be the number 1 overall pick the following year. They passed on Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud, and Drake May to go move up and draft Bryce Young.
Yeah, I was going to say, what if the Jets have the number 1 pick and Arch like, you know what? Let's run it back. 5th year, baby.
Yeah. And Jets are like, we can do this all day.
Yeah, no, I loved whenever he formally announced he was coming back this year. A Saints fan was like, we don't give a shit, buddy. We can tank all day. We will wait for you.
Yeah, we can do this shit all day. Don't blame us.
I'd love if he goes to the Saints. That'd be pretty cool. Like, I'm not a Saints fan, but just the story there, him being in his hometown.
Badass. That'd be so badass.
Yeah, and the Saints would be back to being good in next decade, and he'd be back with Kelvin Banks. Shit,
or Atlanta with Bijan because they never got to play together. That would be fire.
That would be fire.
That'd be crazy.
Imagine the dumbass edits of Arch Manning in Hotlanta.
Yeah. You think he has swag now? Oh my god.
Yeah. All right, so back to some recruiting stuff. Texas currently has a 2026 defensive lineman on campus. His name is Elijah Ollie. These are the schools Texas is competing with for this kid.
Oh,
Temple, man. San Diego State, Delaware State, Sac State. That's it. And
can they pull him from Jackson?
The Sac State offer isn't even real. It's from the last Sac State staff. But okay, so this kid is something I've never seen before. Nick, I'm going to pull up his huddle. Look at how many schools he's been registered to on his huddle. That's 6 different high schools.
Okay, all right.
Or 5, since one is the same. He's transferred around a bunch. He's moved around a bunch. There are no stats on Max Preps. He has never thrown the shot put or the discus, or if he has, it's never been recorded. And the only thing that really exists on him is highlights. Like, there's nothing else. He's never gotten verified testing data or camped at any of those camps. And for whatever reason, he has agents. He actually has 2 of them.
Okay.
And yeah, right. And
he has half as many agents as he has offers.
There you go. But Texas, his picture is like that because no one's seen him in person at our company. That's why he doesn't have a photo. And there's no photos of him online on his social media, so I can't just take one off.
No, that's him. He's just super menacing.
Yeah. But with Elijah Ollie, Texas only signed 1 interior D lineman. They have Jamarian Carlson. He's a bit of a tweener from edge D line, can end up playing either. They also have Richard Wesley. He's a pure edge. and they dropped Dylan Berriman when they shouldn't have. I was adamant at the time this was stupid as hell. It's still stupid as hell. And they lost the commitment of Corey Wells, who flipped to an Auburn staff that had been recruiting him for like literally less than 48 hours. So Texas, they needed numbers. And while I do think it would have been much smarter to go after another Zion Williams type, a kid that already did a year in college but redshirted and has 4 years of eligibility, they're going after a high school kid. And it's purely for numbers. And if the scholarship limit hadn't changed from 85 to 105, there's no way Texas would be looking at this kid. But they are. And was told Kenny Baker when he was out in the Southern California area checking out guys for, recruiting, hitting the road earlier this month, he stopped by Ollie's school, saw him work out, and then that's where the interest came about. He's not posted an offer. I do not think Texas has actually offered him, but he is on campus in an official visit capacity where Texas pays for everything. So I would heavily assume he's going to get an offer and will commit to it. I wrote the commit story, and I struggled to get over 200 words. Because there's no information on this guy. So I mean, look, I'm not trying to come off as like a complainer, but I'm going to complain. This kid doesn't get any money from a RevShare NIL package, and that's fine. And if he does, it's going to be very, very little. Like Connor Stroh made $30,000 at Texas last year. It's going to be something like that. But Ben Duncan at Lake Travis is going to play earlier than this guy. Ben Duncan at Lake Travis is going to Kentucky in the SEC. And Texas had him on campus once. And that kid has a shit ton of family members that went to Texas, grew up a Texas fan. His uncle and grandpa played linebacker at Texas, grew up going to games, and he would have committed and played for free at Texas. And, like, this is a long-term developmental upside take. You have extra scholarships. It's going to take a while for this guy to see the field if he does see the field. And you could say the same about Duncan, but Duncan is going to see the field before he will. So I don't know. I just the personnel scouting team has been great at times this offseason. I think Michael Masunas was a terrific ad. I think Sterling Burkhalter is a good ad as well. And they've taken their shots. They're budget guys. I love Yaheem Riley. I love they finally went after him, but there are some things they do that are inexplainably stupid. And getting to the situation because you dropped Dylan Berriman is the exact definition of that. So nothing against the kid, nothing against him. Just the process of how they got to this is what is frustrating and something that could have never happened if they just kept Dylan Berriman or were a more structured operation. I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
I have two things here. One, if you were going to take this type of take, right, where, hey, let's go get the big body who has absolutely nothing, not going anywhere. We'll put him on scholarship. Maybe he turns out to be something. But if he's not, then, it's not like anyone loses at the end of the day. If you are going to do that, like that concept, why not go rub the shoulders of some random coach in the state? Why go to California for that? Why not go to, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, hey, you haven't had a commit from Carthage in a few years. Go take a Carthage kid, or even I don't know. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Like Argyle, hey, they haven't been taking Argyle kids in a while. Go take an Argyle kid. And, just a really good program guy who's, comes from a winning program and just do that. But I don't know. I would love to know the story of how the hell they found this kid. And cut on the film. Let's watch.
His film isn't bad.
Let's watch like 3 plays. My second thing.
We're gonna have to watch a vaping ad first, I think. Well, what is our ad gonna be? Oh, Photoshop. This is the other one you love to do.
This is actually perfect because it plays right into my second point. What are the odds that this kid is AI? What are the actual odds that they took an AI recruit? And now I'm starting to think too. You could legitimately build an AI recruit. Pause it for me right quick. Hold on. Let me throw my theory out there at you. You build AI is so developed now to where you can make tape, right? Just make a Twitter account, make tape. Hey, I'm this 6'6" kid with like 82-inch arms. No one found me, and I have these offers from schools that'll never, you'll never cross-check a Sacramento State offer or a Delaware State offer, Those guys, they'll build me profiles, and then boom, I'm in. And then if I have this AI, these schools will call me, Texas will call me and be like, hey, man, we'll come give you 20 grand. Just come be on the roster this year. Say less. I'll be there. Send the money, coach. Got the check. Blocked.
Yeah.
We're running up a bag, guys. Now we have this is how we get Texas Sports Unfiltered back on the market.
Yeah, Texas won't pay. Shut up. Texas won't pay 5 stars until they're on campus, but they're going to give someone they've never seen in person before a $20,000 advance. Seems legit. No, I have thought about stuff like this, though. Like, if we really committed to exposing someone for being horrible at their job by making like a Twitter account of a kid and using someone else's film, like someone else's visit photos, someone else's offers, and to see how long we could get it going before people realize. Because like there are real kids, like for example, and I'll pull this tape up back here in a sec, but there's a kid who's at Lake Travis who we thought was going to the fucking league as a middle schooler because he was like 6'3", 280 pounds, but he was that size as a senior in high school, and he stopped growing. And he was not good. And he ended up going to Cisco JUCO. He did 2 years there. And, you know, I wasn't friends with him, but we knew each other because we were at Lake Travis together. And he started posting a bunch of offers as a JUCO kid. And I saw we had him ranked. We have a guy who does the JUCO ranking separate from the scouting team that does the high school and portal rankings. The JUCO rankings guy will not be named, but he has a ranking on this kid. He's like our number 26 player in JUCO, and I'm like, there's no fucking way this kid is the number 26 player. There's no way, right? And so I'm watching his film, and I'm like, what are they seeing that I'm not? And then I look at his Twitter, and he has some nuts offers. Like he's posting OU, he's posting Oregon. And I hit up our JUCO rankings guy. I'm like, hey, let me know if you need help on this. I went to school with this kid. I think if I hit him up, he'd let me know where he's taking visits, what's going on. No response. 3 days later, I get a text back from this guy that's like, hey, found out this kid is posting fake offers. I was like, what? And he's like, he's posting offers, adding all these coaches, and then blocking them as soon as he tweets them. And I was like, hell yeah. That sounds exactly like this kid that I went to high school with, right? Yeah. And he ended up posting like 40 total offers, which no JUCO kid has ever gotten. That was the biggest red flag. And he only had like 120 followers on Twitter, which is even funnier. And these fake offer tweets would get like 1 retweet and 2 likes, and that was it. And it was some AI account that's programmed to do that. But he ended up at Alcorn State because of the 40 offers he posted, like 2 or 3 of them are real. And I mean, my thing is like, yo, was him posting these fake offers that had to have helped Alcorn State be like, yeah, we should offer this guy. We
yeah,
like, you know.
Yeah.
So
it's the Jawar Franklin theory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't fake your way into a lot of shit if you're big enough. But
yeah,
I mean, that was nuts. And I called Lake Travis about it. Like, yo, do you know this kid's posting some fake shit, right? And they're like, yeah, we haven't talked to him since he left high school. We said we'd help him, but he hasn't reached out to us. I don't know what to say. And I was like, okay.
Type shit.
And yeah. And, you know, ended up having a conversation like, hey, you obviously found out after you ranked him, but where did you ever see he was the number 27 player in JUCO? Were you in on this too? You know?
Yeah.
How'd this happen? But
yeah, exactly.
All right. This is Elijah Ollie's film. We're only going to watch a few plays. There's a big ass kid next to him, number 77. That kid ended up signing with USC. He's an 85 3-star. If USC didn't have the 105 scholarship limit, that kid would not be going to USC. Like 3 years ago, that kid doesn't go to USC. But he does now. And yeah, there's Elijah Ollie. Tape isn't bad, but like what you said, like this exists in the state of Texas.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you wouldn't go grab, you know, just a kid from like some random winning program in Texas to rub some shoulders.
Yeah,
that's the part that I don't get. But maybe they just really like this kid for some reason.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, this kid 3 years ago goes to like JUCO. He goes to like ELAC, and then he'll land at like, I don't know, Arizona State, maybe.
I don't know why this kid wouldn't go to JUCO, especially if it doesn't count towards eligibility.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, fascinating.
Yeah, so I have no intel if he's going to commit or not, but I highly doubt Texas has an all-expenses-paid official visit trip for him, and they don't offer him, and he doesn't take it.
Oh, man, can't ever discount Deshaun Jackson. Get them to Delaware State, baby. They just had a really good season.
I can't even name a town in Delaware.
Are you serious? Not one?
Not one. Rehoboth Beach, but I don't think that's an actual town. I've been there.
That's the most Lake Travis shit you've ever said.
Hey, you know a fun fact about Delaware, though?
No.
It's the first state.
It is. Well, congratulations.
I know that. How many towns in Delaware can you name, Mr. Geography?
Wilmington, Dover, Huntington, Rehoboth Beach, or whatever you just said.
Hey, Rehoboth Beach is cool. You just got to wear shoes because there's tiny shells everywhere that'll stick in your feet like glass. But yeah, all right. Last thing I got in regards to recruiting. Jermaine Bishop, aka Batman, 5'10", 155 pounds of badassery. Genuinely one of my favorite players I've ever covered, one of my favorite recruitments. And genuinely one of the most God-gifted talents I've ever seen with the football in or out of his hands. He's so special. I'm so convicted in this guy. I wish Dave Campbell's did a thing where Mr. Texas Football was on the cover of a magazine, because if so, I would ask Jermaine to sign and I'd frame that because I think he's going to play in the NFL for a long time. But he was one of 6 finalists. So the way they do it nowadays, they used to be they just named a Mr. Texas Football player, but now they do built for tough, like Mr. Texas Football for each class. Jermaine Bishop was 6A, Landon Williams-Callis 5A, Bo Bentley 4A, and then a few others, Jet Taylor, Kagan Ash, Keyshawn Henderson. And then of the 6 finalists, one gets to take home the Mr. Texas Football Award. This year was Jermaine. Remarkable season, 120 catches, 1,940 yards, 20 touchdowns, 16.2 yards per catch. He led the entire state of Texas in receiving yards and receptions and only played 14 games compared to 3 other players in the top 10 who played 16 because they went to the state championship game. Talked about it a lot. As Nick likes to call me, I'm like the stat wizard for Bishop. 5th all-time in receiving yards, receptions, tied 11th all-time in receiving touchdowns in Texas high school football history. He's the Greater Houston area leader, or Greater Houston area's all-time leader in receiving yards, receptions, and receiving touchdowns. Just remarkable career. He played 50 career games, never missed a game at Willis, started all 50 games. And the craziest thing is he is going to finish as number 5. Where is this? Damn, I can't pull it up because I'm not logged in on this on Google. But he's 500, like he's 5th all time in receiving yards, but he's like 503 yards away from breaking Jordan Shipley's record. And the thing is, Jermaine only caught 1 pass for 2 yards as a freshman. He primarily played corner, and that was kind of it as a freshman. But if he was a full-time 2-way player all 4 years, there's no way he wouldn't have finished as the all-time leader in the state of Texas.
Especially with Lagway as his quarterback that year.
Oh, yeah. And he only caught passes from Lagway for 1 season the sophomore year. And with Bishop, the only 4 players that have caught or have more receiving yards than him in high school football was Jackson Smith and Jigba, led the NFL in receiving yards this year. He was 2. He only had like 14 less yards than Jordan Shipley. There was a guy I'd never heard of. He went to Booker, didn't even play in college, which is kind of nuts. Booker's a 2A or 3A school. And then Marvin Mims. So 3 of the 4 guys that have had more receiving yards than Bishop played in the NFL were drafted in the NFL. So pretty good for him. He's the 3rd Texas Longhorn to take home the award. Jonathan Gray, Jonathan Brooks did it previously. The award only goes back to 2007. And fun fact, since DJ Lagway won the award in 2023, Willis is the only school with 2 different Dave Campbell's Mr. Texas Football award winners. Yes, Kyler Murray won it back-to-back years, but he's the same person that won it. So, again, Willis is the only school with 2 of them. Oh, shit, I actually fucked it up. Jermaine Bishop is the 4th Texas Longhorn. I forgot Garrett Gilbert.
We all do.
Yeah.
We're not going to blame you.
I'm sorry, Lake Travis. But a few other notable winners, Jaquiz Rogers, college football GOAT, Oregon State GOAT, cousin of Landon Williams-Callis, who was a finalist this year. I guess they'll be the first family to have 2 winners. Garrett Gilbert, obviously, Johnny Manziel, Jonathan Gray, Kyler Murray, Jet Duffy. Man, kids these days don't know shit about Jet
They
Duffy.
don't know about Jet
They
Duffy.
don't know nothing about those Lake Ridge teams. Spencer Sanders, one of the
really
OG.
good article. There's a really good article in Dave Campbell's published last week by Carter Yates. Shout out to our boy Carter. He did a story on Rashad Paul and where he's at. Rashad Paul was a god for Texas high school football fans back in that era.
Where did he end up?
He went to A&M, but I don't want to spoil too much of the story. But he went to A&M. He was like a high 4-star. He was going to be like a specialist / receiver for them just because he was fast as hell. He went 41-0 as a quarterback at Bremond. Won 3 straight state championships. He had very similar like winning numbers to Kyler. But yeah, it never really panned out after that.
Marvin Mims, another all-time receiver. Spencer Sanders, the OG 6th-year quarterback. And then Jonathan Brooks, your boy. I see we got a question. Nathan asks, is he better than Terry Bussey? I love Terry Bussey out of high school. I loved his story. So easy to reform. And as unbiased as I can possibly be, yes, he's better than Terry Bussey.
The thing with Terry is like
Terry also played at the 2A level where he was a god, not a man amongst boys, a god amongst boys.
Yeah.
Jermaine Bishop played 6A in the Houston metro area versus the Woodlands versus Conroe, like schools like that. So, and even with Terry, he was a high school quarterback who was pretty much a running back playing quarterback because he's a power 4 football player versus a bunch of 2A kids. It's a freight train versus, whatever. So I'd say Bishop. Bishop was more impressive and was better, and I think he is a better prospect out of high school than Terry. Because the thing with Terry that's different than Jermaine, with Terry, it's like, hey, what position is he going to play? Because he has a weird build. He has long arms, really wide shoulders. He tests great. But no one knew. Is he a corner? Is he a safety? Is he a receiver? What is he? And I don't even think A&M knows what he's going to be, and he's going to be in year 3 this fall.
Yeah.
He's played receiver for them, corner, but he hasn't really ever seen the field outside of when they've treated him like Gadget Boy as a freshman and were giving him end arounds and jet sweeps. Whereas Jermaine, you can very clearly see, hey, slot receiver or corner, nothing else. That's it. So, I'd go Jermaine's a better prospect. What else do we want to hit on? Anything fun from the Senior Bowl? Were there any other Longhorns there besides Mookie Taft, Manny Muhammad?
Yeah, just those 2. And Manny got some good reviews throughout the week. Talked to some scouts about Ethan Burke too, and there's some increasing confidence on Ethan Burke. Let me tell you.
Really?
So that was fascinating to hear coming out of Shrine Bowl week. Jack Injuries is a fascinating one coming out of Shrine Bowl week as well, because like some felt like he should probably have gone back another year. But also it's a weak tight end class, so he could play himself into being the top 3 tight end very, very realistically. You got Kenyon Sadiq and Max Clare at the top, and then it's kind of, anyone's show from there. And I think injuries factors into that equation. But overall, Senior Bowl, man, I didn't get to watch as much practice as I wanted to just because I was running around. On Tuesday, we met with Stephen Jones and Will McClay during practice, and then I had to get those stories up. And then Wednesday, I was rubbing the shoulders and kissing babies of agents. So didn't get to watch much practice at all this week. Of the 3 years I've gone to the Senior Bowl, this is the least amount I've watched practice this week. And so I got to go back and watch a lot of film this weekend to catch back up. But I'll say this about this draft class. Overall, I just don't think it's that sexy. This is not a sexy draft class whatsoever. Like even in the mid rounds, like I'm having trouble finding the positions that I really like for value. Other than like edge and corner, I love the linebacker class. I'll say that. I think the linebacker class is badass. But aside from that, I'm just like, man, there is not a lot of flair and sexiness here. Like I don't have you don't have the 35 draftable running backs you had last year, or even the big names at the top. You have probably 13 first-round grades in this class. And so it's just like, I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting class to see shape out.
Yeah. Any idea on the projection / grades where Malik Muhammad, Michael Taft could end up getting selected?
Yeah, I think Manny will go day 2. Whether that be second, third round, I think he's going to be kind of on that edge. Taft, he's going to get drafted. I just think it's going to be a day 3 type situation. He'll probably benefit from there not being a lot of depth in this class overall. I will say the safety position has some depth, though, like comparative to previous years at the safety spot. I think there is more depth there. So Taft, could be a benefactor of that or not. But I'd be fascinated to see what that looks like.
Yeah. Any players or positions that are starting to make a ton of sense for Dallas at what pick are they at?
They have 12 and 20. So anything that puts you on the defensive side of the ball, this team will grab you. Don't worry about it.
There's no possible way Caleb Downs lasts till 12, right?
The only thing that could get him there is the positional value of the safety position. And if some teams just they're too dumb to get past that. But even then, like, he can play anywhere in the secondary. Like, he's not just a safety. He should not be there at 12, but I wouldn't put it past some of these teams that are picking in the top 11. Because let me tell you, Jordan, teams suck at drafting. Teams suck at drafting. I'm telling you, someone's going to talk themselves into Ty Simpson. I promise you, someone's going to talk themselves into Ty Simpson top 10. I'm stamping it right now.
Yeah, but like, do you feel better about Ty Simpson if like he goes to the Rams?
Yeah, like 25.
Yeah,
or 20.
I mean, could he really go before then?
Could he?
Yeah.
Absolutely he could. Absolutely he could. I'm telling you, there's going to be a team that talks themselves into Ty Simpson.
He's not like the consensus number 2, though, is he? There isn't even really one,
There's
is there?
not one. Yeah, there's not a consensus number 2.
Yeah. I mean, shit, man. Think about next year. Arch Manning, Jeremiah Smith,
Dante Moore,
Cam Coleman,
Dylan Stewart, Colin Simmons. Yeah.
Who else is like a no-brainer will be top 10? Hero Canoe might play his way into a first round. I don't think he will, but he's going to have a shot.
Julian Sayin. Yeah.
Julian Sayin's going to be so interesting to me because the dude is small and not athletic. Yeah. And he's been a bus driver at Ohio State. There are no games Julian Sayin has won by himself.
Yeah, that's a fascinating one too.
And he's going to have north of 25 starts, but he's a small, unathletic quarterback that doesn't have ridiculous arm strength or anything. He's like the most souped-up version of Brock Purdy as possible.
Yeah. I asked a scout about the 27 class this week, and we were kind of throwing names back and forth, just like we were doing. One he threw out there, Leonard Moore. Leonard Moore could go top 10, top 15.
Hey. We only got a few minutes left. We got to use one of these minutes to talk about how when I was making $300 a month covering Baylor for 24/7 Sports, I had more pull with the Rivals rankings than 24/7's rankings because this guy was in charge of them when he was the national analyst for Rivals at the time. And I was like, you got to make Leonard Moore a 4-star. Make him a 4-star. Make him a 4-star.
Yeah.
Rivals, the only site that made him a 4-star.
Trust my guys. Trust your guys.
Oh, yeah.
Trust your guys.
He's going to be a first-round pick. Is probably going to win the Jim Thorpe Award. He almost did it this year as a sophomore.
Yeah, somehow we underestimated him still. So
shit. Hey, at least we had a 4 on there. Maybe On 3 is going to go back and change theirs like they did with a few guys last year. But hey, we'll know the real there. So, but
well, they can claim that now. They can claim my 4-star ranking on Leonard Moore now.
God, yeah, they're totally going to do that this draft. But what other stuff do we have here? Let's see. I'm going to hit on some of these questions.
I got about one more topic to hit, and then I got to bounce.
What do you got?
I'm just saying, throw me a topic, and that's probably the last one I got here.
You want to do Super Bowl?
This is a boring-ass Super Bowl, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
This is a boring-ass Super Bowl. There's nothing intriguing about it. I think the Seahawks will dominate, personally. I think they will just run them out of town from the jump, but who knows? Who knows? Rob and Tindray, Nick, are you going to pop up on Pods anywhere? I am on. I do a draft show. Just stay linked to my Twitter, Nick Harris FWST. I'm on 2 separate ones, and yeah, I'm always around and about.
Oh yeah, man, it's crazy. You kind of forget about John Mateer.
Yeah,
with those quarterbacks, it's such a loaded QB class, and the thing with Marcel Reed too. Like, he won't go day 1 or day 2 next year in that class. He might be a 4-year starter at Texas A&M.
Yeah,
because next year will be his 4th year. He can use his 5th year.
That's crazy.
Like, A&M still doesn't have a clear next guy up. In 2025, they signed a kid that was going to Tulsa because Husan Longstreet flipped right before signing day.
Yeah.
And in 2026, they signed this kid named Hellman Kasuga from Corner Canyon, who was like, he was basically this year's Jaden Davis, where he was like a top 50 prospect in the initial rankings, and every single update after that, he moved down.
Yeah.
And he only went to Corner Canyon for, I think, his senior year or junior and senior year. But he committed early as like a sophomore, and they wrote it out and ended up taking him. In 27, they have a kid named Jace Johnson committed, who I actually like a lot. But he's one of those kind of lottery ticket QBs where he needs to figure out a lot of it and get more consistent in a completion percentage north of like 50%. But I will say A&M, they have some really strange takes, but they do a good job recruiting the Southeast, just like Texas does. And they also, because Elko and a few of their other coaches are from the Northeast, they can get guys from up there in the Midwest. And, you know, they I forgot who it is. There's someone on their staff that coached Arizona high school football for a long time. And so since Elko's been there, I think they've signed like 4 or 5 kids from the state of Arizona in the last 2 classes. It's something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, A&M fans were not happy with me. They were somehow photoshopping like fake screenshots of a board post of mine that said Arch Manning was going in the portal. So
I saw that. I saw those.
But hey.
All right, guys. Hey, fellas, everyone that always tuned in and interacted, I appreciate you guys. Jake Bayless, love you, dog. CB, it was good to interact with you. Stay in touch. Tweet at me random stuff every once in a while. I love getting those tweets from you. Rival and Tendre, JW Crunch, David Keith Williams, Nathan. Trying to think of all the guys that have been Soul Scream, that have been consistent contributors. Appreciate y'all. And see y'all around.
We'll see
Jordan.
you. Appreciate you joining and doing these shows with me the last few months.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. Hey, shout out to Jeff Howe. He just texted us, and former friend of the show texted us and said he was watching. So shout out to Jeff. Shout out to everybody.
Former friend of the show. We're not friends of the man.
My bad. Former host of the show. A friend of the show, no doubt.
Yeah.
And everybody that always filled in whenever I had to bounce somewhere. Colin Kennedy, Tommy Arsh, everybody. So Eric Henry. But yeah, I'll see y'all around.
Awesome. Appreciate it, man. All right. We got Wags in here.
He's still a friend. Jeff's still a friend.
Yeah, I'm like, former friend? What do we mean?
Love Nick.
What do we mean? Yeah, we got maybe Jeff should hop on here, talk about Gerald, Texas for 5 minutes. That'd be funny. All right, I'm gonna go up to the top.
The day I sent Jeff to it, he thought I was sending him to a titty bar. He asked me for some good food, and I sent him to I sent him to where you can get the best pit beef sandwich. It just happened to be right next to a titty bar.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he was in when we were covering Maryland, the Maryland-Texas game when Texas had to go up to Maryland. You know, he said, "Hey, Wags, you're from Maryland. Where can I get a good sandwich?" I was like, "Oh man, our pit beef is just like the brisket." But and I asked where he was at, like where his hotel was. And given the location of his hotel, just like, oh, well, the best shop around you right now is here. It just happens to be right next to a titty bar. I didn't tell him that, but when he went there, I guess he thought I was sending him to a fucking titty bar. He didn't see the shop until, it was too late, I guess.
Man, I know a dude who, I think he lives in Waxahachie now. He used to live in Arlington. And I don't know the name of this place. I know Jake Bayless is around Arlington, so he might know it. And if he says it, I might be able to say it's that one. But there's a guy I knew who would go to a strip club like 2 nights a week just for the wings. Like he'd call in, would order them, and show up, pick them up, and, like leave his car running in the parking lot.
One, have you ever been to a gentleman's club?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
I'm not gonna lie up here, but I'm also like. Man,
then I can't ask the second question. I was going to ask if you've ever had the cuisine from or the food, the grub from a gentleman's club.
No, one day when I'm in Atlanta with Eric, we'll
go get some wings.
Yeah, we'll hit those Magic City wings.
Magic City
I'm not
wings?
getting no seafood pasta. That's guaranteed
I
food
should've put
poisoning.
you
I
on
don't
the
know why you would
bill.
ever order something that has to be cooked like that from a strip club, but yeah. But all right, I'm going up to the top. I know we got a lot of comments and questions we skipped over, so we're gonna go from there. Let's see.
Rick's Cabaret. Jake, make sure you find me. I'm pretty sure we follow each other on Twitter.
Yeah. Soul Scream, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Soul Scream. I always was curious what Soul Scream means, and you followed me on Twitter, and I looked at the page.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, "Oh, whoa!"
Some very entertaining things. Some very entertaining
I'm
things.
not into feet at all, so
some
not
people.
that, like, they
my best
scare
friend
me,
is
but-
that's the first question he asks. He's like, "Hey, you into feet?" That's the first thing he asks.
Yeah,
he's just that's some people's go-to, bro. Some people are there, man.
Yeah, no, Soul Scream, I'd follow you back. I appreciate the support, but like I can't be seen as a follower of that of some foot fetish stuff. I
My
can't.
feet are so bad that it would hurt someone's business that is in that industry. That's how bad my feet are. And I got my shoes off right now, boys. I could do a little OnlyFans tease. If you
No,
wanted to.
no more.
No, it's bad. It is awful.
Hey, I will say some of the funniest things.
Souls has had the best some of the best support on this show though, man.
He has. We're about to get a real transparent here. So
what are we doing? Hold on. Is this why you bring me in for? Am I the?
No. Okay. This just made me think of this. But you know, when you're on Twitter,
like I'm not the sideshow, am I?
No.
Okay.
You know, when you're on Twitter and you see like a tweet, and it's like, wow, it's got millions of views, seems pretty funny. Let's see what the comments are saying. In the first comments are a bunch of like OnlyFans models or whatnot. And sometimes, you know, I'm like, look at it real quick, click on it, and it'll have like 20 followers of college coaches I know, or like a recruit or recruit's parents. I was like, damn, horny ass. You know, this says you're following.
Or Rodney. Or Rodney,
yeah. Sorry to hit Rodney with the stray. But it is on all social media nowadays. If you're following someone and one of your buddies follows you and you follow your buddy, they can see you are following that
Right.
OnlyFans model.
Right.
Just letting y'all know. But yeah. Let's see what other stuff we have here. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these. Yeah, AJ Milwee. I saw that. I saw Jerry reported that. I saw that like an hour before I got on the show, and I haven't chased that down. They haven't offered him, or at least he hasn't posted an offer. The only uncommitted 27 quarterback with an offer currently is Ty Newton out of Smithson Valley. But I definitely think Texas should sign and aim to sign 2 quarterbacks in 2027. You're going to lose one of KJ Lacey and Dia Bell to the portal in January. It's bound to happen. And if
who do you have money on?
It's really hard. It's really hard to call it because Lacey has a year on him in the program. And the year Dia is supposed to get adjusted, acclimated, and learn everything is the year he has to compete for this job. So, I mean, I don't know. It really is really hard to call it. I think Dia is super talented. He also has less career pass attempts in high school than any quarterback Sark has ever taken since he's been at Texas.
And
he's had 2 back-to-back season-ending injuries. So
that's the
he
point.
played a high level of football in South Florida. They played a national schedule too. He missed a lot of those games because he obviously got hurt this year. But the biggest thing for quarterbacks, they make the biggest leap from year 1 to year 2. So that is the part that could suck if Lacey ends up winning and Dia goes in the portal. He can still be a first-round pick somewhere else.
For someone else.
So, but with that, the biggest growth is usually between year 1 and year 2. And that's whenever they get adjusted to the game speeding up so much more than what they played at the high school level. So that being said, if I had to put money on and had a gun to my head, I'd probably say KJ Lacey. I also know since he's shown up on campus, it seems like he's exceeded expectations of what they had for him out of high school. Where with Diabell, like, yeah, he's thrown a football on campus already. He's moved in, but like they're not doing anything with pads on. There's no live bullets. He's throwing to a receiver without a defender there. So it'll be very interesting. It's the first real quarterback battle in like 6 or 7 years since Hudson Card and Casey Thompson battled it out in 2021, Sark's first year. But with Texas, they need to sign 2 2027 QBs because next year when Dia or KJ leaves, you literally have one of KJ or Dia in the 27 QB signing, and that's it. You have to fill in the rest of the room with portal players. Obviously, if you take 2 QBs in the same class, one is bound to transfer out eventually. That's just how it works. But if one of those guys can be a guy that probably would have no business of getting a Texas offer unless they needed 2 QBs, but he has some nice traits that can be developed over a long time and he has a long way to go, that can be valuable, even if he never plays. Having a 4 or 5 year career backup can be valuable. And while those rarely exist anymore because players want to play and you don't get really paid unless you play, that can be really valuable if they were to keep that. So 27 quarterback is going to be very interesting. Again, I am so adamant they should sign 2 quarterbacks that cycle. So, yeah. And I did look into David Davidson a little bit. I like him a lot. Was Elite 11 MVP, Elite 11 Miami or Elite 11 South Florida, whatever they call that event. Andrew Ivins raved about him, put a scouting report on his profile, did some scouting notes on him right after. And when that happens, it means he's going to get a rankings bump. He's currently an 88 3-star. Maybe he'll be a 4 next update for 27. But that's what I got on him. Still waiting to hear back on Milwee being down there and, you know, if an offer could come to fruition. But wouldn't shock me either way. Right. Let's see. David Keith Williams says, I'm not inferring that Cohen Brown will be a difference maker as a true freshman, but I think he has the physique, speed, athleticism, and ability to be an early difference maker. Thing with Cohen, he looks, I don't want to call him maxed out, but he looks kind of maxed out. Very rarely will a high school receiver have that much muscle definition, that much muscle on his frame like he does. And he's listed, I think, at like 6 foot. I don't think he's 6 foot, probably 5'11", 5'10". But he packs a punch. He's a densely built guy. And I've always viewed him, even before Texas offered him. I saw him play as a junior when I was there to see Jaquan Snell as a sophomore. He's a lot like DeAndre Moore, where he's going to be good at everything, but not quite elite at anything specific. But he's going to show up. He's going to work hard. He's going to be consistent. He's going to block. He's going to do the dirty work. And he's going to be a consistent player. I don't think Cohen Brown is ever going to lead Texas in receiving, but that's fine. He doesn't need to, and you don't even need to do that to get drafted. Look at Jordan Whittington. So Cohen will be interesting.
That's a good point, Jay Witt.
And I think, too, the most important thing for him being able to play early, I view him as a guy that can really only play the slot, maybe outside. Jermaine Bishop can only play in the slot. Dalen McCutcheon can only play in the slot. So those are 3 slot receivers in 2 classes. And I mean, it's a really important offseason for Dalen McCutcheon because Jermaine Bishop's breathing down his neck. And if he doesn't beat out that job, he just got his starting spot for the next 2 or 3 years taken by a guy a year younger than him. And a guy that Cohen Brown is in the same class as. So it's going to be very interesting to see where Cohen Brown ends up. Played a bit of safety in high school. I don't think they're ever going to move him to safety in college, but that could also be an option potentially. So that's what I'd say about Cohen Brown. Rodney Smith asked, this is about Sterling Burkhalter, the receiver transfer that Texas just got. He said LSU took 9 receivers in the portal and he didn't make their cut. Does that tell us something about him? I don't think so. There's only so many guys that could start and be on the field at one time and so many guys that will rotate in onto the field off the bench. And of these 9 guys, like 2 or 3 of them are guys that are never going to play unless 4 dudes get injured in front of them. LSU had no numbers, and they had to go get a shit ton of receivers. That's what they did. How many of those guys are actually going to be difference makers? I don't know. But they effectively lost their entire receiver room this year because they either went to the NFL or went in the portal. So, like, Lane Kiffin effectively had to get his entire receiver room out of the portal. That's why they got 9 of them. And also think about it, too. is this Sterling Burkhalter not making LSU's cut, or is this him saying, man, I don't want to be a 10th portal receiver on this team? You know, something to think of. Jake Bayless asked Jordan, are you privy to the waiver process for Lawrence Seymour? How long do you think it'll be dragged out? There's no official timeline, just sometime this spring or summer. He's going to be at Western Kentucky until the semester ends.
When is he will he be eligible?
Well, his waiver is currently in process with the NCAA. They've never been described as a fast-moving organization.
Sure.
So it's on them, and there's no official timeline. But we should know by the time he has to move out of Western Kentucky into Texas in May or June. That's what I would assume. So, yeah, let's see. Did you see this yesterday, what Emmanuel Acho said? Dude, he somehow has figured out a way to get worse year over year. Like, shout out to him.
Yeah, people love him. I mean, people they buy his brand, man.
Shout out to him. I think he has done something that isn't easy to do by carving out a role in sports media as a former player, especially when he did it before it got popular, just to stick a former player in front of a camera. But man, like I don't have much respect for like hot take artists. It feels like every time I see him on social media, it's some hot take like the one from yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of Texas fans feel similar way where it's like, hey, you know, I wish you success, but you make everyone else look bad saying stupid things.
Right.
And that was a stupid thing to say. And if you don't know what we're saying, Emmanuel Acho yesterday said Shedeur Sanders shouldn't even listen to newly hired Cleveland Browns head coach Todd Monken because, quote, what has he done in the NFL? Because Shedeur Sanders has done something.
Not just that. I mean, Monken's had success, you know, not just at Baltimore, but I mean, hell, like, and of course, I'll just go right to the Baltimore fact. Like, look at what he was able to do to help with Lamar Jackson and help him kind of get to another level of his career too, right? You don't think he's going to be able to help Shedeur Sanders? He's like that was Acho. That was a legit Acho take, and it's just it's classic dog shit.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into
look at the pedigree, bro. What is he gonna do?
Yeah, I haven't looked into what you know, people are saying about that hire, but I already know damn well someone is going to look at Shedeur Sanders as a black man and look at Todd Monken as someone who coached Lamar Jackson, who's a dual threat. They're like, oh, Shedeur's a dual threat. No, he's not. He's not. Not every black quarterback is a dual threat, and so many people in the media forget that.
Got a huge arm. Play to it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. They have a lot of young talent on that team, but outside of like a young nucleus, they don't have jack shit. So I don't know. And also, I can't even remember how many years he has left on his contract as a 6th rounder, right? He went 6th round.
I think so. I believe so. I don't know that off the top of my head. I wanted to say 5th, honestly.
Yeah, it was somewhere day 3. I know that. Let's see. David Keith Williams said these players may not be comparable in play style and size, but how do you compare Jalen Brewster to Justice Terry? Brewster may evolve into a nose tackle. I think Terry's potential is higher. Yeah. Honestly, a great question. Both are elite prospects out of high school. Both are very easy to project to being day one NFL draft picks, but I think Brewster has the higher ceiling. Justice Terry, one thing I think a lot of people missed on, including myself out of high school, they didn't realize that he wasn't the 280 pounds he listed himself at, that he actually was in the 250s or 260s. And I believe Texas currently lists him at somewhere between 265, 275. He's kind of a tweener. Is he an edge? Is he a nose tackle, a D tackle? Not really either of those. But with Will Muschamp's defense, they're now running this big defensive end, and that can work with him. And yes, he's 6'3" in the 270s or around there, but he has really long arms. Whereas Jalen Brewster is taller, has just as long, if not longer, arms. He has a dad who played in the NFL. And I believe Brewster is also north of 300 pounds, if not close to it.
Can Brewster, Terry move, though? Like, how's Terry's feet?
He can move well. And so the thing with Terry, though, too, he played at the 2A level in Georgia, small school ball. And you're going to be like, oh, that's even worse than 2A in Texas. No, it's actually better. Small school rural football in Georgia is much better than it is in Texas, whether it comes to overall team talent or producing D1 kids. Like, he matched up against legitimate D1 kids at times, but it was like once every 8 games, not never.
Right.
But Jalen Brewster, on the other hand, played in the District of Doom. That's Duncanville, DeSoto. Skyline isn't a power anymore, but they're in that district. Waxahachie's good. They're in that district. Like, he's playing future NFL players.
Yeah, that's a gauntlet.
So looking back, it's a lot easier to say this looking back, but I think Terry's ranking was probably higher than it should have been. Whereas with Brewster, his ranking up until his junior season was all based off how he tested, and he tested like a fucking freak show at multiple places too. It's not like someone cooked the times. He was testing like a demon at everywhere he went to. So it's hard not to say Brewster's a better prospect. I wouldn't call either surefire things, but they're both great. They're both great, and that's what I'd say. And they're somewhat comparable, but yeah, let's see. Catching up on some of these other ones. Man. Great call on Dontre Wilson. DeSoto used to play this hype video before their games, before they'd run out of like the tunnel, and it'd be all their former players in the league or the NFL. And like a lot of them are pretty easy to call, like James Prochet. You know, everyone remembers him at SMU. I think he might still be with the Ravens. I'm not sure. And then I'm forgetting his name. He won a Super Bowl with the Eagles when they won their first one with Nick Foles, or first one of my lifetime. And he went to Lancaster for 3 years and transferred into DeSoto for his final year. Blanking on his name. And obviously Von Miller was included. But then it cuts to an Ohio State running back. And I remember being like, yo, who the hell is this? Because I didn't know him. Now, I mean, when he was playing high school football and in college, I was in elementary and middle school. I didn't know who he was. So I had to look him up. But you are right. He was one of the first kids to leave Texas to go to Ohio State. And then obviously Jeff Okuda followed, Baron Browning, Garrett Wilson, obviously, Jackson Smith and Jigba. They had her jumping for a little bit. I mean, they still kind of do. They
Dobbins,
Sanchez.
J.K. Dobbins, I mean,
yeah.
Dobbins was a horse, bro.
Yeah.
You could argue Dobbins was killing Clemson on one leg, and if he had 2 legs, they would have beat him. I stand on that.
And Dobbins went to LaGrange and lived in Giddings the entire time.
Nice.
Yeah. I can say this because he retired and is no longer there. But their head coach retired, and when I was out there years ago to see Bravion Rogers, who's still at A&M, I was like, hey, so how's coaching J.K. Dobbins? And I started talking to one of their assistants about it. And he was an older guy, and he's like, it's great. Now that I'm older, I can tell you this because it won't matter. But he lived in Giddings the entire time he went here. I was like, okay, hell yeah. Let's see. I'm looking at some of these. Jose said, Jordan, how does Texas keep their player out of trouble when it's the offseason? How are they not like UGA since they have similar elite players? My question to ask you, have you ever been to Athens, Georgia, or Atlanta? Because I made a lot of speeding and, traffic ticket jokes about Georgia, but those are some of the most speedable roads you'll ever see.
Or just like speed traps or what?
Well, yes, for sure. But going from Athens to Atlanta and vice versa, it's literally just straight winding up and down hills. And I'm talking big hills where, like, if you take your foot off
go
the
like
brake or the
50 to
gas,
30.
yeah, if you take your foot off the brake or gas, you're still going to end up going like 15 miles over the speed limit because of the momentum of the car. So there's speed traps, and those dudes are jackasses too. The cops are. Like Chip and Eric was my ride to the stadium from where we stayed in Atlanta. I was in a different hotel than him. And Chip and Eric did not get done at Sanford Stadium in Athens until like 1 a.m.
Oh.
Because the game ended at like 11 o'clock something local time.
Oh, that's brutal. When
And so I'm driving back with Eric, and it's an hour about to Atlanta. We must have passed like 7 or 8 cops that are all just set up doing speed traps or watching drunk drivers.
Them Duke boys are at it again.
And I get it, but like the game ended this long ago, 2 hours have passed. You're just trying to screw people over at this point. It'd be different if there's 1 or 2 cops, but there was at least half a dozen
Right. You're
on an hour drive.
everybody's trying to meet their quota that night.
Yeah, and everyone has to go that way to get back to the Atlanta area.
Correct
too.
shot.
So
Is that the, and
that
that's the only way?
factors into
Is that the only way in or out, or is that just the quickest route?
It's the quickest way. And I mean, they built it that way with wider highways and shit like that compared to other routes. But a lot of it too is, you know, you can overlook a mental eval a little bit more whenever the player's really good. But Texas does a good job of, you know, getting these guys mature quickly. Like if you remember, I mean, this isn't a great example because he kind of lost his mind and that's how he ended up transferring out. But Jonte Cook had some Twitter fingers in high school. He loved to talk some shit on Twitter, and it was hilarious. Within a week of him moving on campus at Texas and enrolling, he stopped tweeting. They didn't take his phone from him, but they talked to him, and they're like, hey, buddy, you got to chill out. You're officially on the team. And they also, you know, when you see a guy like Arch Manning or someone that's been there that doesn't act an ass in public or on social media, you're going to take after them. And especially, too, in your first week of practice, those dudes are trying to kill you to welcome you to college. So it's a lot easier to get these guys to mature than it was back in 2021 when the whole team was Herman guys that hated Herman but weren't recruited by Sark either. So there's a mix of things. But, yeah, that's what I'd say. Shout out Austin PD. Because they've helped a little bit as well. I wouldn't say Athens PD hasn't either. This isn't a Nick question, but I'll answer this. David Keith Williams said, do you think Cole Hudson and Jack Baumeister could get drafted? I don't think many expected Hayden Conner to get drafted in 2025. It looks like Texas may not have 10 players drafted. Hayden Conner was better than Cole Hudson. That being said, I don't think Cole Hudson is getting drafted. He was the weak link on this year's Texas team once he moved over from center to left guard. And he was the second biggest weak link at center behind Nick Brooks and Connor Stroh in that rotating door at left guard. So he's unlikely to get drafted. Baumeister, I have no idea. I think he's a great punter, but I have no idea what the punter class looks like. But he is definitely going to have a role on a team next year. Is going to get a shot at a tryout.
I'm not trying to beat down on him when we're talking bad, but I never saw Cole Hudson connect with a block when it was outside of the tackles. Whenever they had to swing out and get to the edge and they pulled Hudson, he never connected with his block. He always missed them and whiffed.
That is a good point. And the crazy thing is Hudson started as a true freshman and then benched sophomore year, benched junior year because DJ Campbell took his spot.
He just can never connect, man.
And then he starts as a senior. But his freshman year starting in the Big 12 was arguably better than his senior year in the SEC. So people forget Cole Hudson started over DJ Campbell year one. A big part of that was because Cole Hudson enrolled in January and DJ Campbell didn't show up until June. But he still started over him. And it's crazy to think because Kelvin Banks showed up in June and in week 2 was given Will Anderson the business, who was the number 3 pick in the draft the following April. So another example of how much of a freakazoid Kelvin Banks is. David Keith Williams says, I think Jack Andrews, DJ Campbell, Ethan Burke, Cole Brevard, Anthony Hill, Money Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo, and Michael Taff will be drafted. The guy with the lowest chances is Gilbo or Brevard. It's not a good look for Gilbo that he finished his senior season on the bench when he started it as a starter, and the guy who took his spot was a true freshman 18-year-old who will be really good. Don't get it twisted. Cade Phillips is going to be great. He's going to be a first-rounder.
Could you argue that he was out of position?
Yeah, but still, with Gilbo, the NFL doesn't value nickels at all.
Right.
I wouldn't have ever really called him great when he did play nickel once Jade Barron moved out to corner. But, hey, he can be a special teamer. Just the thing is, he's going to have to test well. Because to carve a niche as a special teamer and to get drafted as one, they're drafting you off height, weight, and speed.
Right.
With the hope that they can maybe figure out corner.
A way to get you in that wide receiver somewhere.
Yeah. So with Gilbo, I don't know about him, but I think everyone else will be drafted. Cole Brevard, not sure either. I mean, he was in like year 5 or 6 this year at Texas. So we'll see. Yeah. Hey, JW Crunch. We all have misses. I thought Cade Klubnik was going to be the number 1 pick in the Heisman after 3 years at Clemson. I've seen him 9 of the 16 games he played as a senior. He was unreal.
Yeah, I'm with Crunch here. I didn't think JSN would amount. I didn't think he'd be the number 1 wide receiver in the NFL, man. Absolutely,
Yeah.
just carving defenses up.
Shout out Tom Herman. Could have had him and Garrett Wilson back-to-back classes.
Mensa, he just knew more. He knew more.
Yeah,
he knew better for all of us. He did. We were in a better mind state with Tom. Thank God that's over. Now we can heal.
Yeah,
We're healing.
let's see.
We are healing. We've healed.
Sorry, I'm looking at some of these. Oh, sorry.
What you got, some breaking news? Some breaking news?
Nah, my girl FaceTimed me. She's on break.
We got a rule. We got a rule when that happens live. You have to take the call.
No.
If it's FaceTime, yes.
Not that one. Okay, David Keith Williams asked, basically all Longhorn Nation was concerned about the offensive line, and there still could be depth issues, but I think it is possible Texas could have 5 all-SEC offensive linemen in 2026. What's your view? That is not happening. I'm sorry. If I'm not mistaken, the SEC only does 2 all-SEC teams, with each team having 5 linemen, and then after that, there's, I think, like 8 honorable mentions. So that means Texas would have to take up like 5 of the 18 spots. Don't think that's happening. And with Lawrence Seymour, he obviously has to get cleared first. I think he will. I don't think Texas would have taken him if they didn't think he'd get cleared.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Like, why would you waste your time on it?
Yeah, but left tackle, they'll be fine. Gooseby, right tackle, they'll be fine. Siani. Brandon Baker, I think will be okay, but I am a little concerned because he's never played guard and isn't the strongest guy. He's going to have to fight in the phone booth. I know I keep saying that. And then with Connor Robertson, as long as Seymour gets cleared and Baker is okay / average, I think we'll be all right. Now, if Connor Robertson was playing next to Dylan Sikorsky and Brandon Baker instead of Brandon Baker and Seymour, I'd be really worried. But I'm not. I think it'll be a good group. I don't think they're going to be a Joe Moore Award finalist. And I don't think they're going to have 5 all-SEC offensive linemen. But Gooseby will be all-SEC. And, I mean, the others will have a shot. It's just very low chances they get all 5. I don't think that's ever happened. But yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these. David Keith Williams says Lacey is clearly nowhere near as acclaimed as Arch Manning. However, if Lacey wins the starting QB in 2027, do you think with just a redshirt season, Diobel would leave Texas? Yes, I do.
I think Diobel would leave over Lacey too. That's when I asked that.
This is why one of them's leaving. There's only one portal window now,
right?
And Texas and Steve Sarkisian can get to next January and say, KJ Dia, we're not naming a starter until fall camp's done in August. They won't give a shit. They have some of the top agents in college football. They're going to push for clarity. These guys will have gone through an entire year, spring ball, summer workouts, fall camp, the season. They're going to have an idea of who's ahead of who. KJ Lacey is going to know he's ahead of Diobel or behind him. Obviously, MJ Morris is somewhere in there too, but the depth chart is going to be clear. Those guys will know where they stand. If KJ Lacey wins the job, he has to start 2 years. He'll be draft eligible after 1 year of starting, but he will have less than 25 starts as a sub 6-foot quarterback that's not necessarily athletic. He will have to start 2 years to get drafted. That has to happen. And if that happens, that means Diobel doesn't play until year 4. He won't start until year 4, and that means Diobel would have spent 3 years sitting on the bench. Not happening.
Right.
The only 5-star QB I can think of in recent memory that waited until year 4 to start at the same school he signed with out of high school is Ty Simpson. And that's it. So he's the only 5-star QB I can think of, again, that waited until year 4 to start at the same school he signed with out of high school. Now let's do the flip side. If Diobel is named the starter, he would have to start for a minimum 2 years before he's even draft eligible. Let's say he starts 2 years, leaves for the draft. That means KJ Lacey isn't starting until year 5, and he's not waiting that long either. So one of these guys is going to leave. That's just what it is. And after this year, both will already have their redshirt year used. So it's not like, oh, I can use one of these 2 years. I'm sitting behind the other for a redshirt. No, one of them has to leave. So, yeah. Stephen Govea, can you scout my son? He's kicking 35-yard field goals at 10 years old. That is amazing. But I hate to tell you, I don't know shit about specialist scouting. Honestly, I think the whole specialist scouting thing is a bullshit scheme. Like, all these kids who get offers are only at the camps that cost like $1,000 to go to. And it's run by some dude that's known as like the long snapper guru, where the Jeff Banks at each school just calls them, hey, which guys do you like? And whoever pays him the most is the names he gives. Like, is there really going to be that big of a difference between the actual number 1 long snapper in the country and the number 30? No, there's not going to be. So specialist recruiting is fascinating because every kicking, punting, snapping thing is pretty much like that, where if you're not paying thousands of dollars to be at camps year round and to be at the top of specific guys list year round, you're not going to go to college and kick.
You won't go to D1 or anywhere crazy.
And hey, with the portal, you can work your way up. I'm sure that's helped, but playing big time college football as a specialist is so hard, especially too, like, if you get a long snapper, he can start year 1 and start 4 years in a row, and you don't have to go get another one. You only need one every 4 years. So there's limited spots as well. And those guys almost never get hurt, so most schools won't even carry 2 kickers, punters, or snappers. So, yeah, but good luck with specialist. 35 yards at 10 years old is pretty impressive, so shout out to him. Let's see. Okay, so Johnny Jackson, the Emperor, says Gilbo is an NFL player, and DJ Campbell makes way too many mistakes to be in the pros. Everyone else gets an opportunity, though. Let me tell you why DJ Campbell will be drafted. Screw everything you watched for the last 3 years. I know it's going to be really hard to do, but forget everything you watched for the last 3 years, because that is what the NFL is going to do when he tests like a freak show, which he will. Guys that big are not supposed to move like that. And I know in your head, you're like, well, he should be a better football player than if he's so athletic.
Coach,
that's not how it works all the times. A lot of drafting in the NFL is height, weight, speed. He's going to check those boxes. Until this day, I have never seen O lineman, D lineman, skill player, any position. I've never seen a player, a high school player, go through a ladder drill as quick as I saw DJ Campbell do it. And I saw him work out in May of what would have been 2022, because he enrolled at Texas that following week and pulled up to that training session in a Hellcat. And I was like, nice, where do you get that from? And he said Uncle Flood.
Gotcha.
So, one of the OG Pancake Factory members. But DJ Campbell is going to get drafted. Trust me, I get what you're saying, but he will go at minimum day 3 based off testing data alone. He's going to crush that.
Like, that's why it just doesn't, like, he's got great feet too, and it just doesn't add up, like, why he can't put it all together, man. It's just, if we can't figure out, or what am I saying? If the coaches can't figure it out, I'm sure we can't figure it out, or we'll never figure it out. So,
yeah. And Woodcrest, anyone in general, shoot me all the DMs you want. My @'s up here on the left, @JScruggs247. You can follow me on Instagram too. That's like my work account. I'm going to start posting more on there this spring. But yeah, anyone can holler at me.
What's your OnlyFans? Do you have that?
Chill, man.
Chill. Pause, bro. Pause.
Chill, mister.
Stop it, mister. I don't even know you.
Sorry, I'm looking at some of these roundabouts. Man, I'm in Crowley, in this new part of Crowley, and there's also roundabouts everywhere here too. They're nice because it helps with traffic, but so many morons don't know how to go through roundabouts, especially the 2-lane ones where they don't understand you can't change lanes in a fucking roundabout.
I thought you guys were talking about another restaurant.
No.
I thought roundabouts was a restaurant. Shit.
No. I will say, though, a funny like fantasy football punishment I've seen people doing the last few weeks on Twitter is how many times can you drive around a roundabout without exiting it before a cop pulls you over?
Have you seen European?
Like they
vacation?
can't give you a ticket for driving around a roundabout and not.
No, but they can have probable cause that you ain't right in the head. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, but I mean,
hey, look, kids,
if
Big
you don't
Ben.
smell anything or see anything, what is your probable cause to search my car? Besides, I did 100 laps in a roundabout. That's bullshit.
A moron can't make up. He seems like he's not in the right state of mind. He shouldn't be on the road.
My thing is like, man, depending on how big that roundabout is, wouldn't you be dizzy as hell by like lap 8?
No, you're paying attention to the road, man.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and it's physics.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still catching up on these. This is nuts, David Keith Williams. Did anyone put Gilbo in the first round? Yeah, hey, Patrick, I'm down. One of y'all shoot me a DM on Twitter. And I'm with this as well. So, yeah. And hey, I'm about to start hitting schools and seeing recruits in the next month around DFW. I'll be in Houston. Probably will get to Austin to see Trey Moore at Weiss. So if you're anywhere in the state and want to meet up, just let me know. I'll be traveling a lot this spring, especially with some changes coming to the day job soon. So we'll see. Twin Cheeks, man. Y'all are ridiculous.
29
I'm gonna miss
degrees.
y'all.
Wait a second. Hold on. I thought they said they were done. I thought Twin Peaks was done for a minute. They was putting shit on pause.
I mean, they declared bankruptcy, but I assume they're gonna like finish out the leases, the rental leases and stuff they have, the building, you know what I'm saying?
No, I got you. I'm just thinking of a great commercial scheme right now. All the girls should walk out and just be like, I declare bankruptcy. Like, have you seen The Office?
Oh yeah.
Seen The Office.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these. Oh, well, hey, I caught up. Hey, yeah, realignment's coming up. Gonna be some new districts. So, yeah, they're doing debt maintenance thing. It was a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, restructuring debt, not closing down, per our Twin Cheek sources. Closing down is Chapter 7. Duh. Everyone knows that, Wags.
The insider. My bad.
Everyone
you know what? He's right though. I should know that as a government employee and official. I should have known that.
Yeah. Ugh. Shit, man. I think this is the longest we've ever gone.
No, we've hit like the 10 of mark before, and it's the point where I said, "Damn, dude, are we getting paid by the hour? or are we on salary? What's up here?"
Shit, I wish we got paid by the hour. Or, I mean, we do, but I meant paid for this extra hour. I've never been paid for that. BK, I know you're listening in the back. Maybe get me right for the last time. I'm playing. But, yeah, I got to get out of here. I got to call my lady back. But, as always, everyone who tuned in today, this week, last month, last year, last few years, appreciate all y'all. This has been really fun to do. And, I actually still remember Jeff calling me. Shit, man, that would have been November of 2023. I was still living at my parents' house. For an OG listener, you remember all the basketball cards on the wall? You remember my place at Louisville? Now I'm in Fort Worth. Made 2 moves since I started. Pretty crazy. And it's been awesome. Like, originally I did this. I was like, hey, shit, extra money. Thank you. I'm trying to get out of my parents' house.
Let me get me out of here.
And I wanted something that I can have a bigger voice. My name, I guess my brand can be
Sure, get your brand out there, right?
As it moved on, the most important thing I got from this is just experiencing being comfortable on air, talking to a camera, or being solo and just hearing my own voice.
So what changed for you about that? That's a great thing to bring up because a lot of people struggle with that. Like a lot of people can't get over that hump.
It was just the experience and reps, I think. And also, I mean, it's the same shit I do with writing. I'm just saying it out loud, But I mean, it's helped a lot. Like when Tommy Yaris used to work for us before, he was big time Tommy with the Cowboys. His job was to do video content where it would be like a 5-minute video for 24/7. And he would set it up where he'd ask like 3 or 4 questions. And he did it whenever he first started with us, it was whenever Hank and I started in June of 2023. And he did one with Hank, with Chip, with Eric, and I went last. And it legitimately took us 2.5 hours to get 5 good minutes and a shit ton of cuts of me like breaking this down. Because that's like how bad it was. I kept fucking it up and thinking like, oh, I need to memorize this or I'll forget. I couldn't look at the screen. I kept looking away. Like, so it's helped a lot. It really has. And I mean, I've had a lot of fun on here.
Let me tell you, you're natural. You're great. I have been with people to where they have literally sent me a script of what we need to talk about. And when I say this, it's going to cue you to say that. And then you pitch it back to me. And I've looked up at them and I was like, are you serious? We're not going to have a genuine conversation. We're not going to have a real legit conversation. It's got to be scripted. There's some people that can't work outside of a script, dude. They can't they can't go off the cuff. They don't have an original thought.
Full transparency. First few months with Jeff, when we were going, I think 11 to 12, I was still living at my parents' house and like playing Xbox, doing dumb shit till 2 a.m. I'd wake up at like 10:58 and hop on here yawning my ass off. And I'd be like, well, shit, I hope Jeff has something to talk about. Because I don't know what we're going to talk about. So shout out Jeff for carrying the show on his shoulders for the first few months. I do sincerely appreciate that. And then it was my turn to do that and Will's turn to sleep in late this year. So we did that.
I asked that because usually like they say for an hour show, you should do an hour prep, right? Or for however many hours you're doing it, you should do an hour prep.
Man,
so
for about the last year-ish, last year and a half, really however long it's been since Jeff went on Texas football and I had to get a new host since, they're doing similar content. I wake up at like 7 or 8. I'll knock some work out, see what, competing sites are writing or whatnot. And then I'll do this show. And then I start writing for the day and kind of working for the day. But what was I going to say? Damn, I completely just lost my trail of thought.
It'll come back to you.
But God, this is pissing me off that I can't remember.
Hey man, keep coming back down. You got to see, Uncle Wags.
Oh, my bad. What I was saying. Now, what I do at like 10:55, I go through my Twitter bookmarks from like the last 24 hours, or I just look at our site, or like what Nick has put out, and I'm doing shows with him. And then I just pull up the notes app, and I have like 5 different bullet points, and we just bounce around.
Yeah,
so
it's once you get the structure down, it's easy.
Oh yeah, and different times of the years are a lot easier than others. Like next month would have sucked ass because it's a dead period.
Well,
and nothing's really going on.
Like you got March Madness picking up too. You got conference basketball. So you just got so many avenues of approach to go with, man. That's what I'm saying. Like that's the beauty of sports. You don't just get hunkered down into one little spot. You can branch out into other stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, appreciate everyone who's tuned in, watched, listened, commented, maybe hated, maybe liked, I don't know, disliked, like button, I don't know.
It's all deadly.
Thanks for staying with us through our 6-7, our cringe, our funny stories.
Hey, thanks again to BK, man, for
yeah, of course. Shout out to BK, Brad Kellner. Bucky, weird pronunciation of videos and social medias and all that shit. Gonna miss
the Kellnerisms.
Oh yeah, there it is. Gonna miss BK. Gonna miss everyone. Wags, of course. Turbo, Jeff, Eric, Nick.
We'll be in touch.
Rip Wags. No, let's start a bit where we say Rip Wags and see if we can get the people on the afternoon show to think he's dead or something. Sorry, but hey, like I said earlier, my social media is up here at JScruggs247, JSCRUGGS247. I'll be around with Horns 24/7. Gonna take a few months off from podcasting, like I said, but if I come back to it or return to it, I'll put it all over Twitter. You'll see it then. So I guess follow me there. And I can't say it enough. Thanks to all y'all, sincerely. It's made it so fun to do this. It's really helped me, like I said, with being on air, just doing content, being on video, talking on video. And we appreciate all y'all. Y'all have a great one. We're signing out for the final time. Peace.
See you around.